The platform Nigeria will celebrate its 15th anniversary on the 1st of October 2022.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and maybe even good night, everyone, depending on where you are watching from. It is my pleasure to welcome you to not just another edition of the platform this morning, but a very special edition as the platform marks its 15th year anniversary, today the 1st of October 2022. And also it is not just about the platform, it is about our great nation, Nigeria, because today is the 62nd Independence Day celebration of Nigeria. So I say to all Nigerians at home and abroad, a very happy Independence Day to you. Make sure you say that to someone, call someone, reach out to the next person beside you and say Happy Independence Day. My name is Amadi, and once again I welcome you to a very special edition of the platform. The platform is celebrating its 15th year anniversary, and this is the 32nd edition of the platform that has held since 2007. That is powerful indeed. If you're tuning in to us for the first time and you're wondering what is the platform about, it's an initiative started by the senior pastor of the Covenant Nation, Pastor Poju Oyemade, and it focuses on nation building, personal development, and capacity building. And every 1st of May and 1st of October since the 2007, the year 2007, we've held an edition every single time. So that is twice a year. So it's indeed laudable that we are here today. This is the platform studio. We're still going right into the main audience where the actual program is set to begin. But I'm never alone at the platform studio, and I have with me this morning Mr. Golan Joshua.
Good morning, Nigerians. Happy 62nd Independence Anniversary, and welcome to the platform.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to the platform. How are you this morning?
Very well, thank you.
Excellent. And before we go into today's theme for the platform, which is powerful, and speakers are powerful, I want us to sort of go down memory lane. 15 years, 32 editions, a lot has happened. And I remember the very first edition was somewhere at Excusez-moi, that I don't even think exists today anymore, somewhere in Leke, and it was Excusez-moi at that time. And the platform has grown and evolved since then over time, creating conversations around business, around entrepreneurship, and obviously around a better Nigeria and a better nation. But for you, what are your earliest memories of the platform, and what are some of the experiences that you've had that you've held on to and have transformed you personally?
So I think I'll speak more to some of the more recent experiences, and the platform, I think you spoke about one of the themes, which is nation building. So I remember 2021 platform, I think it was May actually, I was interviewing Osita Chidoka at the studio. I remember I posed the question to him. I said, you're the spokesman of one of the parties. Who will be your poster boy for the presidential election? And he mentioned the present governor of Delta State, who incidentally today is the vice presidential candidate, for the party. I remember 2019, I was interviewing a panel. One of the panelists there was, I think, Mr. Peter Obi, and he was speaking about, cost of governance, nation building. And it's ironic that today he's on the, it's on the ticket of one of the parties. And and then I'll go to the speakers, a few of the speakers, someone like Kadaria, we've seen her interviewing presidential candidates, and then today she's going to be the one speaking to us. So it's been a very interesting journey on the platform.
Excellent. And so let's bring it now to today's platform. The theme of the platform today is A Better Nigeria is Possible. And we're currently also in an election season, so the polity is right now in that transition mode. And the theme says what, why, and how, what the next leadership should look out for. What are you looking out for in today's edition of the platform?
Some very frank and tough conversations. There's some old faces, familiar old faces, and there's some new faces. And what we found out about the platform is there's always about 1, 2, or 3 speakers who just light up the whole place, And I'm expecting that to happen again today. But because we're in an election season, and there's so much expectation, I think the discussions are going to be really frank. And I think one of the good things about today's platform is, we have no politicians on stage today. So it's the policymakers, those who have been in the private sector, those who have been the ones interviewing these people, those who have been charting, the way forward in various areas. So I think it's going to be a very interesting conversation. I expect there to be 1 or 2 explosive sessions, but, that's what the platform is all about.
Definitely, that's what the platform is all about. So let us talk about our speakers. We have 10 speakers in today's platform, starting obviously with Pastor Kwadwo Amadi, the convener of the platform and the senior pastor of the Covenant Nation. We have Mr. Victor Oladokun. We have Ms. Alero Otobo, Dr. Joe Abba, Professor Reverend Osaghae Gosa, Dr. Amadi, Kadaria Ahmed, Shegun Adeniyi, Mr. Kunle Shorin, and Mr. Leke Alder. Powerful lineup.
Yes, very powerful lineup, and they all bring very different perspectives. Some speak more about the policy, some speak more about the role of the private sector. Some, I think, will speak more about the expectations, what Nigerians should look out for in terms of the candidates. But I'm a little bit very curious to hear the new speakers speak. I've listened to some of them speak in some other fora, and I think it's going to be really explosive, what some of them are going to say. So open, very, very open heart, just waiting for the sessions to start. And then, from there, social media, everything gets lighted up as the conversations go on.
So today's platform is primarily a media event. Most of the audience is watching from home. How would you expect or advise that everyone stays not distracted and is able to get the best out of listening, watching from anywhere that they're watching from?
So I'll say just sit down, have an open mind. You might have your own, views about certain issues in Nigeria, but sit down, listen, hear the other person's perspective, hear the viewpoints, the way forward they're talking about, and then you can join the conversation online, put in your own comments, make comments, be civil when making the comments online, There will definitely be different opinions, but be polite and, just have a very open mind. That's what I tell people when you come for the platform, have an open mind. If you have an open mind, there'll always be something you'll pick up, I've picked up a lot from speakers, both personally and professionally. So I always tell people, just have an open mind.
Thank you so much. And I love the fact that you said be civil, no violence. Give your opinion. Everybody has their opinion, and the world will be fine. And, follow the conversation on Twitter @theplatformNG. Join us right there. You can tell people, send this link. You can watch it on channels, on YouTube, on channels, also live on television. And you can also follow the different platform handles as well on YouTube and on Facebook. This is going to be a very enlightening, educative, and informative session. One word that I personally like to use for the platform is transformational. I know that is a word that it seems we use a lot, but if we really look at the impact even of the platform over 15 years in people's personal lives and even in Nigeria as a whole, what would you say to the power of the platform in transforming lives?
I think, there's something about getting the conversations going. And, what I've seen the platform do, it's reawakened the consciousness of people. I remember there was a time, Tedo came to speak, and he spoke about, he said this economy is rigged, against the youth. And when he gave the examples, the way he marshaled the points, he sort of just brought it down to the basics. So I think what you get from the platform is it's thought-provoking. It leaves you thinking what else is possible. But second, it also leaves you thinking, don't give up. There are people pushing this frontier, so don't give up. Don't think any situation is hopeless, because there are people pushing the frontiers, and if you're keen, and you get involved, you just might find out that, you can make the changes that people felt were not possible. And if you look at where we are, today, even as a country, even from a political perspective, typically we'll have 2 candidates, 2 parties. Today we have a third force. So and you see some of the people involved, some of them have been at the platform, some of the, so you just see the whole essence of nation building, getting the conversations going, getting people involved, and giving people hope that, you know what, guys, we can make these things work. It's not going to happen overnight, but let's start the conversations, and then finally let's put it into action.
Amazing. And we're going right now to start the conversation. Remember, a better Nigeria is possible. What, why, and how. And there's also a special feature at today's edition of the platform. We're going to be having an interesting debate session, but let me not give off too much information on that. Just stay tuned, send this link to family, friends, everyone home and abroad. All Nigerians need to tune in and watch this. Thank you for joining us. We're going right now to the main hall where the platform is set to begin.
Happy Independence Day, Nigeria. It is such an honor to be your guide on this historic day as we mark Nigeria's 62nd Independence Day and also the 32nd edition of the Platform Nigeria. Without further ado, I would invite all of you to, of course, a warm round of applause. Absolutely. Worth celebrating. It's worth celebrating. Thank you. I'd invite you all to rise as we take the national anthem. And I would invite Lara Akingbola to lead us.
Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youths the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow and live in just and truth. Great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign.
And it's an honor to be your anchor today as we celebrate this 15th edition of the platform. I think for those of us who have tuned in, those of us who are right here in the hall, we all deserve a round of applause, right? We believe, we absolutely believe in the possibility of a better Nigeria, and that's definitely worth celebrating. Just before we go ahead, I'd like to remind you all that the platform is a global media event, so please do us the honors of tweeting or using any of your favorite social media platforms to tell somebody, about what's going on here, using the hashtag #ThePlatformNG. So go ahead, all the beautiful pictures you took outside, go ahead and post them right now. And then also when you hear those insightful thoughts from our powerful speakers today, please go ahead and share those messages with the world. So without further ado, I will welcome the convener of the platform, the senior pastor of the Covenant Nation, Pastor Poju, for his opening remarks.
Thank you. You may be seated. You may be seated. All right. Welcome us all this morning. I want to welcome to the 15th, also the 15th anniversary and the 32nd edition of the platform. The platform started in 2007, and the first event was in Excusez-moi back then, and it began to grow, so we had to move it, I think, within the third edition to the Tafawa Balewa Square. At the Tafawa Balewa Square, it grew to about 19 to 20,000 people in attendance. Now in 2010, there was a dramatic change that occurred. What happened was that it was the 50th anniversary of Nigeria, and the management of the Tafawa Balewa Square told us that the government said that they want to go back to where independence, the 1960 independence was carried out in Tafawa Balewa Square, so we will not be able to hold the platform there. So we decided to cancel the platform, but that's for that particular edition, which was October 1st. But while I was discussing with a couple of people, I think one of them is here, someone suggested that we drive it as a media event. In other words, let's just gather ourselves in a small hall. We said maybe just about 300-400 people, and then broadcast it, all right, on television. So we decided to change, and we did that. Now, this little decision we made inside a very small conference room, we didn't really know the impact it was going to have on the nation. However, going on television came with its own challenges. One of which is the fact that once the cameras were switched on, which is national and also international cameras, were switched on, it slightly changed the emphasis as people, when I say people now, speakers obviously got conscious of the fact that they were no longer just addressing a group of people in a room, but they were now speaking to the nation and to an international audience. People also began, because it was going public now, it was public, to criticize the meeting, offering different thoughts. But one thing I must say, all right, through the years, is that has brought personal great encouragement, was that as I traveled the country preaching, I met with various Nigerians in various parts of the country. And every single person kept saying, don't stop, don't stop. Please continue the good work. Many of these people I never thought will even sit and watch the platform. Some of them were very prominent Nigerians in powerful positions. I extended the invitation last week, I want to give an example, to someone who came in as I hear from United States. And I was told, and I invited her and her father personally to this program, because I was told that her father, who is 90 years old, had been a regular viewer of the platform. And he decided that this time around, he would like to be physically present at this edition. Now, it's people like this who have kept us going with words of encouragement. In this edition, I actually planned that, because it was 15 years, and I had watched a documentary once, and I really was thrilled by the documentary, all right? So I had always played that I would play that role also in a documentary, and I felt this was my own opportunity to do it. That I will stand and we'll build a stage like this, and I'll just be alone, and I will introduce 15 of the most profound speeches given in the history of the platform. So it will have been pre-recorded, and we just have given it, all right, to Channels Television. However, the more I thought about it, I felt maybe it might look like a copying out, all right, seeing the times in which we live in. So after much exchange of ideas to have a live program, we decided to look for a theme. Now let me repeat again. We decided to look for a theme that will address the issues in the nation clearly, but clearly avoid turning the event into a platform for any form of political campaign or secretly pushing a partisan ideology. The theme is A Better Nigeria is Possible. Why, what, and how. What the next leadership should look out for. The vision is to present ideas and thoughts that will be useful to those pursuing political offices that they can run with and use in shaping policy. For me, there are three ways in which national issues can be approached in terms of response. You can either respond by renewal, respond by revolution, or respond through resignation. I'll start with the third, which is resignation. And resignation occurs when people believe that they no longer can change the outcomes of where they are and exit those places to where they feel their dreams and their aspirations will be realized. Now, we do know that there are a lot of people who have chosen this option in terms of resignation. The second is a revolution, and it's another response, and this can connote the use of force or violence. If recent history has taught us anything, it is that those who tried to use violence to have their countries, left their countries worse off and destroyed the infrastructure that had been built with labor, all right, without making any significant change. The Arab Spring is a clear example. Those nations that have emerged and have grown in the last 50 years have not resorted to this method. Now, personally, I grew up, and there's a bias here, all right, from a place where I understood the power of persuasion and diplomacy. The Bible says, train a child in the way that he should go, and when he grows up, he shall not depart from it. So what was formed in your childhood will obviously affect you in your adulthood. Now, I've said this before. I was born as the third child to my parents. The first was a lady, all right? The second was a man. So the position of firstborn was gone, and the position of first son was gone. And then the lastborn also was a lady, so the position of lastborn was gone. A lastborn can cry and as the baby of the family and get things done. The firstborn can be authoritative and you have to listen. The first boy too has authority. But when you are in the middle, there is no authority. If you shout, nobody listens to you. If you cry, they say you are being childish. So I came to understand very early that the way to get things done was to create a win-win situation for everyone. If you wanted to get your agenda through and you want the authorities to respond to you, you have to start building bridges, alliances among people, become the best friend of every child inside the family, so that when you want to push your agenda, you have the support. We must understand that if people resort to extra legal means, it causes problems. And those of us, let's remember this, who consider ourselves to be elites, I said this last year, who have visas on our passports, will be the first to exit, leaving those who have no means to bear the brunt. These people who have no means are actually the masses. And the way democracy is designed, they will determine who gets elected next year. The last option, therefore, is a renewal, which is really the way reformation does happen. And this is when the leadership, and I repeat again, the leadership, because from my interaction with people, the leadership of this country watches this program. The leadership makes a conscious decision, knowing that their own failure will throw up either of those two options. Renewal, therefore, is the responsibility of leadership. And it's a process that empowers the people in a nation to work together to create a common vision about the nation's purpose and how to achieve success. Now, because in this we are presenting thoughts that the next leadership can look at, I will, in closing this, just propose 5 things that I think can help. Number 1, whoever gets elected on February 25th must paint a clear-cut vision for the country that can be sold to the citizenry about how Nigeria will look clearly in years to come and the position she will occupy among the Committee of Nations. A very clear and precise vision that is understandable to all. Number 2, whoever wins should form a government of national unity. What I mean is to go beyond the confines of your political party to select talents that will send an all-inclusive message to everyone. Now, I'm not naive, and I know that in politics, it can seem that if you want to do that, then it becomes monkey they walk, baboon one chop. A friend of mine wrote this, a church member, and put it on Twitter, a tweet many years ago. He said, many people say technocrats should come into government. He said, I will tell you who the technocrat is. He said, when I was in Ife, one time we were cooking, me and my roommate, and a friend of ours came in as we cooked, and we shared a meal with him. But surprisingly, this friend of ours always showed up anytime we were cooking. He knew when we were making the food, and he would come in and sit. He said, my friend was a technocrat. In other words, the politicians have gathered it, campaigned, and labored. And then somebody comes in. So I understand. I'm saying this to say that I understand how it is in politics, and that people have invested their time and resources and believe that they should be rewarded. But there should be a strong consideration in bringing this country together in terms of nation building. Number 3, restore the greater confidence, all right, or restore greater confidence between those who are governed and the political leadership by giving specific time frames in which certain things will be done, be it within the first 3 months, within the first 6 months, and within a year. Things you can be held accountable for, even if they are low-hanging fruits. Achieving goals, no matter how small it is, will build confidence and trust between the citizens and the leadership. I mean, I say this, that Colombian national team, I can remember in the World Cup, were 3 goals down, just to show how powerful small steps are. And I went into the World Cup that year, people thought that they were going to at least become semi-finalists with the kind and quality of team they had. They had lost every match, and this was the final match. They were going home. They were 3 goals down in the first half. The match ended, all right, in a draw, 3-3. And when the coach was interviewed, they said, how did you do it? He said, when I went in, all right, during the break, I did not give them the vision of winning the match because I knew it would be difficult for them to believe. He said, I told them, let us score a goal and let's score it in 10 minutes. He said, we went in, within 10 minutes, the first goal came in. Then I signaled to them, let's score just 1 more in 10 minutes. He said, we scored in 10 minutes. The dynamics of the entire match changed. Those who were leading looked like they were losing, and he developed momentum. Within 10 minutes, he said, give me another goal. They gave it. He said, let's go and win the match. We didn't end up winning the match, But when you take one baby step, it builds confidence in people, and people want to participate in it. Fourth is bringing the youth into governance in visible positions. Understanding, like I said, the way politics works, they don't have the financial might to make the contributions that might earn them a seat at the table. But this must be consciously done to restore confidence into people. And then lastly, I can't speak too much about this, but the legislative arm is probably the most important arm of government in a democratic institution. And we need them, therefore, to drive the constitutional reforms without which the executive arm is hamstrung. Once again, I want to thank all the speakers for accepting to speak at this time. You have all been consciously chosen to speak to the nation at this time. Some of you are speaking for the first time, but I want you to know that I have been thinking about you speaking at the platform for at least 2 years. I have never asked for the content of any speaker before our event, nor interfered with anyone's thoughts. So when people come here to speak, they come to speak freely according to their conviction. However, because of the way the nation is, I want to strongly appeal that we keep the discourse, and I know these are balanced people, clean, based on ideas about the future of our country. This is not a time to further aggravate our fault lines. What we all seek is progress, and we are all Nigerians. Lastly, I must thank all the volunteers over the years. Some of them may not even no longer be with us. That's in covenant. It has been, all right, years of sacrifice and labor. And all those folks who are also around, people do things. I mean, I left here, I came back here maybe at about 1 a.m. All right, then came back here again at about 6 a.m. And I saw somebody here already putting, by 1 a.m. everything was set. All right, so that's when it even occurred to me that all the people that worked here should have gotten some accommodation for them nearby, but they sacrificed. And people have been making sacrifices like this over the years. All right? I mean, there's a young lady, she's in America now. She slept in the office for 7 days consecutively in order for platform to work. So to all the volunteers, I say thank you for 15 years. God bless Nigeria.
Thank you. You may all be seated, please. Thank you for setting the tone. That was powerful. Before I carry on, let me just acknowledge how wonderful we all look. Please, please, a round of applause for yourselves. If someone beside you has made the effort and wants something white or green, just say you tried. You tried. You tried. And if they did not wear anything, no green, no white, tell them you did not try. We all look amazing. Everybody looks absolutely gorgeously dressed. You know, Pastor has really done a good job about building the anticipation for this edition. Who agrees? Who agrees? Honestly, and I thought to myself, someone close to me was ordering like a green pair of shoes. And I was like, this is serious. So I decided to wear, you know, this headgear and did not think about how to insert my glasses. Pastor Pajo has a gift of introductions. I don't share that gift, and I have to read, so God help me. Our very first speaker for today is no one else but Professor Osaghae. He is a professor of comparative politics and the serving vice chancellor of Before taking up his appointment in Igbinedion University, he was the leader of the program on ethnic and federal studies founded by the Ford Foundation. He has also worked as the Director, Center for Peace and Conflict Studies and the chair of the Senate Curriculum Committee at the University of Ibadan. Between 1994 and 1998, he was professor and head of the Department of Political Studies at the University of Transkei, South Africa. He has also been a visiting professor, fellow, and distinguished senior scholar to numerous institutions, including Yale University, Northwestern University, University of Cambridge, and University of Cape Town, South Africa. Professor Osaghae has published extensively on ethnicity, federalism, governance, and state politics in books and journals. Amongst his publications are The Crippled Giant, Nigeria Since Independence, The Management of the National Question in Nigeria, Researching Conflict in Africa, Insights and Experiences, a co-edited book published by the United Nations University Press. He is currently the Director General of the Nigerian Institute of Internal Affairs. Please join me as we welcome once again to the platform Professor Ehosa.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me begin on the note of congratulating our country, Nigeria at 62. That's a great, great achievement. Let me also congratulate the platform at 15, and this is the 32nd edition. The platform has become a veritable instrument for reminiscing on things and for reviewing our national standing and coming to new foundations and new beginnings. And I think that today's event falls in line with that mandate that the platform set for itself so long ago. Now today we are saying a better Nigeria is possible. A better Nigeria is possible. What are the whys, what are the whats, and what are the hows? Now, of course, there has to be some structure to our presentation today. When you say something better is possible, you are being normative. To be normative is to talk about what ought to be, and a little less on what is the situation. But everyone knows that the logic of that presentation would mean that you first have to know what is before you can move on to what ought to be. If you don't know what is, and therefore what is not exactly satisfactory, you cannot identify the things that would make a satisfactory future possible. And so the first thing to say is that even though this is normative, it is very positivist, meaning that we are moving from where we are, which is not so good, not so desirable, to where we ought to be, which is the desirable point. So join me in this journey of moving from where we are to where we ought to be. The second thing is that this is a possibility, and possibilities are driven by key levers and platforms, including this one. And what that means is that we have to address issues that will take us out of where we are and take us steadily to where we want to be with great confidence. And I want to suggest to us today that what we are doing would involve a reconceptualization of the country that we are in, meaning that we have to have new narratives and counter-narratives, if you like. We have to have a reimagined Nigeria. We have to have a new dream. We have to have a new future. A more assured future, but a better future that all of us can be part of. What will the levers be? The first, of course, is a counter-narrative itself. The second is the action set, which is yourselves. I'm happy all the time when I see young people gathered looking with expectation to the kinds of things that would make our country better. I assure you that today would be that day that you've had this pact with Nigeria. I'm particularly excited because since coming into this place, I've heard people say to each other, happy independence. It's been such a long time that people said to themselves, happy independence. It means that there's a new dawn in our country. There's a new realization, and people, are rearing to go. Now, it's in line with that lever that I also say that leadership becomes an essential driver of a new Nigeria that we are thinking about. But let me do my presentation on the basis of 3 real life stories. The first is, a long time ago, I had an occasion to meet, an important global citizen who asked me a very critical question. He said to me, "You're a Nigerian." He was not a Nigerian. I said, "Yes, thank God I'm a Nigerian." And he said, "I have one very important question for you." And I said, "Go ahead." He says, "Have you come across any Nigerian, small, big, male, female, young, old, who has the interest of the country at heart?" What a question. So I said, he says, no, I don't want you to answer the question now. Go reflect on it and get back to me. So later, he re-engaged me and he said to me, "Let me tell you why I'm asking the question. I've been in Nigeria not for so long, and every place I have been, I've come across people who are ready to sell the country. Not one person seems to have the interest of this country at heart. Everyone is ready to make a profit, on the basis of that belongingness." So in other words, being a Nigerian has become a commodity, and a commodity that you exchange for the several things that you want to do. Now, I want to suggest to us that we need to counter that narrative. We need to remind ourselves that we are not bound together only by what we can get from our country. We cannot instrumentalize our membership of this country and insist only that we can be good Nigerians only when we have something to get from the country. We have to counter that narrative by saying we have to come by a common good that makes all of us contributors to the common good. Second story. I attend an event of this nature. And I was sitting with him on what you call the high table. And I looked around and I saw sudden faces, people who were extremely unhappy. And I said to him, "Your Excellency, looks like the people are not happy with you." He said to me, "Well, what do they want me to do?" And I said to him, "What does that mean?" He says, "But you have been around town. You have seen the monumental changes in our city. The city has become very modern. And this is the whole thing that we're doing. What do they want?" And I said to him, "Have you asked them, what they want?" Then he made the very profoundest of statements. "We know what they want. And that's why we stood for election. We must direct them." He reminded me of the political philosopher who had said, if people don't know that freedom is in their interest, you force them to be free. So was this a philosopher king wanting to force people to be free without consulting them, without even finding out who they are? How more contemptuous can we be of those that we lead if we are saying what do they want without asking them? Now, the third point is the story of the drunkard. Now, I'm sure that when you say that, it's time to lighten the mood. Drunkards also give us comic relief, don't they? So, this one drunkard had spent the whole night drinking. And then, stumbling on his way back home the following morning, he lost money. And he kept groping in the dark, looking someplace, until he decided to go someplace where there was light. And his friend came to him to say, what might the problem be? He says, he lost his money. And he says, you lost your money? He says, yes. Where did you lose your money? He says, that side. That side. He says, yes. So why are you searching for the money here? He says, there's no light that side. The light is here. So this is what leadership represents. That people can see light, as they perceive of their leaders. And the leaders talk to them. And the leaders ask them, what do you want? And the people can have some kind of contract, a soul-to-soul contract with their leaders. Let me start with the first narrative of who we are and how our greatest problem comes from the fractured foundation of our country. The fact that we have found it difficult to arrive at a common good for all of us. That what is good for me is good for everyone. And therefore, that is something we must all defend and protect. If we fail to do so, we haven't found the true sense and essences of our lives. Let me suggest to you, that those who say our country is this deeply divided haven't bothered to look at the history of our country. A long time ago, Professor Billy Dudley, of blessed memory, was confronted with the question, if the British didn't come to create Nigeria, would a country like Nigeria have come into being? Now you think of it for 1 minute. And I want to emphasize why history is the anchor of our new beginning. Now, Professor Billy Dudley says, let us suppose that all the groups in Nigeria will be represented by the letters A, B, C, and D to Z. And he says there is a gap, there's a distance between A and B. You cannot be A and be B at the same time, isn't it? So there is a sense of mutual exclusivity. But he says, between A and B, and between B and C and D, and so on, there is an N, which is a connection between A and B. So you find the N and N and N and N until you get to Y and N and Z. You get it. So he says there are those connections that are not immediately obvious. They are historical. And, at the time Billy Dudley wrote in 1972, we had just come out of a civil war and people were still trying to reenact, our common front. But today, it makes a lot of sense. All of us who are gathered here, young people mostly, I am sure if you think deep, you will know that all of us have claimed migration to where we now claim to be our places of origin. The truth is, if we were to write the history of those migrations, we would find that we are not who we think we are. We are very different people. And therefore, we cannot continue to insist that who we are presently will define ourselves forever. They never defined us before, they would not define us now, they would not define us tomorrow. It's a situation of fluidity and of constructions and reconstructions. This is one phase of our reconstruction. It is not the end. And therefore, those who think that we can only solve our problems once and for all when we do these things today, forget that tomorrow we will reconstruct ourselves and then we will need new formulas. Professor Thomas Hoskin had said in 1959 that everyone knows that the idea of being a Nigerian is new. But the idea of being Yoruba, of Igbo, of being Efik, of being Edo, and so on, is not much older. All of these identities have taken their forms within the context of the Nigerian state. All of us who say we are children of XYZ, we have been reconstructed within Nigeria. So in other words, Billy Dudley had a counterfactual. If Nigeria didn't exist, according to the British acts of creation, we probably would have had something approximating that. But let's fast forward. Today, nearly a quarter of Nigeria's citizens have inter-ethnic origins. Think of it. Most of us have Yoruba father, Igbo mother, Hausa father, Hausa mother. We don't make, so much of these things. But that's where we are all from. We are all connected in ways that are unbelievable. Now, everywhere I've been to in Nigeria, I find that the so-called sons and daughters of the soil, the so-called core people of those territories have to cohabit with people that they will regard as not part of us, but they know that without them they cannot do anything. So we are all so connected. And I know that Nigeria has moved. I'll give you an empirical example. In the 1970s and the 1980s, we had football clubs that represented their ethnic differences. Enugu Rangers, Shooting Stars, stationery stores, Bendel Insurance, Raka Rovers, all of them. In those days, part of the qualification you needed to have to play for Enugu Rangers was to be Igbo. If you were going to play for Shooting Stars, we would get you as Yoruba from any part of the world. You had to come to Ibadan to play for Shooting Stars. But today, most of the players in Enyimba are Yoruba and Hausa. Today, the coaches of Katsina United are Igbos. The players that you find in Shooting Stars are more Igbo and Edo than Yoruba. It's a big plus for Nigeria. It means that finally, the ends that were between the A's and the B's are tying up. This is the reality of our country. We are not as divided as we always thought we were. Okay? The second thing is we are a people who have a very special political economy because of how we see ourselves. We see ourselves as people who are driven only by opportunities and crass opportunism. People who don't condemn corruption because it is wrong, but because we don't have the opportunity to get what those people in corrupt places are getting. What is that political economy? It is one that instrumentalizes your citizenship and says to you, you can only be Nigerian only in terms of what you get, so we'll continue to insist on what you get. And this what you get is at the individual level, it's at the level of the group, it's at the level of the community, it's at the level of all that we do. So if we are not in it, we feel there's no guarantee that we will never get anything. There is a tradition, a culture of entitlement. We have to get out of that. Now, what makes that worse, unfortunately, is that because it takes our attention away from the key things we should be doing, we haven't looked at our productivity and our production center. We are very consumerist. And our consumption is the worst possible because we only consume the things we do not produce. Think how we wake every morning and talk about the things that are happening in our country, only because the dollar, the naira has fallen. Don't you see it? Even young people who have no business with the US dollar, they know every morning that there's a problem in the country. How do you know? They say the dollar is now 700. Now, for a people who have the kind of consciousness that we need to reenact, that cannot be our driver. We have to come back, and somebody says it is a time to stabilize our country. And these are the lines that we must begin to pursue. Now, when we have a productive economy, when people begin to look to what we can do as a people to liberate ourselves so that we can live up to the expectation that the world has always made for us, even before independence, then we are marching on to a better Nigeria, a greater Nigeria. Because in today's world, unfortunately, no country acts in isolation and no country acts alone. But everyone knows that the internal dynamics that drive our country would be the kind of equilibrium that we're able to create between our demands on the state and the supports that we give to the state. Where your demands exceed your supports, the state would be in perennial crisis. We must give to the state the support that the state needs loyalty, patriotism. These key things that tell us that things can get very bad, but we ourselves are those who would redeem our country. Today we talk about the diaspora community. It is very good. It's one of our greatest strengths. In a globalized world, you need such external branches of your citizenry to be able to drive things. But the diaspora cannot take the place of the non-diaspora. The Omonile is the original foundation, and this is where it is. Because we must not forget the push and pull effects that drive people into diaspora communities. It is because our country has not been able to make the most effective use of the globalization opportunities that have come our way that we have unbridled migrations, brain drain. And in terms of opportunity cost, the country is worse for it. Because the capacities to even do things internally are waning. Today, we are assailed by forces of globalization that are threatening the very foundations of our country. Whether it is terrorism, whether it is drug, whether it is human trafficking, whatever it is. And people are saying we're not in a situation where we are able to resist these things and properly respond to them. Why? Because you have heard it said there are frameworks that suggest that there are fragile states. There are states that have failed, and that our country is creeping into those kinds of frameworks. But I'd like to suggest to you that states do not fail. When states have failed, they cease to exist. You can talk about state fragility, it can go on. We are fragile, but we'll reenact ourselves. We'll find our feet again. And it is by going back to history, by going back to the things that make us who we are, the things that strengthen us and give us what the world has always known about the Nigerian energy. Young people today talk about energy. I like energy because energy gives form, it activates, it mobilizes, and most of all, it helps in the process of consolidating. Let me move to the drunkard very quickly. So this drunkard has seen all of the things that we have had to talk about. And then he sees light. And he comes to light, even though what he lost is in the dark spot. We see light. Would our leaders come to us again and say, we don't know what you want? It's no longer likely. Because today, there's a new consciousness. There's a new reimagination of our country. The young people are saying, we can, in several ways. Only yesterday, we were having a symposium on the digital economy. And I'm saying, countries today are challenged to see how they can become better using the digital economy. But the digital economy itself comes with very serious challenges for the existing nation states. Because digital economy has dimensions that would weaken the state control. So things can begin to happen without the state control. And all of this is happening at a time when we are losing capacities and it looks like our country is fragile. So how can we make the best use of these opportunities on offer without privatizing and individualizing those things at the expense of the state? In other words, I'm saying that with digital economy, it's possible to produce many more millionaires that will be detached from the society and the community. Now, I confess that one of the most difficult subjects I've been trying to grapple with, like I did with mathematics in the secondary school days, is cryptocurrency. I have never been able to understand it. The more I am taught, the more confused I get. So I confess that. So I hope that, in the digital economy that we are building, that people would not only understand these issues, but also explain why and how we can partner with the state to make the best of this sense. I envision a Nigeria where leaders would begin from the people, where, contrary to what is now common language for us, our leaders very rarely call us citizens. They say to our people. And that itself is very telling. If you are not a citizen, you are a subject. We no longer want to be subjects. We want to be people who are taken seriously, who are engaged, and to whom the people who are going to govern us would come and say, what is the problem? We can tell them, because we know. The existential matters, the things that confront us daily and seem to make us frustrated people because we cannot find answers to them, we will tell them, so that together we can work. The kinds of leaders we are looking for are leaders who truly have light, who have understanding of our historical trajectories, leaders who understand the fragility of our social foundations, leaders who know that we are more united than divided, leaders who know that the ordinary people of our country need food security. They need basic infrastructure. They need to have a viable education system. Our universities need to be open. Our secondary schools and primary schools need to be strong. The levels of our out-of-school children will need to be drastically reduced. But most of all, it is us who will matter. My final point to you would be this. Don't think that anything is possible without struggle. We have embarked on that. We are not going to resign. There is not likely to be a revolution tomorrow, but there will be renewal. And that renewal would come from you as the anchor. Finally, we must restructure our federal system. The plurality, the diversity of our leadership will tell us that with 36 states and 774 local government areas, we don't only have to look to the presidency for leadership. Our states must work. Our local governments must work. Nobody is saying they must all work at the same pace and at the same level. To every state, its ability. To every local government, its ability. But give us room to choose where we want to belong. Thank you.
A well-deserving round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Professor Osa is the Director General of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. Thank you so much for that very thought-provoking speech. I really liked when he said we are not as divided as we thought we were. My name is Ngozi Akinyele. Nigeria's unity, faith, peace, and progress is personal. I cannot divide myself. We have to work. Our next speaker is Dr. Joe Abba. Dr. Joe, thank you. Dr. Joe is the country director of DAI, an international development company that works with governments, donor agencies, private corporations, and philanthropies in over 100 countries. Before joining DAI in September 2017, Dr. Abba was the Director General of the Bureau of Public Service Reforms in Nigeria, where he emphasized the need for public sector reforms to focus on tangible improvements in the lives of citizens and not just administrative reforms. He led improvements in the processing of driver's licenses, international passports, tax clearance certificates, and national identity management. He also led the institutional reform of dozens of agencies and parastatals. Prior to returning to Nigeria in 2003, he worked in various public sector organizations in the UK, including the Prime Minister's Office of public sector reforms. Dr. Joe is an internationally recognized expert in governance and institutional reforms, political economy analysis, and change management. Joe is a barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Nigeria and the Solicitor of the Supreme Court of England and Wales. He holds a PhD in governance and public policy analysis from Maastricht University in the Netherlands, where he teaches part-time. Please welcome, for his first experience at the platform, Dr. Joe Abba.
Good morning. There is a kingdom called Wazobia. Wazobia is a kingdom of 36 villages with an Eze Wazobia and 36 Igwes. The current Eze Wazobia was touted as a strong man. Wazobians like strong men. He was perceived as being so strong that he was called Ebubedike, the warrior whose aura alone is enough to defeat his opponents without him needing to lift a finger. Some called it body language at the time. Eze Wazobia has done well in some areas. He's done well in infrastructure. But there's no security to use it with. There are no cowries in circulation, no light, no petrol, no jobs. Wazobia is blessed by the gods with very many people who can sing very well. One of them is a true Wizkid. Another one is a rich man's pikin that really knows how to sing. Yet a third one is a boy whose voice is recognized as being able to burn away all sorrow and get you doing the Atilogu dance. Yet another one invites Wazobians to carry shoulder because they are so blessed. But while all of these young people are singing these sweet melodies, some others are singing, "Honorable Minister, off your mic." Who's that shifting in his seat? You. Stop shaking your head. Stop shaking your head. You see, when someone starts to talk about uncomfortable truths, a number of people start to shift in their seats. We Igbo say that old women are usually uncomfortable when dry bones are mentioned. The forensic audit that the Honorable Minister was being told to off his mic about has now been permanently offed. Since the minister stopped ministering, the forensic audit has gone the way of flesh. Wazobians have promptly forgotten and are focused instead on looking for their daily bread. Wazobia also has great sportsmen and women. One Wazobia woman can jump over hurdles faster than any woman who has ever lived. Her world record was announced to the world. The world record of 12.12 seconds for running 100 meters by a woman is held by Tobi Amusa of Nigeria. But as that announcement was being made, you can also hear another announcement in your head. The world record for constantly collapsing goes to the Nigerian National Grid. I noticed you didn't clap for that one. On October 20, 2020, the youth of Wazobia said, enough is enough. But Eze Wazobia sent Godo to show them who is Eze. Since then, there's been an uneasy calm. However, as our people say, the fact that the water is calm doesn't mean there are no crocodiles swimming underneath. There's a group in the Wazobia kingdom known as Nzuko Omiwu. They are the ones that make all the laws. They are so powerful that they decide who gets any cowries. Even the Eze cannot get any cowries until they say so. Every year, they share money to any group they like. Every day, they create new agencies to take even more money from Wazobia. Whenever it gets near to the time when a new Eze is to be selected, they'll usually put up a show where they'll invite a number of the agencies that they themselves have created and start to ask them why they were not remitting money to the country. However, the ones that are dealing with most of the money, the ones managing the selling of our oil, the ones that collect billions of cowries for every Keynote that enters into Wazobia, never seem to get invited. The economy of Wazobia is very bad. The Wazobian cowrie has lost 95% of its value in the last 5 years. But there's somebody who's responsible for making the cowries valuable. His job is to govern the central barn where all of Wazobia's yams are kept. But instead of focusing on his job, it was reported that he too wanted to be Eze. Indeed, there are those that report on the value of the Wazobian cowries. He went on national television and said, "Come, let's fight." I'm talking about the person whose responsibility is to govern our national barn. Namen. Wow, Papa, man, yo. There's insecurity everywhere. Some people in the northeast part of the kingdom want to take Wazobia back to the Stone Ages. Some bandits in the northwest are kidnapping Wazobians for cowries. They now control large parts of northwestern Wazobia and are even said to be demanding their own polling booths when Wazobians come out to choose their next Eze. In the west, they are killing people going to worship. Some of those in the southeast that rightly or wrongly feel that they have been unfairly treated have turned into full-blown terrorists and criminals that are determined to copy the insurgents in northeastern Wazobia. Those in the extreme south are quietly leaking the oil and are not complaining. Now, Wazobia is at the threshold of choosing a new Eze. The people in this market square have said that a better Wazobia is possible. That is difficult to argue against because we Igbo say that when a man says yes, his chi also says yes. Ndi Wazobia have now approached the Eze Moor of Wazobia Kingdom, Moor. to tell them how Wazobia will be better, why it will be better, and what will be better. They want Ezemo to tell them what the new Eze and his 36 Igwes would expect when they come into office next year. Now, Ezemo is the mouthpiece of the gods. He is half man, half spirit. He speaks truth to power and fears no mortal. Those seeing him for the first time in the flesh are surprised at his slight physical stature. They expected him to be a heavy-set, fearsome man with a booming voice. Instead, he's only a gentle, slim, tall man. Some have even accused him of being handsome. Falsely. Several times, children of anger have told him, Ezemo, stand in one place so that we know where to stone you. But he has consistently refused because he has worked with different Ezes all his life. He knows that there's no saint among them. He prefers only to stand on the side of Wazobia. Some say he doesn't speak because he's looking for appointments. He's not. His needs are few, especially as John the Baptist. He only eats locusts and wild honey in the bush. Ezemo has now been invited to address the 36 villages that make up Wazobia at this market square. The fearsome young warriors of Wazobia have finished their war dance. The nubile Wazobia maidens have finished their graceful yet seductive dance of the maidens, the Unkwa Umuabo. As they are finished, the dirty old men in the audience are licking their lips and have successfully tucked their eyes back into the sockets. They turn to each other and say, Nna, that Mazi Okorafor's daughter, she has very nice elbows. Ezemo brings us a snuff box and taps it gently. He inhales a pinch of snuff and sneezes loudly. Chwa! Everyone says, Ezemo Igadio, you will live long. Ezemo pauses for effect. His countenance suddenly changes as he casts his big eyes over the entire market square. The market square falls completely silent in anticipation of what he might say. Wazobia kwenu, he thundered. Kwenu, he thundered. Kwezono. Equally dramatically, his voice softens into that of a man that carries a lot of pain in his heart, but says very little. He starts. When we gather in the moonlit village square, it is not because of the moon. Every man can see that, and every woman can see that from his or her own compound. We gather because it is good as kinsmen to gather together to discuss the issues facing Wazobia and find ways to address them. So on this Independence Day, at this market square, let us pause and applaud the Covenant Church for bringing us together on this Nzukọ Ụmụnna gathering. Ndi Wazobia, the gods are angry. A lot of blood has been shed recently. Ethnic groups are killing each other in the north. People are being killed in houses of worship in the west. And brothers are beheading brothers in the southeast, to Fiakwa. The first thing the new Eze Wazobia must do is to stop the bloodshed. He must ruthlessly crush the insurgents, the bandits, and the unknown gunmen. He has the technology and the Secret Service know-how to do so. If he doesn't, he must urgently get them. He should seek the help of other kingdoms where necessary. He must have the courage to grind them into dust without thinking about any second term. The current Eze finally has started to motivate our young warriors. They are willing and patriotic. Let us also pause briefly to appreciate the sacrifice they make on a daily basis on behalf of all of us to check the activities of these evil men. The next Eze must maintain and even accelerate this progress that is finally being made. Next, Wazobia is more divided than it has ever been. Eze Wazobia must go back to the National Conference of 2014 or convene his own if for any reason he doesn't like the outcomes of that conference. But we must talk. We must talk in a way that enables us to fashion the Wazobia we like and the kind of Wazobia that we can all sign up for. The tablet of stone that is the supreme law of Wazobia, which some call the Constitution, is no longer fit for purpose. It was based on a presumption that there will always be money and that all we need to worry about is how to share that money equitably. We don't have that money anymore. We have borrowed so much urgent 2K that, like Udoka, Okonkwo's father, and things fall apart, lenders will soon start avoiding us. Our government is too big and wasteful. Eze Wazobia needs to find the courage to stand up to his party and the legislators to cut waste. He must implement the report by Mazi Orosanye. Eze Wazobia cannot stop the legislators from creating yet more agencies, but he can refuse to appoint into them or to set them up. If there are no appointments into them and they are not set up, there will be no cowries for them to waste. The people of Wazobia have nothing to eat because the cost of gari and rice, their staple food, has gone through the thatched roof. Even pomo, ordinary leather that people are boiling to eat, is no longer affordable. The new Eze must bring down the cost of food. There is no power to light up houses or factories. Even the power to perform manly duties at home have been sapped by hunger. The new Eze must focus on power. Without power, Wazobia will continue to suffer arrested development. It can be done. Other kingdoms that have power don't have two heads. Corruption has gone haywire. Body language no longer works. The falcons can no longer hear the falconer. Eneke the bird no longer perches, and the hunter has not found a way to shoot at him without missing. The Eze must now get a bazooka gun to fight corruption, because without that, Wazobia will never develop. Many have asked Eze Mo to tell them to consult the gods and tell them who will become the next Eze of Wazobia. Eze Mo has not yet consulted the gods. He no longer accepts schnapps and white fowl. The gods, too, are now demanding an oil block. He says to those that ask, we know that tomorrow is pregnant. What we don't know is what he will give birth to. All that Eze Mo will say for now is that the decision lies in the hands of the youth of Wazobia and will depend on whether or not they go out to collect their PVCs and actually come out on election day to vote. Wazobia is currently in a very bad shape. Nothing seems to be working. Worst of all, even the one thing that Wazobians always had, which was hope, now seems to have been lost. The youth of Wazobia are deserting the kingdom in droves. When the new Eze comes in, he should not waste the first 3 years blaming those that went before him, or blaming the youth of Wazobia that are just trying to survive. A lazy farmer blames the cutlass he inherited from his father, and the hoe that him and his wife fashioned together in the other room. He was chosen to fix the problems, and fix them he must. He must also provide inspiration and hope, and that is best done by what my ancestor, Onyiche Chino Achebe, called the challenge of personal example. And that includes using the local hospital next door to this venue rather than going to other kingdoms that have solved their own problems. As things currently stand, our children will still be sitting at home by the time the next Eze comes in because their teachers have been on strike. Nobody seems to care anymore except the poor students. Those in government are still collecting their salaries. Their teachers are doing their consultancy assignments and getting paid. Only the children have nothing doing. Even the crypto they were managing with has now been banned. And worse still, the crypto people say that the bears are currently in the market and nothing is happening. As they pain them, but as they pain us, it is sweet them. The new Eze must bite the bullet and put a permanent end to this 30-year-old nonsense of annual strikes. He must press the reset button and start afresh. The new Eze must stop subsidizing petrol for the urban dwellers. And I say that this subsidy is for the urban dwellers because the rural dwellers have been paying the full price forever. The interstate transporters rely on diesel, which is not subsidized. Rather than subsidize for the few and the rich, the new Eze should look at investing that money in subsidizing solar panels, in encouraging renewable energy to make sure that there is more power for many other people. The new Eze must stop the stealing of our oil. If private petrol stations can have flow meters, the government can certainly have flow meters on our pipelines to check where our oil is being stolen. Civil defense alone cannot guide our pipelines. We need to use drones, run them. Despite all the doom and gloom, Wazobia has some of the brightest and most resilient people on earth. Our young people are leading the world in making it easy to pay for things. They call it fintech. The new government must do everything it can to support the people doing those things that it cannot do by itself without getting in their way. So a better Wazobia is certainly possible. Why do I think so? Well, I'm not one of those that cite small city states like Singapore autocracies like China, or small cities ruled by absolute monarchs like Dubai. I will instead cite the example of the Kingdom of Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a poor, populous country just like Wazobia. They have 165 million people. According to the Financial Times, around 1990, 44% of Bangladeshis lived in extreme poverty. The figure for Nigeria today is about 33%. The per capita income of Bangladesh in the 1990s was less than $500, a quarter of Wazobia's current per capita income. Bangladeshi women had an average of 5 children per woman. Today, despite all its problems, the country has been transformed. GDP per capita has increased 8 times. Women now have an average of 2 children each, meaning that more money can be spent on education and that banks have more money to recycle to industry. The proportion of people living in absolute poverty has more than halved. Bangladesh is still poor, still struggles with political unrest, environmental risks, and high levels of corruption, just like Wazobia. But if you look at it in the long term, Wazobians are now, if you look at it in the long term, Bangladesh has embarked on the development journey. It seems to me that Wazobians are wiser now and are no longer expecting a messiah that will come and work a miracle. They just want someone that will start Wazobia on that journey of development. Charlie Robertson, an economist, attributes Bangladesh's development success to 3 factors. And he says they are literacy, electricity, and fertility. He argues that one of the prerequisites for an industrial start is an adult literacy of more than 70%, an electricity supply of more than 300 kilowatts per hour per person, and a fertility rate of less than 3 children. Bangladesh has passed all of these tests. Wazobia is currently failing all of these tests. Wazobia has an adult literacy rate of only 62%. Electricity per capita is reported to be only 150. Fertility rate in Wazobia is 5.32 per woman, which is above the recommended rate. Today, Bangladesh is making progress. However, Mr. Robertson's theory is not infallible. It's always dangerous, you see, to put absolute figures to what may be tipping points. So Malcolm Gladwell, for instance, says you need to practice for 10,000 hours to master a skill. Who says that 9,999 hours will not be enough? However, it is clear that we can make progress if we invest more in education, if we increase our power supply, if we reduce our fertility rates. It can be done if we can find the will. And looking at reducing our fertility rate is a difficult one. There are, of course, drastic ways in which you can do that. But a better way to do that would be through education, through making people see the difference between multiple births and poverty. Hold on. The gods are speaking to Izimo. Yes, sir. Oh, the gods say the time is up. And Izimo must return to the bush now. He must obey or risk suffering death beneath his waist. Tufiako. But as he starts to go back to his stool, the people in the market square are chanting, Ezemo, Ezemo.
Wow. Wow. Please, another round of applause for our Ezimo. Like they say, what is understood need not be explained. Although it's the kind of speech that you listen to again and you're like, oh, that's what he meant. So he has encoded and we shall decode. And as you decode, please tweet. Please. Using the hashtag, theplatformNG2022, please. It's absolutely important that those of us who are not here get this message. So please go ahead. Whenever you post a message about the platform today, please use the platform NG2022. Our next speaker is Kadaria Ahmed. Kadaria Ahmed is a leading Nigerian journalist, yes, and media entrepreneur. She sits on the Nigerian Board of Trustees of the International Press Institute and has been recognized as one of the 5 most influential people in the Nigerian media landscape. Kadaria is a recipient of grants in support of her work in accountability journalism from leading donor agencies, including the Ford Foundation and the MacArthur Foundation. She is the executive director of Daria Media, a company whose focus is on public service journalism. She's also the managing director of Radio Now 95.3, which broadcasts out of Lagos. Radio Now exists to provide factual, unbiased, and Nigeria-focused media products that empower citizens to hold power accountable, build social consciousness, and promote nation building. Kadaria's passion for public service journalism is driven by a creed to confront inequality, injustice, and the pitfalls of identity politics. As a result, she has created and produced and anchored programs through which she has set the agenda for national conversations on significant issues and at times influenced policy. She has written extensively and has published in national and international newspapers, including the Daily Trust, the Guardian, Premium Times, to mention a few. She is a member of the Nigerian Guild of Editors and the Nigerian Institute of Directors. She started her career at the BBC in London, and Kadaria has an MA in television from Goldsmiths, University of London, and a bachelor's degree from the University of Bayero University, Kano. She is a Chevening scholar. Please welcome warmly, Kadaria Ahmed.
So, standing here, being silent for a little while, I can already feel people being a little bit uncomfortable. We don't like being silent. Silence forces us to look inwards. It forces us to sit with ourselves, and it forces us to think uncomfortable thoughts. The answers of some of those thoughts we're not quite sure we would like. And so we run away from silence. The minute, things start being a little bit quiet, what happens is that we begin to fidget, we move around. I'm in a space of the church. So allow me for a minute to try and stand in the shoes of Pastor Oyemade. I know they're big shoes. Bear with me. I want to just tap a little bit into the scripture. Okay? Psalms 46:10 says, "Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am God. I can see the brains thinking, she's crazy. What has this got to do with Nigeria and leadership and what we're here to talk about? Bear with me a little and you will understand. You see, we are all being asked to look at the nuts and bolts of nation building today as we mark 62 years of independence from colonial rule. We're being asked to come up with a blueprint, one that we believe can save this country if implemented by the leaders we are going to elect a few months from now. Truth be told, I do not think it's that simple. I really don't. To understand why I believe it isn't that simple or straightforward, allow me to delve a little bit into this issue of leadership. Is there anyone in this room who doesn't believe that Nigeria has a leadership problem? Anyone? That's right. I think it's the one thing that perhaps nationally we are all agreed. Nationally, we have a consensus that this country has a dearth of leadership at all levels. Political leadership, yes, but also the problem has permeated all sectors, although undoubtedly the deficit in political leadership has perhaps the most significant bearing on our fate as a country. Our political and electoral systems appear to always throw up candidates without the requisite skills and the required character to provide quality leadership in national, state, and local government. And this with very serious consequences for the country. I'm sure I don't need to remind anyone here of the rampaging non-state actors that are causing mayhem and chaos and holding this country hostage, nor about our largely unproductive economy or unbridled corruption and almost complete and total lack of accountability, lack of fiscal discipline, and a myriad of all factors that have combined over successive years to culminate in us now being flat on our back. As we see, rising inflation has eroded income for the few that are employed. Poverty is galloping, leading to endemic hunger and death. And yes, we're talking literal deaths. So, in the independent Nigeria of 62 years ago, I think overall people were hopeful that they could build a country that they would all be proud of. And in those early days, prosperity, abundance, and peace all seemed very possible. Today, Nigeria's promise of affluence and a better future has been realized. Yes, it has. But only for a handful who have made tremendous gains living in affluence and luxury, a number of them making this money from the Commonwealth at the expense of ordinary people. For the majority, Nigeria today is simply not working. The most basic of things that are taken for granted in other places have eluded us. Our children die from drinking bad water. They die from a lack of basic health care. They are not given an education or any sort of skill to navigate a fast-changing, knowledge-based world. But worst of all, none of us here can be guaranteed even basic security. I need you to pause for a minute and think about what that does to the national psyche. When every time you go out, you're terrified. And this happens even in the most affluent of places like Lagos. You're worried about your car being smashed and things being grabbed. For those of us in places like Zamfara, the fear is much worse than that, because we could literally go out and never be found again. Taken, either to be killed, raped, or for our girls forced to marry the people who are responsible for taking them away from their families. It is pretty horrific, the life of a lot of Nigerians in this country today. So how did we get here? And I don't want to hear President Muhammadu Buhari. The reason I say that is because that then begets another question. How did we end up with him? And truth be told, Nigerians have generally been shortchanged regardless of which of the two parties that have been ruling this country have been in power. I want to pause for a minute before we tackle that big issue and tell you a small story. It won't take too long. If in May you happened to be in the Indonesian city of Malang during the Muslim Eid festival, you would have seen Muslims flock to the backyard of a Catholic church, which is located right next to the city's grand mosque, flocking there to say their Eid prayer. Because you see, what has happened over the years in that town is that every time there's a big gathering or big prayer, communal prayer, and the mosque cannot contain the people, the church will open its doors. And the Muslims will go there and pray. And they reciprocate. Because when Christmas comes, they are on car duty, making sure, and I'm here talking about the Muslims are on car duty, making sure that their Muslim brothers and sisters can actually attend Mass and that there's no chaos. So they act as valets for the cars. This quid pro quo of harmonious religious existence exemplifies Indonesia's national motto, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, meaning unity in diversity. I've chosen to focus briefly on Indonesia because it has some similarities to Nigeria. A large population, 250 million people to be precise, diverse religions. There are Indonesian Muslims, Indonesian Christians, Indonesian Buddhists, and Hindus, and other smaller sects. For a long time, well over 30 years, Indonesia was ruled by a corrupt dictator. I'm sure a few people here will remember Suharto, who ruled for over, like I said, 3 decades until economic problems forced him to resign in 1998. Indonesia, like Nigeria, has also battled with religious extremism and continues to grapple with income inequality and even corruption. I'm saying all this so you understand. I have honed in on Indonesia not because I think it is a perfect society, but because I think they are dealing with essentially some of the issues that Nigeria is dealing with. But, and it is a big but, Indonesia has introduced major changes, including constitutional ones. It has decentralized power and given the regions greater autonomy while watering down the power of the president at the center. Something that I know you all agree we desperately need to do in this country. It has pursued relatively successful policies on fighting religious extremism and continues to deepen tolerance among its many tribes and religions, remaining true to its national motto. by focusing on manufacturing and services to ensure it does not remain dependent on commodities, which were the mainstay of its economy, which is now the 18th largest economy in the world. Indonesia has moved its people out of poverty. Their growth is being driven not by anything external, but by local consumption from a growing middle class. But you see, Indonesia has something we don't. They all pull in the same direction. They are clear that they want a country that works for all. And so, their diversity is not taking the place of their unity. Instead, it complements it. I say this because I know that here in Nigeria today, unity has become a dirty word. When you talk about unity, people tell you it's because your place is poor and you're busy collecting oil from other people. And that is why you are thinking about unity. Forgetting that Nigeria does not belong to only the Igbos, Hausa, Fulanis, and Yorubas. And that we have a lot of minority tribes who, in reality, will function better in a larger, functional country. Justice is more likely for your minorities in a place that is big, diverse, but which is working. And I agree, Nigeria is not working now. So, in essence, what am I saying? That the ingredient that is missing in our journey is unity of purpose. Without agreeing on the basics, we are not getting anywhere. The road is not easy. No, it's full of obstacles. I can see them. Everybody can see them. But it is clear. What do I mean? If I stand here today and I see nation over there, I can get there. I know I can get there. But I have to do some serious work. If we battle and stay true to that road, the destination is nationhood. But you can't have a nation unless you all come together. Without unity, we cannot hold our elected officials and other public office holders accountable. They will keep playing us. From religion to ethnicity, every possible point of difference will be used and exploited to divide us. So we cannot speak with one voice and demand that the right things are done. Identity politics are a scourge in Nigeria. They really are. They have stopped us from seeing each other's humanity. They make us imagine that we are really, really that different. But we are not. I've traveled across this country, and I have deep, meaningful relationships with people from diverse places. My children are Yoruba. They are Adeshidas from the Deji of Adeshida's family. I have childhood friends that I grew up with that are from Enugu and Imo. And these are places that I've visited regularly. And I know that when I sit down with them, the conversation is always about what they want, and what they want tends to be the same. They want to live safely. They want to be able to earn a legitimate living, have dignity in their labor, look after their children. Whether this is Zamfara, or Umuahia, or Ondo, it is the same thing. And so, when we keep insisting on demonizing each other and looking at each other as if we are different, I say to you, it's not true. How hating another poor man who is just like you, going through the same troubles as you, because he speaks a different language or worships differently, will make your life better or help build a better nation is not quite clear to me. What I do know is that it is an old divide and rule trick. And shockingly, it continues to be effective among Nigerians, even the most educated among us. Meanwhile, the issues we face as a country continue to damage each and every person, regardless of tribe or creed. When I was young, my dad taught us a lesson, and I imagine it's a lesson that has been taught in every household, at least my generation. It's a lesson found in books, parables, and folk tales. And maybe you will laugh, but I brought that lesson here with me today. I cannot. And I think even if I call up the men and tell them to break this for me, they cannot. Oh yeah, Shagun, come and break it. Come and break it. Right? But you take one, and it's easy. I know all of you have had that lesson taught to you at different times, even if it is to teach you we're easily broken when we stand alone and strong when we're together. And I am insisting we are one people despite our diversity. The notion of us being the same people regardless of this illusion of separateness is very evident as soon as we leave our borders. We are always recognized as Nigerians. And this becomes even more stark when we move outside the continent, because we become black people. We don't see it and accept it, and we pay a high price for that. But the world sees us as one, and more importantly, will continue to treat us as one. We are a conquered people who are refusing to now use the opportunities to rise and take our rightful place among respected people of this earth. We somehow think we can do well, while others among us are doing badly. Perish that thought. Until we all do well, we're all going to continue doing badly. And those of you who travel, who mix with people from other places, know exactly what I'm talking about. But beyond even the optics, we pay a high price for constantly putting our diversity ahead of our unity. History is a good teacher. The warring tribes of Europe didn't begin to enjoy long-term peace and prosperity on an unprecedented scale until they recognized that essentially there were subcultures within a larger dominant culture. We must come together if we're ever going to be a nation. Nigeria cannot and will not fulfill its promise until we are all one and traveling together. We're in a leaky boat that is threatening to capsize and kill all of us. And if we do not work together to plug the holes to enable us reach shore, where perhaps we can build a new boat, then we are all doomed. And listen, I'm not talking about holding hands and singing Kumbaya, okay? I'm talking about a common acceptance of the rule of law, justice for all, fairness and equity, equal opportunity and discipline, values from which we can forge a common future that give us all and those coming after the chance at a better life. A life of affluence and respect, of accomplishment and fulfillment. I've traveled across Nigeria, like I said, and I know that all of us in the end want the same thing. And yes, within the borders of Nigeria, all this is possible. But I'm also saying, you must give up some personal comfort for the benefit of the whole. Understanding that that tanker of stolen oil, which has enabled your family to travel the world, is contributing to destabilizing the same country and jeopardizing the life of generations unborn. Knowing that every time a terrorist is caught and you start your whataboutism, you are driving a nail into the coffin of rule of law and prompting impunity. Remembering that every kobo stolen that is meant for IDPs means death from malnutrition and hunger for an innocent child. Many of us, especially among the political class, the elites, have gotten comfortable with rottenness. We have become part of the decay, even if we don't realize it. We partake in storytelling that is untrue, but which provides us with comfort because, well, the truth sometimes is too hard to face. We blame Kano's drug problem on the beleaguered people in Anambra, and the lack of drinking water in Abia on the poverty-stricken people of Zamfara. A few years ago, we managed to convince ourselves that Boko Haram terrorists are a problem only for the Northeast and have nothing to do with Abuja and Ondo. I am saying it is time to be still. It is time to pause, to think, to reflect and retrospect, and to be totally honest with ourselves. It will mean difficult conversations. It will mean working hard to heal divisions and wounds, and not just from the civil war, although that would be a good starting point, but also the many wars that have since followed. It will mean making commitment to building a nation. It will mean sacrifice. It will be hard work because, well, nation building requires deliberate, intentional work, and that doesn't come easy. To do this, we require a quality leader. For me, our next president cannot, should not, and must not pay lip service to this question of unity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you, ma'am. Thank you.
To be invited for this program again. It is an honor and privilege that beginning from 1st October 2012, exactly a decade ago today, this is the 8th time I will be speaking on Platform Nigeria. And it's not something I take lightly. The best leaders, according to Rosabeth Moskanter, a professor of business administration at Harvard Business School and founding chair of the Harvard Advanced Leadership Initiative, said leaders do not necessarily hold formal positions. He said rather, they convene conversations. They set the stage that enables others to develop solutions. That precisely is what Pastor Poju has been doing for almost 2 decades. Thank you very much, sir. By using his convening power to bring together people from diverse backgrounds, he provokes conversations on how to promote peace and prosperity in our country. Let me also express my appreciation to my sister, Mrs. Toyin Oyemade, whom I believe has been instrumental to my being invited here again and again. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have listened attentively to the previous speakers, and I share their thoughts on the challenge of leadership at all levels in Nigeria, as well as what we must do differently this time, especially as we approach the crucial 2023 general election. Rather than belabor the points they have all so eloquently made, I'm simply going to tell two stories and I'll be out of here. As many in this audience are already aware, I enjoy telling stories because they connect reality with imagination, allowing us to learn from the achievements, failures, and foibles of others. As our Lord Jesus Christ demonstrated in what the Bible describes as parables, stories not only had nuance to complicated issues, but leave a deeper and more immemorable imprint on hearers. They also offer different experiences of the world, which can then shape, strengthen, or challenge how we view the past or envision the future. Now, the first story. A certain farmer had grown old and was ready to pass his farm down to one of his two sons. In his wisdom, he decided to appoint the younger son his successor. This, of course, did not go down well with the older son, who rushed to their mother to report. How can you give the farm to the younger brother? The woman challenged her husband. What do you think people will say about your choice? You want to disgrace our family? When explanations by the man that he had observed the two sons and that the farm would fare better under the younger failed to impress his wife, he said, okay, let's try something. He called the two sons, and in the presence of their mother, he told them, we need more cows. I'm sure you know I like cows. We need more cows for the farm, and I have $1 million that we can spend for the stock. I understand there's a place in Ilorin, the Kwara State capital. That's the best state in Nigeria, I hope you know, where they sell cows right now. I want both of you to travel separately, go to the farm, and negotiate for us to buy cows from there. A few days later, the elder son returned. The man invited their mother to bear witness. Father, the farm indeed has cows for sale, and the price of each is 200,000 naira. So if you give me the 1 million naira, I can get us more cows. I can get us 5 more cows. The father thanked him and he left. Not long after, the younger son also returned. Again, the man invited his wife to bear witness. Father, it is true that they have cows for sale. Each cow will cost 200,000 naira, and they are not willing to bend on that. But I negotiated with the farm manager, and he agreed that if we deposit 1 million naira, he is willing to give us 10 cows so that we can pay the balance of 1 million naira within another week. Meanwhile, when I went through the farm, I noticed a special cow that was bigger and healthier. The manager told me that was Sokoto Gudali, which is not in stock right now. But he also told me that they are taking delivery of the cows from the state next week, and that if we are not in a hurry, it may be good to wait. After the younger son left, the man turned to his wife and said, that's why he's getting the farm. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will come to the moral of this story, but I want to tell the second one before I do. I'm sure the Senate listeners already get the point. The campaign for the 2023 general election officially kicked off across the country 4 days ago, and we have entered a period we will be examining those who seek to be president, governors, senators, members of the House of Representatives, and members of the State House of Assembly. As voters, we are placed in the position of that farmer. We have a choice to make, and it is about our future. Should our decision be based on sentiment by placing our inheritance in the hands of those we know will not manage it well? That is the question Pastor Koju has invited us to deliberate upon at this session with the theme, a better Nigeria is possible. Why, what, how, what the next leadership should look out for. Let's begin from the issue of what the next leadership should look out for. Whichever direction one looks today in Nigeria, the statistics are frightening. 2 weeks ago, the National Bureau of Statistics disclosed that the Consumer Price Index that measures the rate of change in prices of goods and services rose to 20.52%, a figure regarded as the highest in 17 years. The projection is that it could climb to as much as 23% next year if the current trajectory remains the same. That sadly does not even tell the whole story of the hole we now find ourselves. Not stop digging. Apart from inflation, several other micro and macroeconomic indicators have also worsened. For instance, the fiscal deficit of the federal government hit 3.09 trillion in the first quarter of 2022. According to a forthcoming report by Agora Policy, a think tank spearheaded by my friend, the former Executive Secretary Waziri Adio, Nigeria's total debt stock increased by 439% from December 2011 to December 2021, while the domestic debt component increased by 242%, according to the report produced with support from MacArthur Foundation. The foreign component increased by 1,689%, up from 885 billion naira to 15.8 trillion naira, just within a period of a decade. Within the same period, federal government borrowing from the CBN through ways and means increased by 7,000% to 17.4 trillion. From January to April this year, debt service exceeded revenue by 308 billion naira, and it was the largest component of expenditure. Against the background that approximately 70% of the population are under the age of 30, 42% are under the age of 15, the rise in youth unemployment from 8.04% in 2011 to 42.49% in 2020, going by the Agora Policy report, is really telling on our precarious situation. With the research conducted by a team of experts drawn from academia, the private sector, military and civil society, other reports by the think tank on national security, social inclusion, and the state of transparency and accountability in Nigeria, which I have also been privileged to read, are no less grim. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to belabor the issue of the mismanagement of the oil and gas industry, especially the downstream sector, and Dr. Joaba has spoken about that. The federal government admission that it subsidized petroleum consumption by 2.57 trillion in the first 8 months of this year is enough for us to understand the enormity of the leakages within the system at a time of dwindling resources. Meanwhile, the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, has already informed us that out of the 19.76 trillion budget proposed for next year, we are going to spend 6.7 trillion naira on subsidy of petroleum. Even when I have a problem with the ideological fixation of ASU leadership on how to fund tertiary education in Nigeria, the amount of money we propose to spend as subsidy on a single consumption item next year is still more than 6 times the 1.1 trillion naira being demanded by ASU to call up their strike. For those of us who are still counting, today marks the 229th day since the campuses of our federal universities were closed in February this year. What I find particularly disturbing is that even when we are all agreed that Nigeria has reached a difficult intersection in practically all areas of our national life, there is no serious discussion about the future or why things must be done differently. Instead of marshalling arguments on how to tackle the deteriorating security situation, the overwhelming youth unemployment, and the economic crisis that plague the nation, most of our presidential and gubernatorial candidates have outsourced their campaigns to supporters whose rhetoric, especially on social media, is anchored on the same old politics of bitterness, rancor, and mudslinging. This then brings me to my second story. For 80 years, 4 soldiers had been guarding a concrete slab in front of an army barracks at all times. I first shared the story in a column I wrote in January 2017, but it has a significant meaning at this moment. And I want to use it to illustrate my point on the kind of leaders we should elect or not elect in 2023. As the story goes, new commanders were at different times posted to the barracks, and the tradition of 4 soldiers changing shifts to guard the slab remained. But the day came when a new commander sought to know why he must continue to keep troops. Nobody could provide a rational explanation beyond stating that their previous commanders instructing them to continue guarding the slab. So the new commander went to the archives to look for answers. In the process, he came across an old document that offered the explanation. Almost a century before, the commander of the barracks at the time wanted to build a platform where events could be performed. He put a team together and they laid the concrete slab. But that night, wild animals walked over the slab before it could dry, thus messing up their work. When the soldiers fixed it the next morning, the same thing happened at night. To solve the problem, the commander ordered that 4 soldiers should guard the slab for 3 weeks to allow it to dry. But a week after giving the instruction, he was transferred elsewhere. Meanwhile, a new commander brought to replace him at the barracks found the routine of guarding the slab by 4 soldiers, and without reading the handover notes left by his predecessor or asking questions, he continued to enforce the order. And every other commander that came after him did the same thing. That was how, for 80 years, there were still 4 soldiers guarding the concrete slab. No society can progress when you have such commanders at the helm of affairs. And that, many will argue, is the story of Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if we critically examine the 2 stories, that of the older brother who felt it was his right to inherit their father's farm, and the commanders who for decades deployed troops on a D-Day assignment, there is nothing to suggest they were bad people. The problem is that they lack essential leadership attributes. Nigeria did not degenerate to its current abysmal level overnight. Our country is what it is today because of the poor choices made over the past 62 years by a generation of leaders at practically all levels and in all sectors, public and private. To borrow a phrase you often hear when members of the Nigerian elite engage one another in the usual lamentation of our country, we cannot continue like this. Yes, we cannot. More than at any period in history, we need leaders who can bring our people together to solve the challenges we face. But for that to happen, we may need to take lessons from both the farmer and the commander in the 2 stories I just shared. In choosing to be rational, the farmer was securing the future for the family. Meanwhile, leaders who cannot interrogate the past with a view to making positive change, we continue to waste scarce human and material resources, as was demonstrated by the concrete slab story. Taken together, what the 2 stories teach is that without deviation from the norm, progress is impossible. Ordinarily, whether you are president, governor, or even a lawmaker, you are not expected to have all the answers, but you must demonstrate the capacity for asking salient questions. And those questions must be the right questions. You must also follow up on the answers. Leadership is not visiting a prison after a violent jailbreak, asking questions directed at no one in particular, and walking away without holding anybody to account. That kind of leadership will not serve us in 2023. In the delicate times we find ourselves as a country, it will be tragic if we end up with leaders who are either too docile to go beyond the norm or not curious enough to ask probing questions with a view to understanding our challenges and how to tackle them. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, perhaps the most pressing challenge confronting our country today is insecurity, with reports that Nigeria accounts for at least 70% of the illegal small arms and light weapons circulating within the West African sub-region. It is no surprise that we have become a country that is practically at school, inside the train, inside places of worship, or in the marketplace. Death has become an unscheduled consequence of normal living since government lost the monopoly of violence to sundry criminal cartels. And if I may repeat that phrase, we cannot continue like this. At a most difficult period, when more and more of our young people are losing faith in our country, we face a critical choice in 2023. We don't need governors who will cite paying salaries, painting classrooms, erecting boreholes, and buying vehicles for traditional rulers who in any case don't even stay in their abode as achievements. We need forward-thinking governors whose idea of job creation is not limited to appointing thousands of aides just to loaf around. We don't need lawmakers whose notion of oversight function is no more than extorting money from head of the MDAs they are to hold accountable. What we need are leaders in both the executive and legislative arms who will inspire hope and gather the best people to deliver for the good of our country. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, whoever becomes the next president, his first task will be to inspire all of us to believe that indeed, as envisioned by the organizers of this session, a better Nigeria is possible. That is not going to be easy in a country where trust has been serially betrayed. It is therefore important for us to ensure that the right people are given the right attention and support, regardless of where they come from or what religion they profess. Using leaders in Nigeria, sentiment too often comes into play, and we can see the consequences in practically all aspects of our national life. We may have gotten used to ethnicity, faith, religion, party affiliation, and the other things that divide us. And most of those who seek to lead us in 2023 may be fashioning their campaign messages along these lines, but we should not allow them to get away with such perfidy this time around. Like that farmer, we are sometimes confronted with difficult choices. We attempt to carefully think through our choices, but most times we act on impulse or our expectation of the crowd around us. The farmer was well aware that making decisions as to who should take over the farm based on the restrictive guidelines imposed by society, as his wife encouraged, would be counterproductive. He chose to go against the norm in the long-term interest of his family. So the power in our hands is the opportunity to choose our own destiny by supporting those who will work for the good of Nigeria. We must understand that when we choose on the basis of our delicate fault lines, whether ethnic or sectarian, it will be difficult to hold elected officials to account. I must make it very clear here. There are no easy options ahead. In 2017, on this same platform, as many may remember, I illustrated my point about the situation in Nigeria with the anecdote of an industrious one-legged cow that was being cannibalized alive based on the conclusion by a non-reflective owner that a cow like that, you don't eat it all at once. The unfortunate cow, as I also explained, had a great deal in common with our country, with an inclination to sharing the national cake that no one ever bothered to bake. We have all been behaving like that poor farmer who, for fleeting pleasure, chose to mortgage the future. Like the man in my 2017 anecdote who started the bite from the cow leg, we must dispense with the proclivity for eating whatever is available today so that we can secure tomorrow. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before I take my seat, let me also warn the social media titans who believe that by denigrating people on the basis of artificial differences, they are helping their candidates. No, they are not. It is good that our young men and women are involved in the electoral process, but they must resist being converted into pawns in the latest version of an old game. As President Barack Obama reminded us in his last address to the UN General Assembly on 17 September 2016, and I quote him, "Our identities do not have to be defined by putting someone else down, but it can be enhanced by lifting somebody else up." I'm sure many of us have read literature that suggests Nigeria is a lost cause, that nothing will change. But I do not subscribe to such pessimism. In fact, yesterday, my friend Islam said, described me as an incurable optimist. When it comes to Nigeria, a tag I gladly own. I bet being an Arsenal fan also comes with that kind of advantage. The choice of topic for this session also demonstrates Pastor Koju's conviction that a better Nigeria is indeed possible. And the fact that many are gathered here today is testimony to the fact that we all share that optimism. Notwithstanding the challenges we face, if we make the right choices in 2023, Nigeria can, and indeed will, ultimately fulfill its destiny. We have the human and material resources to make our country better than it is at the moment. We are simply waiting for the right leaders to stand up and be counted. That is why how we vote in 2023 matters. Pastor Koju, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria is at a crossroads. This is no time to choose our leaders on the basis of sentiment. The problems that the people want urgently solved know no divisions. Youth unemployment is neither northern nor southern. It's neither Christian nor Muslim. Insecurity speaks no ethnic language. The price of Gari is the same for those who carry tribal marks and those who don't. Kidnappers and bandits don't care about the religion of their victims or where they are from. When the national grid collapses to 0 megawatts, the darkness that follows does not discriminate. We all feel it, whether in Sokoto, Enugu, Port Harcourt, or Lagos. In a perverse way, the majority of Nigerians have never been more united than now as to what plagues us all. Whether we are Christian or Muslim, northerner or southerner, male or female, young or old, we are united by adversity, joined by clear and present dangers, and threatened by an overwhelming sense of uncertainty about our future. In the coming 2023 general election, we have a choice to make. We may vote for someone because the person speaks the same language as us, or they profess the same faith. Fair enough. But we must also remember that the consequences of those choices can reverberate for years or even decades. That precisely is why it is so important that we understand that when we go to the polls in February 2023, we are setting the stage for what our tomorrow will be. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. Wow. Please, another round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir. You know, this is one of the reasons why
The platform Nigeria will celebrate its 15th anniversary on the 1st of October 2022. The platform Nigeria will celebrate its 15th anniversary on the 1st of October 2022.
October 2022, a better Nigeria is possible. And we've had 4 speakers, including the introductory session by Pastor Koju from Professor Osaghae, Dr. Abba, Ms. Kadaria Ahmed, and just concluded Mr. Shegun Adeniyi. I still have here with me Mr. G, and also joining us, a studio veteran as well, Tola Odeyemi.
Great to be here.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
We've heard interesting sessions this morning, and when we're speaking in the morning, you had used the word thought-provoking. And I find that in all of the 4 sessions, it has been thought-provoking and even almost sobering, actually, to say the least. And I'd just like to ask the 2 of you, what have been your highlights in all of the presentations that have been made today? Let me begin with Tola.
I mean, for me, even starting off with Pastor Kojo, the 2 things I have heard the most is that we need to redefine 2 things: what leadership is and who we are as a nation, right? So leadership, what kind of leadership do we have now? What do we need? Is it the kind of leadership we had when we started this journey as a nation? And now the second thing is, Nigeria pre-1914, pre-1960, what did the nationhood look like? What was the arrangement within sort of the sub-elements? What did it look like after independence? And do we need to redefine it to go on? Are we married to the idea that this is what it must look like? And we all know that culture is always in flux. So does that also mean that nationhood also must be in flux, constantly evolving and changing, so that all the components are always sort of included as we move along on the train of nationhood and development? So for me, that's what I heard in both things.
Well, I think for me, two themes, stood out. Number one was sacrifice. We need to sacrifice. And number two was unity. And I'll take sacrifice from where Pastor Poju started from, saying, look, some people think, look, you can travel out and, leave this whole chaos. And if you look at international travel last year out of Nigeria, international passengers through our airport, 2.2 million, inbound and outbound. Outbound was about 1.1 million, 200 million people. Even if all those people were jackpotting, that's 1% of the population. So there's still 99% left here. Second bit about unity is when I hear all the speakers speaking, it's not negotiable, but it's used to, divide people. And I'll use an example. I went to Federal Government College, I left the school 30 years ago, and there's a guy in my school who came from Abuja to the secondary school. And this week, he went to University of Ibadan for a conference. And when he got to University of Ibadan, he called me, and I returned his call, and he said, I'm in Ibadan, I thought I would see you. And he called me because 30 years ago, when we were in secondary school, I was living in Ibadan. So when he got to Ibadan, his recollection first is, Josh is in Ibadan. Now, that's unity, so we're not as divided. And I use my personal experience. I was born in Jos. My wife is Igbo. I'm Yoruba. I don't know how they want to divide this country. So when you start looking at those examples people have given, you realize that unifying factor, we need to play to our strengths instead of it being used as a divisive factor.
Thank you. And I think it's interesting because literally almost the same theme ran across what the speakers had said, and even taking it from Dr. Abba when he said we are more connected than we are divided, and also Ms. Kadaria Ahmed, who said we should use our unity for our strengths, and giving the example of Indonesia and how they were so different, but there was the mosque and the Catholic Church. And then going back to what you had mentioned at the beginning, Mr. Adeni gave us two stories, and the theme across the two stories was, can we keep doing the same thing and expecting different results? And I'll end now with what Pastor had mentioned. He gave us three points: renewal, revolution, or resignation. A lot of people watching this right now, people fall in different categories, but maybe a higher percentage might be on the resignation note. What do we say to people watching who are thinking, a better Nigeria, is it possible? How is it possible? With all of the things that we are seeing today, before we go back to continue the panel, final words on how we would say, do not be resigned, resolution is not the answer, renewal, and what does that mean?
For me, I'll say get involved. And get involved. When you see a small problem, get involved. Now, I use insecurity as an example. When insecurity started, insecurity was, there's insecurity in the Northeast. Insecurity now, we're losing half of our oil production. That theft is insecurity. If security was very good, we will not lose half of our oil production. Now, it's affecting everyone. So I don't know which of the speakers it was. I think it was Kadaria. She said, everyone has got to sacrifice something for the greater good of the community. So I'll say, if you're watching, ask yourself, what are you personally sacrificing for the greater good of the community?
I mean, for me, it's sort of similar, and I think it's something that Professor Egosa mentioned when he mentioned that he met somebody who who wasn't Nigerian, who asked if it was any Nigerian who actually had Nigeria's best interest at heart. And, when we all think of that, and people who are in resignation or revolution, sort of mode, you don't ask, what is your personal stake in the country? When it has come to mini decisions, micro decisions, all the way up, what has been your position in terms of, Nigeria, in terms of the way you speak about Nigeria, when you get, when it comes to regulation, your civic duties, what have you done? So I think personal leadership will actually take us to the place where we have hope, and then there's a renewal.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And once again, for each and every one of us, one of the things this session is going to make us do is to think, ask ourselves questions, and like Kadaria Ahmed said, be still, first things first, and really have a time of introspection. We're going right back into the main session now, where the presentations continue. Thank you for joining us on the platform. The conversation, as you're watching from home, on Twitter, hashtag #ThePlatformNG.
The Platform Nigeria will celebrate its 15th anniversary on the 1st of October 2022.
You're welcome back to the Platform Nigeria. We are live in Lagos. And our next speaker is Dr. Victor Oladokun. Let's appreciate him. Dr. Victor Oladokun is an internationally recognized media and communications professional. He is the creative force behind cutting-edge TV programs that he has presented hundreds of episodes of leading international news and magazine programs such as CBN World News and Turning Point International. Dr. Victor Oladokun has held several senior and executive level positions in PR and broadcasting with a wide range of corporate and non-profit organizations located in Africa and the United States. Additionally, he has served as an adjunct professor of leadership and as a pastor of one of the largest Assemblies of God churches in North America. He is the chief executive of 3D Global Leadership, a media consultancy and strategic leadership development company. He's an intrepid international traveler with a curiosity about cultures and an unapologetic lifelong supporter of Everton Football Club. Please join me as we welcome Dr. Victor to the platform.
Wow, I didn't know you were going to put me on blast, but I have to explain the Everton side of things for a moment. I'm a long-suffering Everton fan. I can't remember when we last won a competition or the league, but I grew up in Liverpool in the 1960s, and there were two teams, Liverpool and Everton, but the true Liverpudlians supported Everton. So the game has changed these days. Liverpool has become a little bit more of a global entity, but I hold faith that one day, soon, we'll make it. It's a wonderful being back with you on the platform. What a wonderful joy it is. I just want to congratulate first the conveners of Platform NG, Pastor Boju and Toyin Oyemade, your leadership team, and the wonderful volunteers who make this happen. You come to an event like this, it's easy to speak or it's easy to visit and sit down looking wonderful. But tremendous amount of hours go into what you see. You've been a tremendous blessing to Nigeria, and I want to thank you for all that you do. The ideas that are proffered here on this platform make a huge difference in our nation. So thank you very, very much. I want to preface what I'm saying by stating that I speak in my personal capacity as a Nigerian who throughout his career and throughout his life has been passionate about Nigeria, the urgency of now and the need to create and design a Nigeria that works for everyone, even though tribe, tongue, religion, gender, or age may differ. A Nigeria that we can all be proud of, a Nigeria that is the envy of the rest of the world, a Nigeria that we can all call home. Every now and then when I travel around the world, I get the question, where are you from? I get Egypt, I get the Caribbean, I get South Africa, but very few times do I really get Nigeria. So I allow the questions to stew for a few moments, and I say, guess again. And they keep on guessing. And then I say, well, the best country in Africa. And they come up with a list of names. And finally, I say, Nigeria. Sometimes I get a little bit of a laugh, and many times I get a grudging acknowledgement that there's something special about Nigeria and Nigerians. So for me, one of the greatest privileges I have is to be a Nigerian. I've been asked to speak today on the topic that we're all familiar with, and I believe that in our generation, the Nigeria of our dreams is possible when we begin to make the right choices. Fundamentally, what does Nigeria need from her next president? The answer is very simple: visionary leadership. I use the term visionary leadership because as a nation and for many years, we have made the mistake of confusing titles with leadership. There's a huge difference. As a statesman, diplomat, and former US President, John Quincy Adams once says, if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. So, as a nation, we need a president who brings this critical capacity into the office. But what is visionary leadership? I prefer a definition that I coined in 2009. It says visionary leadership is the capacity to see a desirable future long before it arrives, and the ability to bring it into the present by influencing, inspiring, and using the gifts and talents of others. I repeat, visionary leadership is the capacity to see a desirable future long before it arrives, and the ability to bring it into the present by influencing, inspiring, and using the gifts and talents of others. In essence, visionary leaders know where they're going, they know what they're doing, and how they intend to get where they're going, and who they intend to go with. Look, if Dubai, Singapore, South Korea, Vietnam, or Rwanda can experience radical transformation and growth in a single generation, then why not Nigeria? I strongly believe that it is possible. While my dear brother and friend, Dr. Joe Abba, earlier said he prefers not to use Dubai as an example, and I understand the reason why, I believe that there are lessons we can take away from this city-state. 22 years ago, I visited Dubai for the very first time. And most of what you see right now in Dubai did not exist. It only existed in the minds of the architects and the rulers of the city. That was 22 years ago. I was told at the time of my first visit by city officials that their motto was pushing boundaries. In other words, they believed that whatever has not been done anywhere else in the world, it is possible to pull it off in Dubai. They absolutely believed it, and that they believed that if you can conceive it in your mind, you can achieve it. And have they done so? That belief system did not come about by happenstance or by accident. It was nurtured by a leader and instilled in the public consciousness. Fast forward to 2022, what was once a vision has become a reality. The rumor is that many of our leaders actually visit Dubai quite often. Some of them own very impressive real estate portfolios in this futuristic city, and some live there for extended periods of time. Today, Dubai is home to the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world, an engineering and architectural marvel, the Burj Al Arab, the only 7-star hotel in the world, the Palm Jumeirah Islands that have increased Dubai's coastline by 520 kilometers, 30-plus free trade zones, each representing different industries. Emirates, a first-class airline with one of the largest fleets in modern history. And the Dubai Media City and Dubai Internet City, the largest IT and media hubs in the Middle East, with a goal to transform Dubai into the world's leading smart city. Now, Dubai is not done. They already have a plan called Vision 2020. I can only imagine what the next 20 years will look like. They've done it once, they will do it again. But this is my point. The future is not a matter of chance, accident, fate, or wishful thinking. For better or for worse, The future is what we create it to be and what we design it to be. It go better, it go better. Now him put us for where we did today. In Yoruba, we tend to say, Lojola, Lojola, as in tomorrow it will come to pass. But the proverbial better tomorrow is only the consequence of our cumulative actions and our words and our decisions and our policies on a day-to-day basis. You cannot plant mangoes and expect to reap cocoa. It doesn't happen. So, to the next president of Nigeria, Mr. President, the billion naira questions are as follows. What future do you have in mind for Nigeria? Do you have a clear vision and a roadmap for where Nigeria will and should be in 20 years? Is your vision grounded in reality? A reality that most Nigerians can be excited about and buy into? Do you have an idea of the composition of your government? Have you identified now and not after being sworn into office who are the best and the brightest Nigerians, men and women, young and old, at home and in the diaspora, that you intend to bring into your government? Will you go about the business of fixing the problems of Nigeria for which you were elected, or will you spend, as some of our speakers have said prior to now, the next 4 or 8 years blaming the previous administration or party? Will you have the mental, emotional, psychological, and physical stamina needed to steer this complex and diverse nation towards a future we can all believe in, aspire to, and be proud of? Will you be able to withstand the centrifugal forces that have a tendency to keep us bound in ethno-religious quagmires? For the next president of Nigeria, the stakes are too high, but the choice will be in your hands. That choice ought to have begun long before you receive the nomination of your party, and not when you're being sworn in Eagle Square in Abuja next year. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the future was yesterday, and we're already late. So the question, once again, is what does Nigeria need from the next president in 2023? I am sure there are 1,000,001 things. However, there are 3 basic things. What Nigeria needs from the next president of Nigeria is a recognition that the sole purpose of the exalted office which he will occupy is not power for its sake, but a desire to bring into reality the kind of future Nigerians want, by all means possible. This will require boldness, clarity of mind, intellect, the ability to build a winning team from day one, the capacity to bring along others through the power of communication, transparent accountability within the executive, legislative, and judicial arms of government, and radical reforms within the civil service. Number 2, the next president of Nigeria must decide how he wants to lead, shape, and configure Nigeria. And much has been said about that, so I'm not going to repeat myself. But let's be clear about this. The vision statements, national policies, systems, strategies, staff, and structures that the president and other elected nominated leaders put in place, including governors of states, because many times we tend to speak about the villa as if the governors lived in Mars. No, they control 50% of the assets of this country. So we need to pay as much attention to who is elected at the superstructure as well as the substructures at a state level. We cannot let them off the hook. So you will not have to wait long to find out what it is that they're planning for this nation. You will discern very, very quickly the direction in which the country is going pretty soon. And number 3, what Nigeria needs from the next president is the willingness and the steely resolve and the political will to make a choice, a deliberate choice about the future he wants. But he can only make one choice. There are 4 possible scenarios available. Of the 4 possible scenarios, consciously or unconsciously, he can only create one scenario or outcome, just one, whether he likes it or not. So let me break it down just a bit. I beg, and I no go vex, so make I explain the title for Pidgin and English, make me understand the matter well. As mentioned, his actions, his inactions, his choices, his policies, his strategies, and his visions and his words will determine the future of Nigeria over the next 4 or 8 years. Choice number 1, or choice A, the first future scenario is status quo. Make it be as it be. In this scenario, Nigeria remains pretty much the same with all of its perennial challenges and problems. We stay where we are. We just stay there. No forward motion on all development indices. And as a nation, if we continue to do things the same old way while expecting different results, that is what we're going to get. Make it be as it be. It is a choice. Choice B, the second potential future scenario outcome for Nigeria is regression, or as my Wafi brothers and sisters tend to say, reverse back. In this scenario, on every level of social and economic development, in terms of the quality of our infrastructure, healthcare, education, transportation, seaports, security, power and energy, agriculture, food security, water and sanitation, digital infrastructure, urban decongestion, rural development, instead of staying the same, Nigeria actually begins to decline. With measurable proof, such a situation is possible if our next president fails to take up the challenge. The world is not waiting, and no one is coming to save us except ourselves. If we refuse to innovate in the face of rapid global change, this is what we will get. It is a choice. Choice number 3, or C, the third potential scenario or outcome for Nigeria is, and God forbid, total chaos, or everything pafuka, or as some tend to say, kasala go bust anyhow. In this scenario, the hydra-headed challenges that we have faced for decades could mushroom and pull this nation apart. Historically, nations with fewer and less complicated challenges and conflicts than Nigeria have broken up. What is there to suggest that Nigeria can dodge the proverbial bullet if we continue along this trajectory? It is the collective prayer, I believe, that the next president of Nigeria will make wise and just decisions that will cement our collective unity. To do so or to not to do so is a choice. Choice D, the fourth and final future scenario for Nigeria, based on the vision and leadership of the next elected president of this federal republic, is what I refer to as the Nigeria of our dreams, or Nigeria where everything settled well, where everybody go to jolly. That's a choice. For the avoidance of any doubt, let me state very categorically and emphatically that I believe strongly in one Nigeria, a beautiful, diverse, and endowed nation with abundant natural resources and fertile land with 218 million, 18 million creative, talented, and dynamic people. A nation and a people where even our very own worst critics often pause and admit that there is something truly exceptional about Nigeria and Nigerians. I believe that the Nigeria of our collective dreams is possible. It will require the next elected president of Nigeria to have strong political will, accountability, good governance, integrity, and everything else that the previous speakers have talked about. We need a president with a sense of fairness, the spirit of a father that gives every Nigerian a sense of belonging, regardless of where they're from. So how are we going to get there, and what is it that we must do? I'm just going to quickly touch on 7 things very, very quickly. First of all, we must recognize that Nigeria is a system. The federal government, the state governments, the local governments, the private sector, these are all subsystems. But if the subsystems and sub-subsystems are dysfunctional and not effective, how can we expect a whole system or a system that is whole and well? So it is not just paying attention to what we do at the federal level. Competence and excellence must permeate everything that we do as a nation. Number two, we must give power to the people. By this I mean electricity. On the first day, make them not talk, say Victor Lado can say make revolution come up. No. We must give power to the people. On the first day of creation, God said, let there be light. Why? Because light, energy, or power was fundamental to the remaining tasks of creation. Without it, nothing else could be created. It is likewise the case that without energy or electricity, it is impossible to power or build anything else. And without energy, there can be no development. I don't want to talk about our installed capacity or our distributed capacity. Everyone who lives in Nigeria knows that we have a challenge and we have a problem. But let me just give you something to think about. South Africa's installed capacity is 4 times larger than Nigeria. And South Africa only has 60 million people. We have 218 million. But right now, if you visit South Africa long enough, you realize that blackouts and brownouts are a problem in South Africa. What is my point? My point is this. Even if we increase our capacity 3 or 4 times with a population of 218 million people, we still cannot meet all of our domestic and industrial needs. So, to the next president of Nigeria, let us give power to the people. We must move at the speed of light. Number 3, we must develop environmentally sustainable communities in the face of climate change and its devastating effects. Keep in mind that by 2030, 60% of the world's population will live in cities. I grew up in this city, in Lagos, at a time when there were only 1.5 million people. If you went past Pangrove, you were on the outskirts of Lagos. You could lie down at Bar Beach till 2 or 3 in the morning without any fear to your life or to your property. But times have changed. By 2030, Lagos will have a population of 21 million people. Where are the mass transit systems? Where are the schools? Where are the healthcare infrastructure? Where is the security? What kind of future are we planning for ourselves as a nation and the cities that we live in? When I was growing up, Lake Chad occupied 26,000 square kilometers, bordering Cameroon, Chad, Niger, and Nigeria. Today, Lake Chad is 10% of what it once was in the 1960s. What do you think happened to all of the thriving, vibrant communities that surrounded the lake? And we wonder why there is insecurity in the Sahel and in Nigeria. We have to deal with the root causes of some of these problems in order to move forward. Nigeria must adapt to climate and seek to access much-needed donor funds that allow us to do so. Education. Do I need to really say anything more here? I think to do so would be an insult. No nation looks the other way while its universities, its polytechnics are shut down for almost a year and nobody says anything. We must fix the problem. We must find solutions. 2 months ago, I was in Morocco visiting the King Hassan VI Polytechnic University. It's an amazing, amazing educational system, only established in 2013, but it specializes today in the highly relevant fields of artificial intelligence, industrialization, food security, and sustainable development. In other words, it is preparing its students for a future that is already here. All over the world, it has already been acknowledged in 13 years as the university of the future. You can look it up. Number 5, we must invest smartly in agriculture. Again, that's a no-brainer. It has tremendous, tremendous potential. The war in Russia and its impact on food. Most people don't realize that Africa imports almost 70% of its maize and its wheat and oils from Ukraine and Russia. And its fertilizer. So, beginning next year, you're currently using reserves. Beginning next year, Africa will face a huge food and fertilizer crisis. I appreciate the fact that the African Development Bank, led by Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, is in conversations with the government of Nigeria about setting up special agro-processing zones in different parts of the country. That's already in high gear, and we expect to see tremendous progress in this area. The food and agro-business in Africa will be worth a whopping $1 trillion by 2030. So agriculture can become Nigeria's greatest revenue earner. But to take advantage of this, we must add value and not simply export raw commodities. Linked to these developments is the need to transform our seaport and our industrialization. The reason for this, or the reason for the existence of modern ports, is not so that we can collect duties and taxes on imports, but the acceleration of processed value-added products, including processed foods. We must transform our industrial capacity, and let me explain. In 2020, crude oil accounted for 88.6% of our export revenues, which total 34 billion. By contrast, in 2020, and listen to me on this, because here in Nigeria we want to kill ourselves over oil, but in 2020, Vietnam, which went through a devastating war, just as Nigeria did, had industrial export revenues of $348 billion, 10 times more than Nigeria's exports from crude oil. But the most troubling trend is that Nigeria, according to OPEC, said Nigeria exports crude oil worth $34 billion, but imports refined petroleum products worth $72 billion because our refineries are not working. Something is wrong with the picture and we have to fix it. But number 6, one of the brightest spots on the Nigerian horizon is the doggedness, the dynamism, and the creativity of the Nigerian youth. In spite of generational governmental neglect, they have flourished in areas that do not necessarily require state intervention. This includes entertainment, the arts, sports, fintech, and the digital worlds. Nigerian pop music culture, or pop culture, has captured the imagination of the world. This generation of brand ambassadors has done more for Nigeria's image than the best PR machines money can buy, and I say congratulations to the younger generation of Nigeria. The next president must engage with, support, and leverage this dynamic demographic. As I close, 7, for Nigeria and the next president of Nigeria to accomplish all of this and to create the Nigeria of our dreams, we must solve Nigeria's security challenges. I think this is a no-brainer. Everybody knows the devastating impact that security has on social and economic development. Today, you may not know it. Maybe it's because it hasn't come to your neighborhood, but there are 2.8 million Nigerians who are living in internally displaced persons and who live outside of their states, their towns, their cities on account of criminality, banditry, and terrorism. Again, no comment is required about the devastating impacts that this phenomena has on the lives of innocent men, women, and children, as well as on agriculture, the economy, and the reputational damage that this has caused Nigeria as an investment destination. Ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, investments and finance only stay where it is made comfortable. To attract the levels of investment in the billions of dollars that Nigeria needs, we must create a secure Nigeria by dealing at the root cause with the underlying cause. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the future is knocking at the door. It is saying, let me come in. The Nigeria of our dreams is a choice. It must be designed consciously and strategically. For the next elected president of Nigeria, What future scenario will it be? Status quo, make it be as it be, regression or reverse back, total chaos, aka Kasala go burst anyhow, or the Nigeria of our dreams, we set well. It's a matter of choice. May God give the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria the vision, the wisdom and the boldness to make the right choices. Permit me to mention that the Nigeria of our dreams will require more than one Oga at the top. It will take you, it will take me. It is said that you're known by the company you keep, along with all the brilliant speakers who have preceded me and the ones who will follow. Let me just say this. It's been an awesome privilege to be in your collective company today. On this 62nd independence anniversary of Nigeria, my prayer is, may God bless you richly, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
I actually was supposed to have mentioned this in my speech. One of the highlights of today is a youth debate that is going to be held here. And what has been going on is the Nigerian Youth Futures Fund has been going around the country organizing debates among students, of different universities. And the finalists are two universities, Amadi University versus the University of Ilorin. All right? You say, what happened to my own or your own university? They got defeated. All right. So it will be Amadi University versus University of Ilorin. We have to give a national platform to the youth and let them voice out. So they're going to have a debate here. The competition is brought to you by the Nigerian Youth Futures Fund, and the debate, an initiative implemented by LEAP Africa and funded by MacArthur Foundation and Ford Foundation. All right? So that'll be happening immediately after. All right? There's another announcement I can't make on air. All right? But you will like the announcement. But I cannot make this on air because we will have a surge of people coming in. All right, the third announcement is that the platform will be hosting Lagos State gubernatorial debate. All right. Now, I have, from all the speakers in my arsenal, Nigeria is here in terms of debate strength. So based on the strength of the people I have in my alliance, we shall hold the vice presidential debate. All right. And I will leave the last debate to after we have concluded it. But we will have 3 debates. All right? God bless you all. The Lagos State debate will be in January. Okay? All right.
Thank you so much, Pastor Porja. Thank you so much, Dr. Victor. Our next speaker is someone I respect and love very much, and I think my smile shows. From the lush green hills. She is Mrs. Alero Otobo. Yeah! Kindred spirits. Alero Otobo is a transformation strategist with an invaluable understanding of public sector reforms in Nigeria. She is the founder of Incubator Africa, a development agency established in 2012 that mobilizes and equips reformers to collaborate and actively participate in strategic activities that transform sectors and systems. She is currently the Chief Executive Officer of the School of Politics, Policy and Governance, a critical arm of the Fixed Politics Initiative. She is also the co-founder of the Teach for Nigeria and the chair of Slum to School Africa, among other education and health initiatives that she champions. A graduate of Somerville College, University of Oxford, and Bartlett School of Architecture and Town Planning, University of London, and the London Business School, Alero's purpose is to create wealth in Africa through the development of human potential. She has worked in different sectors in Nigeria and Ghana and spoken at significant conferences in Uganda, Kenya, and Rwanda. Her mission is to build communities of reformers that step out of their comfort zones and take responsibility for their nations by executing nation-building initiatives. Please give a warm platform welcome to Mrs. Alero Otobo.
Thank you very much. Wow. This has been an amazing morning. Brilliant morning. Pastor Oyemade and his precious, beautiful wife. My daughter and I couldn't decide whether you're a pastor or just Toyin or just Mrs. Okay, so you are Mrs. Toyin Oyemade. My daughter got it right. Good. Thank you for inviting me to this very prestigious and important platform. This is more than a conference. It's more than a summit. It's a movement. And you need to pay attention to movements. My eyes are not as good as they used to be, so permission to just read from, yes. And so I'd like to congratulate you on 15 years of excellence, 15 years of impact, 15 years of relentless determination to make a difference. On social media, my heart was filled with pride as I read some of the wonderful posts and tweets. And there was a particular one that caught my attention this week. It said, the platform, Nigeria, is a highly respected organic movement conducting a series of impactful intellectual events that have transformed the minds and lives of hundreds of thousands of people. So I'd like to say, on behalf of my family and I, well done. Very well done. Very well done. And to my fellow speakers, it's an honor to stand on this platform with you. Before I proceed, I'd like to share what wakes me up every morning. Every morning when I wake up and I lie on my back and I look up at my ceiling, I have 3 famous quotes that are on my ceiling. Because it's important that words are powerful? Yes. The first one is by Joanna Macy, and she states, the heart that breaks open can contain the whole universe. Your heart that breaks open can contain the whole universe. The second quote is by one of my favorite people, Mother Teresa, that says, I can do things you cannot, and you can do things that I cannot. Together, we can do great things. That speaks to collaboration and to unity. The third one is my all-time favorite. It says, God is love. Love never fails. Why are these 3 quotes important? I believe that they describe the kind of people that we need. I'm actually not in the school of thought that we need a president. I think what we need is a presidential class. That's a company of people that have presidential qualities. Our problem is that when we focus on one man to solve a problem, he tends to fail. We get frail, dying individuals instead of a company of strong, healthy, youthful individuals that have vision and know what to do. So, for me, when I look at these three powerful quotes, it describes a person who has a heart of love, a person who's willing to serve through collaboration, and you have a radical mindset shift that shifts nations. And my question is, do our presidential class, our current political leaders have a heart of love that can contain Nigeria, let alone the universe? I think we know what the answer is. Do they serve us, like Mother Teresa says? Do they? I need an answer. No. Are they united in vision and purpose? No. If I had space on my ceiling in my bedroom, there'll be a fourth quote. And that fourth quote, many of you know, says, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Never doubt. The people in this room, if we do what is right over the next 10, 15, 20 years, Nigeria will not remain the same. And I want to use a case study to illustrate the power of that quote. So keep that quote in mind. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the what? The world. And if they can change the world, they can change Nigeria. I've been asked to speak on a better Nigeria possible. Why, what, and how, and what the next leadership should look out for. I want to commend all the previous speakers before me. You've done an excellent job. So I don't have to talk about the why, and I don't have to talk about the what. My focus is going to be on the how, because at every point in time, anybody who's been in Nigeria for the last 10, 15, 20 years, we all know the why. Nigeria is failing. Nigeria, don't let me go further. So I believe a better Nigeria is possible. If it wasn't, I wouldn't have been doing what I've been doing over the last 20 years. I will not be standing before you. I would have left like so many other people. But as I focus on why a better Nigeria is possible, I want to lay a foundation focused on three reasons. And I want you to pay attention to these three reasons. What we're doing here is deeply serious. I hope you've all taken notes, because I've been writing furiously. Don't leave your brain to remember anything, because your brain is wired not to remember. By the time you leave and you watch your next movie, it will displace what you have heard today. Because it is so deeply serious, we are here to ignite the flames of fire that will transform this nation. Every one of you in this room is a flame. And when we join forces, we become an inferno. And we become a consuming fire that will consume three things: corruption, injustice, and wrongdoing. So, every one of you, let the words that have been spoken today cause a significant shift in you. Then we're doing the third thing that I'm going to do on this platform. I'm going to release a new sound over Nigeria. An awakening sound, because it is time to arise. It is time to stop making excuses. It is time to stop sitting and hoping other people will do the hard work. I'm part of several communities, and I find that many people were great at talking, but when it's time to roll up our sleeves and work, people keep excuses and say, I'm coming, just next month, I'm very busy. And they're usually busy on what is important to them, not what is important to the nation. And that sound is going to awaken many of us, because as a nation we have fallen asleep, and we abdicated the management of our nation to those that are not trained and those that are not prepared. We need a revival in this nation, not a spiritual revival, because we have one, but we need an economic revival and a political revival, and that's what we are here for. I'm very grateful to those that focused on the what, the key economic indicators that have failed us. We've looked at how unemployment has doubled since 2015. We've looked at how debt service ratio to revenue has worsened. And we are in a situation now that we cannot service our debts. But like I said earlier on, the question that I want to answer is the how. And why is it important? Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, many of you know him. He says, no nation has ever taken a shortcut to success. Not because nations have not tried, but simply because there are no shortcuts that are available. Journeys to greatness require more than good people. They require more than just goodwill. They require more than just hope. The journeys have to be led by men and women with vision, men and women of tested character, prepared to mobilize the people to a vision and a goal that is attainable. Another quote that I'm going to, before I present a case study, because with the time that I have left, I would like to focus, like I said, on the how. And why it's important to focus on the how, because if each of you are not solving the problems that need to be solved, we'll be here 10 years to come, and we'll still be having this conversation. The Queen of England, who many of you know, recently died. During an interview, was asked to explain why she was so diligent, so dutiful, and why she was so devoted to service. You know what she said? The training is the answer to so many things. You can do a lot if you are properly trained. And I hope that I have been properly trained. Fixing Nigeria is about fixing leadership. Fixing leadership is about properly training our political class. Fixing their character, fixing their competence, and fixing their capacity. I have been in meetings where ministers are falling asleep. And many of you have those videos, half of them in National Assembly. Nation building is hard work. And I'm going to very quickly use the next, I would say 7 minutes, just presenting a case study that I hope will come up. And the reason why I have taken permission to present this case study is because many of us sat for years complaining. But then research began to show that if you do not take certain action, you can't fix Nigeria, and you can't fix the politics of Nigeria. And it is not about having just great leaders, because the great leaders can emerge, but if the electorate does not know the qualities of the leaders that they should vote for, they will vote for the wrong people for a muscle of what? But the odd 5,000, 10,000 naira, they will vote for the wrong person. So this research that was carried out 3 years ago shows that for us to fix the problem, the leadership challenge of poor governance, of poor policy formulation and poor execution, that's affecting not just Nigeria, but the entire continent, we have to take certain action. Can I have the slides, please? Because I want to go very quickly through. What we realized, if you can all see, is that we needed to do what? Fix the electorate, educate them, empower them, and help them to understand that unless they pick the right leaders, Nigeria will not be fixed. The second pillar, the second item that needs to be fixed is raising a new class of political leaders, and that's what the School of Politics, Policy and Governance is about. Then the third one, and I'm happy, I think it was the speaker who talked about the changes that have taken place at constitutional reform, is fixing our constitution. You can have great leaders, You can have great electorate, but if you don't fix our constitution, we're still going to be where we are. So what we have done and what needs to be done, and I'm giving this an example because all great business schools say focus on case studies, is that I want each and every one of you to take a decision that you're going to be part of a reform initiative. And if you're already part of a reform initiative, scale your reform initiative. So what we did over the last 3 years is that we stopped working in silos and we came together to build competent change communities. Are you involved in a change community? Then we started building models of excellence. Are you building models of excellence? Models of excellence that solve specific problems at its root cause, and then we scale. So very quickly, next slide. The School of Politics, Policy and Governance is building a massive base and pipeline of new disruptive thinking political class. We cannot wish for new politicians if we do not, like what the Queen of England said, prepare them, groom them, and insist that they know how to solve the complex problems of development. In most countries, in the United Kingdom, you can't wake up and say, I would like to run for office. No. Parliament will call you, and they will interview you, and they will grill you, and say, are you ready? Are you qualified? What's your track record? What have you achieved? We have to start placing a demand on track record and where were you trained? Like the Queen of England said, where were you trained? And until we start insisting, I'm going on this because in Nigeria, anyone can wake up and run for office. And I think we have to stop that. Enough is enough. So next slide. Our vision is to raise competent and responsible public leadership, and we want to educate present and future leaders. Now, there was a problem. We stepped out. There's a process. Created a reform community. We have a 10-month program that has been designed that teaches everything that you need to know to solve the complex problems of an African nation. We have 90 faculty members over a 10-month period. Why am I saying this? It is a solution to a problem. The success that we have seen 55 of our students run for primaries, and 5 of them made it to the finish line. If they are voted for, they will solve the problem of their state, they will solve the problem of their community. The how. How are we solving the problem in education? Many states do teacher training, but do you know that teacher training doesn't solve your problem? How many of you know that? It's more deep-rooted. You have to not wait for them to get into the schools before you train them. You reform your colleges of education at source, and you turn your colleges of education into 21st century institutions. That is how you will solve the problem. So anytime you see a state governor or a minister of state or a commissioner of education spending huge sums of money on courses, short-term, 1 week, query them, because it's not going to get you to the promised land. The second part of the question says what the next leadership should look for. I looked at this and I thought, how should I answer this question? And I realized that there were 2 perspectives to this question. Those who will occupy leadership from 2023, and most of the speakers have taken that angle. But I would like to highlight the second perspective. And the second perspective is your perspective. Those of you in this room, you will be the next leadership beyond 2023, beyond 2027. What should you look out for now? You've heard about what the next people from 2023, the next president, and I want to thank my brother for doing an excellent job with that, Victor. But what should you look out for? Next generation. Apart from the 3 C's, character, competence, and capacity, there are 5 drives that I'd like to leave with you. And the drives, each one is a letter, and it spells the word depth, D-E-P-T-H. The first drive that you need to look for in leadership, those of you in this room, to be driven by data. Anyone that is formulating policy that is not rooted in data, please don't vote for them. Be driven by data. Not sentiments, not emotions, not what you think, not what you would like. What does the data say? Be driven by excellence. Enough of, Madam, manage this. Let's manage. The bridge is lopsided. Let's manage it. The foundation is rotten. Let's manage it. Driven by excellence. The P is driven by partnerships. Let's stop working solo, in silos. Let's come together and collaborate. And then T, I'm spelling depth. Refuse to work alone. Be driven by teamwork. And then the last, driven by hard work. No time for frivolities. We party a lot in Nigeria. We party a lot. I watch when sometimes we have very serious meetings and we come out of those meetings. This is many years ago, so I'm not casting aspersions on current leadership, unless you choose to, but you come out of these Federal Executive Council meetings and we're laughing. Serious business. Go to other nations. They don't come out laughing. It's not a joke. We have the largest number of out-of-school children. It's not a joke. We can't pay our debt. It's not a joke. We have 9 out of 10 children that cannot read or write. It's not a joke. So it's time to minimize frivolities. Then we need to look for leaders, those of you in this room, that demonstrate 3 critical S's. Strategic thinking. I find that one of our weakest links is our capacity to think strategically. To be able to understand what to do, when to do it, how to do it. To be driven by data to design solutions that really solve the problems. Not superficial. Not putting plaster on deep wounds, but actually solving that problem. And then look for leaders that are willing to pay the price, sacrifice. And then the sincerity of that leader. Not off the mic, as one of our speakers said earlier on. Then I want to encourage us to look for people who take action. Stop talking, stop complaining, taking action. Volunteer to be like a community organizer. I don't know how many of you got your PVC. How many of you got your PVC in this room? How many did not? When I say did not, no, don't be embarrassed, because you wanted to, but you just haven't been able to get it. How many of you? You would like to, but you just couldn't get it. Not everybody put up their hand when I said, do you have PVC? So how come now only a few hands? There's a discrepancy, and we are data-driven. Why am I raising it? It's actually for a good cause. Because if you don't have your PVC, you can become an INEC official. You can register to become an INEC official, because you see, INEC officials are not allowed to vote. So imagine, I want you to go on a journey. Imagine if we were able to raise an army of INEC officials that cannot be bought, that cannot be paid for. Imagine. So I'm announcing as a strategy, I say strategic thinking. If you don't have your PVC, and this is for the churches and the mosques, you've raised people of integrity. You've raised people that should not want to compromise. You've raised people that want to see a new Nigeria. Get them to register. Practical steps. And become an INEC official that no one can pay for and will not buy. It is time for us to receive the mandate and the mantle of the office of the citizen. It is time to become one who understands one's right, one's obligations, one's purpose. And one of the weakest links in our nation right now is that as citizens, we do not understand who we are and what we are called to do. So, time for community organizers to arise. I intend to become like a community organizer. Recently, sometimes you are thinking of the big picture. And I remember driving into my home in Victoria Island several months ago. And the still small voice, thank you, that my sister mentioned, said, you want to fix Nigeria? Look at your parameter in VI, the filth and the dirt. Fix that first. So the question is, all of you, fix your community first before you look for that president that will fix Nigeria. And now I'm going to ask you to do some crazy stuff. I said we're releasing a new sound. We're igniting. What did I say at the beginning? We're here for serious issues, right? What was the second point that I said? After serious issues, we're igniting flames of fire. And the third thing, sound. Do you know what is powerful about sounds? Sounds precedes movement. Loud sounds cause attention. And when you get attention, you're able to get people to do things. So this sound that we are releasing today is a sound that says that there's a new generation that is awakening. That there's a new generation that wants to rescue Nigeria. A new generation that is tired of status quo. A new generation that wants to take responsibility for Nigeria. That's my role here. I've come to release that sound and to say, wake up. It is time. So we're going to do two things that will awaken us. And it's not awakening us so that tomorrow when you wake up, you're doing your same old thing. I wish I was with Covenant Nation. I would have taken note of everybody that is here. And that's what I do. I write your name down. And then I follow you over a period of 5 years. What have you done with the knowledge and the information that you have gotten from sitting here for 5 hours? What are you going to do? What decisions are you taking? You didn't just come to listen. Did you just come to listen to amazing people talk? No. You came to take decisions. What decision are you taking? Write it down and hold yourself accountable. So we're going to do one thing now. And it's important that I do this. We're going to release a sound, and it's the sound of the shofar. It's an awakening sound. And the person is a friend and a brother that has come all the way from, guess where? Kadaria. Kadaria, beautiful name. Indonesia. He arrived from Indonesia this morning. So I see it, it's not a coincidence. And I'm going to invite him. Fidelis, please come. After he blows that shofar, we're going to release the roar of the lion. And that roar is going to tell the nation that the people have woken up. And we are going to rescue and save Nigeria. What are we going to do? I have a daughter who, Leke is not here. Our alarm always goes up for medication, but it is well. And this, as it releases this sound, it's going to release the spirit of unity upon Nigeria because of what she said. Indonesia, unity. I don't question things, I just obey. The spirit of unity. Then when the lion, when the lion roars, do you know it's king of the jungle? But is it the largest animal in the kingdom? No. Is it the biggest? No. It is, but when it roars, do you know you hear it 5 miles away? 5 miles. And what it's saying is that I am hungry, I want to consume my prey. So when we roar this afternoon after the shofar, what we are doing is that we are giving notice that we are going to consume corruption. We are going to consume violence. We are going to consume, what else? Insecurity. What else are we consuming? Corruption. What else? Injustice. And then when you now roar, you stand up because you know you can't roar sitting down. So better start standing up before he blows his shofar. I came here to do a practical step. That's my assignment. Okay? So if you don't want to roar, you can sit. If you want to be pretty, you don't have to. But I do this with my students in the School of Politics, Policy and Governance. And there is something very profound about it. I want to trust that the profoundness will hit the very depth of your soul. And that the awakening will bring a love for Nigeria. A willingness to die for Nigeria. Because we better be ready. The polling booth is going to be vicious. Next year, if you think only your PVC will make it, it's a lie. You have to get ready. October 2020 was the beginning. No, I won't say anymore. So at the count of 3, he's going to blow the shofar. As soon as that shofar has been blown, you will open your mouth and you will give the loudest roar so that people in Sampara and Sokoto will hear you. And everything that we have said that will come down, must come down. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
That's what you call an energy shift. Thank you so much. You know, it's always such, you know, when every speaker comes up here, they give so much of themselves, and we just have to appreciate that, please. So it's not just a round of applause because it's the right thing to do. It's because there's so much that goes into doing something like this, and we want to say thank you so much to all of our speakers and those coming after. Thank you so much from the depth of our hearts. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker at the platform today is Dr. Sam Amadi. Let's appreciate him. Dr. Sam is the former chairman of the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission. He is a fellow of the CARE Center for Human Rights Policy at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government. Until December 2010, Dr. Amadi had held the position of the Senior Special Advisor to Nigeria's Senate President, Director of the Center of Public Policy and Research in Lagos, amongst others. He was Chairman, Senate Technical Committee on the Review of Competition and Consumer Protection Commission Bill in February 2017, and the Chair, Senate Technical Committee on the Review of Transportation Sector Reform Bill from March to June 2017. Dr. Amadi is a lawyer and a member of the Nigerian Bar Association. He was a senior counsel at the Gani Fawayemi Chambers from 1993 to 1995. And in 1995, he became an associate in Olisa Agbakoba Associates and was also part of the defense counsel to Ken Saro-Wiwa, a renowned author and environmentalist who was killed by the Nigerian military at the time. Dr. Amadi holds both doctorate and master's degrees in law from Harvard Law School and a master's in public administration from the Harvard Kennedy School of Government. He attended University of Calabar, where he got his bachelor's degree back in 1992, and afterwards attended the Nigerian Law School in 1993. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the platform Dr. Sam Amadi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's an honor for me and privilege to be invited here. I thought I would be the last, but then I've been deprived the honor of being the last to speak because I've seen my friend Kule and of course Leke coming. I've been personally enriched by discussions going on here this morning. I've, like what do people say, teach make I teach, now they take Sabi. So I've learned more by listening both to the embodied spirits here with us, self-acclaimed Ezemo, and of course the aristocrats, intellectuals, Prof himself, and ordinary me. I like to quickly say that my perspective is more critical and not motivational. Pastor set us up by saying a better Nigeria, and I started thinking around it. First, and of course, Prof said, failed or distressed country. So first is, what is Nigeria? Is Nigeria a failed country, a failing country, or distressed? The typologies and what constitutes each of them is well known. So if you are critical, you would say probably a failed country, because if you look from Abuja going to Kaduna, it's probably one of the few capitals in the world. We are 200 meters from where the president sits. Even with military escort, you can't travel 200 away from that city, from the capital. So evidence of failure, state failure, loss of territory, one can argue. Or you can say failing. But howsoever, we have to decide, make up our mind, whether it's failing or failed, is still something of concern. That's why we're here. Now, the second issue that is kind of, we can tease out from the framing of today's discussion is what we want, a better or a new Nigeria. Now, better Nigeria suggests some incrementalism, and that has been the approach of technocrats, technicians who fix things, okay? So if you are, like my friend Ezemo, if you are from the development community, you will speak more around better Nigeria, which means incrementalism. We're going to, things are moving, things are not too bad. We can optimize here, optimize there, we can tweak here, tweak there. We have better schools, ASU shouldn't be on strike for 7 months, but you're not talking about maybe radical reconceptualization of a country, of a society. So that is incrementalism, and nothing bad about it. But of course, you can talk about radical change, which means you are, if you're talking about radical change, you're talking about maybe less than routine diagnosis of the problem. So, I start from the premise that Nigeria's malfunctioning and serious failure, Nigeria has several opportunities and times to restart itself, restart development, but keep failing. I take the first view that there must be something structurally and normatively wrong about Nigeria that explains these failures. And in my many years of studying, I'm somebody who, on Wednesday, I wrote a back page on Shegu's paper, and I argued that Nigeria has economic crisis is a function, or it can be explained by what I call incoherence. I believe the theory of incoherence, that part of the problem we have is that our systems are incoherent. And I give a simple example. If you want to build a meritocratic society, and at the same time you provide more of patronage and prerogatives, that's incoherent. And what we see from history of countries is that it's difficult, and this is the truth, for any country to move from failure to success. And that's the reason why you can't point to 3 or 5 countries in the world in the 21st century that has exited underdevelopment. That's a part dependence to failure and to success. Because of the way institutions work, people are trapped. Institutions, they are sticky. And so if you look at, whether you look at Dubai, whether you look at Taiwan, you look at South Korea, China, Japan in the 21st century or 20th century, or you look at England or America, it is discovered that 2 processes play out. One is part dependence. A society continues in a part, doing some minimal reforms here and there, but sticking to the same direction, which is, of course, what science tells us, that objects remain in motion until something acts on them. Then from part dependence, you get to adaptation. Events happen, upheaval, deep moments, and leaders and society have a conversation and they start adapting, they start variation. And so I give an example that's physical. If a plane takes off from here to London and makes a slight deviation from its route, in less than 30 minutes, it's probably going to move out of the stratosphere, maybe in the moon or so. So that deviation, if it continues, recreates a new form of society. Now, let's take a few examples quickly. I heard Ezebo talk about China. People forget that China has had over 200, 300 years of robust conversation about its culture and economy. But we saw two moments that have been very distinctive. Chairman Mao created the Cultural Revolution, and then we saw Deng. Now, if you study China very well, there are radical changes that created what today looks for us as prosaic or routine. Societies are trapped. Nigeria is a trapped country. It needs disruption. But the question is, and this is very important, disruption does not necessarily give you the solution. Disruption creates that sense of disorder that if properly orchestrated and with craftsmen who understand how to rebuild, reconstruct, you enter into a new moment. For me then, therefore, I think that Nigeria's problem, and which the new leadership, I don't want to talk about leadership, should grapple with, is diagonizing what I call three fundamental, or actually four, depending on how you categorize them, four fundamental crises of Nigeria. The first is a crisis of nationality. Who are Nigerians? Now, it looks too archaic or academic. But what you see is, each time we talk about national unity, we underline that we seem to be struggling to create the idea of a Nigerian nation. The sage Awolowo spoke many years ago that Nigeria was a geographic expression. And we thought probably it's poetry, it's politics. But the point there is that, and there's no fait accompli about how nations are created. Nations come from different parts, from conquest, from assimilation, from happenstance. But what is clear is that when you become a nation state, hyphenated, there are two seemingly contradictory things you have to put together. One, nationality. Now, nations, the idea of nations suggests some kind of contiguity of ancestry, of mythology, of genealogy, of custom. People like to be with their likes. State creates a civil order built around what today we call constitutional virtues. So we talk about freedom, liberty, efficiency, production. So to be a nation state, you must carefully bring together that seemingly ethnic dimension of identity. I'm an Igbo person. And the civic dimension of state. I'm a Nigerian. Citizenship. Couple them well. And that's why we have failed since 1960. So, for example, if you look at a constitution, and that's the doctrine of incoherence, the constitution in section 27 talks about Nigerian citizenship and predicated to ethnic groups. It says a Nigerian citizen is somebody whose parents or grandparents came from ethnic groups indigenous to Nigeria. So we construct our citizenship, even from constitutional point of view, from an identity of ethnicity. Many of us have dual citizenship. Some of you here are American citizens, are British citizens. They are constructed as American citizens not because your ethnic group is indigenous to the territory called America. That incoherence has frustrated not just nationality, but development, production. And I'll come to that. So the first crisis we had is a crisis of nationality. Who are we as a people? And we have a history. Prof has said that we were not Igbo Yoruba until maybe some period before the annexation or amalgamation. But the point is that the British didn't have the incentive to create us as one nation state. And that's very clear. In fact, in the letters of Lord Lugard, it was clear he had a problem with going back to Westminster or Liverpool every weekend for social life. And so he considered that he wanted to have not a very intense and integrated country, but one that is loosely, so that he can use South to finance North, North to finance South, and have time to be in Liverpool every weekend. So Nigeria was a half-hearted creation. But it didn't have to remain so. Nigerian leaders failed to now intensify that integration. That's the first crisis. The second crisis fundamental crisis of Nigerian state is issue of state and religion. I know you don't like this. Nigeria is plagued by a religious problem. It has nothing to do with the various faiths and their status. It has to do with creating a structural way to manage radical pluralism. And I give you an example. In 1957, the northern region of Nigeria set up a commission chaired by Professor Anderson of London University, one of the leading African scholars of African law. And that committee recommended that northern Nigeria should follow the example Indonesia has come in play here, of Indonesia, of Sudan and others, and not enact public Sharia. That was a commission. In fact, one of the members was the chief imam of Sudan. Great scholars. They said, no, a modern state does not require. In 1950 Constitutional Conference, the matter came up again. How do you structure a multi-ethnic religious society to have assurance of justice and fairness? Nigeria stuck to what I call the accommodationist form. I said, okay, we're going to have private Sharia, but no public Sharia. The Constitution wrote it down. In 2000, that bargain, what I call the Nigerian bargain, was disrupted. Nigeria has to come clear and define itself whether it's a modern secular democratic state or a neo-feudal theocratic state. You can't have it both ways. And that is what's called incoherence. You define yourself as a contract, Section 10, that you are secular. But at the same time, you embody in your laws, your constitution, very serious religious intermingling with state affairs. And I've argued before, even CAN leaders. I was one of their strategists. I said, CAN should fight for religious neutrality. They don't like it. Both CAN and the Islamic group don't want states to be religiously neutral. This is not about any religion. All of them. Why? Because the benefits of mainstreaming religion into politics, into statecraft, is good for leaders of various sects. But it's dangerous. Now, flash your mind around the world. Think about countries that are unstable. None of the countries that have religious groups that are equal and mainstream religion in their politics ever is stable. In fact, countries that have 100% one religion, Yemen, so cannot be stable because religion, except you are going to be a totally theocratic state, we have to find solution to religion. We have the secular approach, we have the accommodationist model of the UK, we have the German partnership arrangement where the state recognizes the right of people to participate in the religion, but do not allow religion to color public policy. That's very important. The last crisis I consider is the crisis of productivity. And let me tell you something about production. Many of us look at the economics in terms of want to move from consumption to production. That makes sense. But how can you move to production when your state order is constructed around what people get by virtue of privilege, prerogative, and not by what they get by virtue of work and merit? It looks like simple, but the truth is that the modern economy is built around certain core values. One of them is egalitarianism. The sense that people are equal. Nobody should earn more than he worked for. Entrepreneurship, you create your values, you earn from them. But when you have a neo-feudal state, and that's what Nigeria is. Nigeria is neo-feudal. What do I mean? Nigeria's policies reflect a penchant to privilege prerogative rather than privilege work. That's the Nigerian mode. And that's why, if you look at rural-urban divide, is very clear. Claude Ake talks in terms of disarticulation of the economy, meaning if you go to Nigeria, across all Nigerian states, you see that the urban area will have GRAs. Is that not correct? The GRAs are still maintained. They will have the slum. Lagos is a great experiment. Great work has done. But if you see socio-economic imbalance, even in Lagos, the best of Nigeria, you see that sense in which public policy is actually elitist and neo-feudal, either pandering to religious authority or local authorities. Productivity is gained when a country defines itself on two levels: egalitarianism. It's not about what you say, it's about what you do. And secondly, meritocracy, that you have a commitment to the value of work and excellence. Here today we talked about Singapore, we talked about South Korea and others. Now let me show you an example. I do a lot of study on economic development, and I ask myself, what are the key principles that underline successful economic development? I see everywhere is deliberate state practice to redistribute opportunities so that everybody has opportunity to engage productively. Let's take, for example, agriculture, which is the priority of all the parties in this election. If you look at South Korea embarked on massive land reform, freed the people who are tied to feudal system from, gave them the land, gave them resources to create their own livelihood, and build up from agrarian revolution into industrial takeoff and into where they are today as an innovation economy. If you go to China, using the town and village enterprise system, they helped rural communities to recreate wealth and opportunity by freeing them from slavery to feudal systems. But look at the Nigerian system of agriculture. We focus more on the big farmers and not on smallholders in rural communities. So the land tenure crisis is not just about federal government federalizing land. It's also about freeing land resources in a way that people, ordinary people, can have access to land and resources and capital. A bit of the work that financial gurus do with credits and transfers to poor people are the same Nigerian avoidance of radical change. We need to disrupt by recreating a society where people have a sense of ownership. Let me begin to end by looking at our constitution. If you look at the constitution very well, Nigeria was the first country in Commonwealth Africa to adopt a Bill of Rights. First country in 1959-1960. Our Bill of Rights is almost exact language as the European Convention of Human Rights. But all state practices have diverted away from the implication of that bill. If you look at chapter 2 of the Constitution, it talks about an egalitarian social order. But today, part of the crisis of development in Nigeria is that the many people are cut off from meaningful existence. And Oxfam gave us some lead on what is responsible. They said three things. One, they said, look at the budget of Nigeria. The budget allocations serve elitist interests and not address to issues of socio-economic well-being of the people. Now, my point in today's platform is to say that this misallocation is not a functional technical error. It's a normative foundational crisis because it relates to Nigeria's conception as a neo-feudal, neo-patrimonial state, a state constructed to serve interests of those who are powerful in religion or ethnicity. So when you look at our budget, that's number one. It says number two, Nigeria has also destroyed social protection for the people. So our constitution says these rights are not enforceable. Nobody makes laws to create job tenure for people. Minimum wage is a question, 30,000 in Nigeria, and still they can't pay. So if you look at poverty and its empowerment, you locate it in a deliberate, elitist allocation of resources that pander to that conception of Nigeria's state, not as a modern democratic state. And so my message is that the new leadership must do three things now. I study strategy, and in strategy, you first do a diagnosis. If you get diagnosis wrong, you can't get it right. So a diagnosis is a narrative of relevant facts. If I look at this room and I see that we're not properly, something is wrong about this room, maybe the sound system, maybe the arrangement, I have to pick a crux. What's the real problem in this room? With that problem, you create directing policy. Then that informs coherent set of action. So I will ask Nigerian politicians who are running for election and the leaders who emerge to take time to diagnose Nigerian problem, not from the technical, superficial symptoms, but the underlying problem that Nigeria has consistently evaded to solve since 1960. For example, we went to war over nationality and religion. Many years after, we have not done anything to address that problem. Nigeria is a country designed for avoidance. We keep avoiding the problem. So we avoid these problems. We expect miraculously, because we are optimists, that somehow we will get it right. My own view, and I start to be corrected, is that there are only two ways I've seen in history that countries have made great change. Either an upheaval, a devastation, and they learn from it, or a strategic adaptation, moving away from where they are. And the moment we are in now is a moment of redefinition for this country. So who should be Nigerian president? I have the name of the person here. I want to shock you. But I have basic attributes I think the person should have. You know, I tell people that as a strategist that there is no, leadership is contextual. It depends on the moment you are, the leadership you need. There have been three theories about leadership. Some say, oh, great man theory, great man make. Some people say, oh, no, nobody makes, it's context. Some people say institution. But I think that we should look for the leader who understands. It doesn't matter the pedigree, where it's coming from. It may be a former thief who has repented. It may be a saint. It doesn't matter. But that leader must say that we have come to a point where we have to look at our problem and say that there's something foundationally wrong we have to fix. That admission can catalyze series of movement. It don't have to be constitutional amendment. It can start with conversations, with nuances, with programs, but let it be that it's targeted at redressing this crisis. Now, people call it visioning. People call it, you have to form a vision. But the key thing is, leadership matters because leaders help people learn important lessons. Leaders help people bear pains. At the point we are here in Nigeria, our progress forward requires realignments and relocations. Some people will lose and win. But it's leadership, credible, that would make those who are losing to accept to lose, that this pain is a common pain, and this pain is important. So we need leaders who can speak comfortably to the people and give them the assurance to bear through this pain. Thirdly, you need leadership that mobilizes value. Values are not what just happened. They don't happenstance. That's why Nigerian police can do well in the UN, peacekeeping force, first class. In Nigeria, they're terrible. Because value is based on the relationship between leadership and structure. If people are poor, destitute, lose hope in the country, they are likely going to be corrupt in public office. To fix things, you have to restore that sense of value. And it is communicational. And unfortunately, leaders must communicate. Now, you don't have to be a speaker, a PhD from Oxford or Harvard or from Osaghae or ABU. If a leader has a passion, he will find non-verbal ways to communicate. He will create consonance and harmony. People will see from what they do that they really are communicating the need for change. That's what our leader must do in 2023. And again, leader must build a team that can deliver. Now, there have been debates in social science around what they call the hedgehog and the fox. The fox knows many things, hedgehog knows one grand thing. You know, when we put teams together, we think about experts, specialists in finance, but we should also look at people who have good narrative, good sense of where the country is going. We see people who are fixing little things, but they're not aligned. Those little things are not communicating a grand move from one place to another. The new leader we have must be able to bring together people who have grand vision, who also have skills to fix those very basic things. And that's why you have strategy and you have tactics. We shouldn't focus too much on all the PhDs and all the professors who are experts in narrow things. We should also bring people who have capacity to envision grand things and to build pictures of where the country will go. And finally, on leadership, I think it's important that we shouldn't overinvest in elections. Political scientists tell you that elections, there are two views about elections. Oh, people say elections fix things. Others say, no, cynical view, and I support that. Elections' value is that it's a credible conflict avoidance and conflict resolution mechanism. When we elect leaders through a transparent, we have resolved the question of who should rule. That's all. The next work is how do we, as a leadership collective, all of us, help solve those problems. So 2023 will not be the Nigerian revolution. It can create a disruption, but after the disruption, you must construct. So we should now start preparing with narratives around competencies, issues, knowledge, and begin to build a consensus. And that's why I will end by making this point very important. And I learned it from experience at NEC. When I was appointed NEC chairman, I had an institution that was perceived to be corrupt. The former commissioners were thrown away. And the first thing I did was to identify what is priority, strategy. So the first thing is to create credibility in the system and credibility with stakeholders. And the things we did, and I discovered this is important. Nobody was persecuted. No staff was moved. Every contract, including those that were stolen, we paid the contracts. But we moved on, introduced very simple thing. We said we want to build an organization that is based on work, efficiency, and egalitarianism. And what do we do? First, I'm a pastor, or associate, not as like Shegu, but associate pastor. Maybe I'm not a big pastor like Shegu. But you know what happened? I said nobody should pray in NEC. We had a small mosque for Christians and Muslims. But all our meetings, all until left, no prayer. We will start meeting, maybe national anthem, depending on if it's a formal. We go. And interestingly, my best friend, up to today, who's the president of Nigeria Society of Engineers, Udil, was an imam. He loves me so much. He said chairman is the best chairman. Nobody rejected the notion that nobody should pray in our meetings, including the imams and Pastor Bluejack and other pastors in that organization. Nobody prayed. What I wanted to do was to say, look, we need to reframe our understanding that this is just a workplace. We still have other identities to deal with. And it worked. Corruption. We became the best. Then the House of Representatives were the best in procurement. How do we achieve it? We simply invited civil society groups to every bid opening. So they will be there, they take the result. So when my friends came and said, okay, I forgot to add, I called the accountant. I said, please, come. The procurement officer. I said, this is my good friend, my very good friend. I beg. What can we do? So we can do nothing. They have taken the list to the names of the figure who came first. Simple lesson. Because we wanted to create a new organization, we created systems that put us under limitation. We restrained our powers in a visible way. You can't run a democracy where leaders are so powerful, they can do anything, and you expect that they won't be tempted to do something wrong. If I have something to be grateful about, it's because I had commissioners who were almost disobedient, fighting me. That seeming dysfunction worked well. Because everything I was doing, there was somebody who said, Chairman, you're part of knowledge here. So please, let's not create heroes. Heroism and hero worship. Simple, functional, limited government, where leaders are openly accountable and can be sanctioned and punished. Very important. So, if I have to conclude, I would simply say that we have to realize that apart from God, everything is created. Poverty, prosperity, failure, success. And everything under the earth is subject to law of cause and effect. When they say whatever you sow, you reap, it's not really about when you commit sin. It's also about when you produce, organize a society. So Nigeria's failure is not fate. And Nigeria's destiny is not fate. Nigeria can be great or not. Nigeria can function or not. Nigeria can be a society, by the way, look at how we have managed in our private lives. Muslim, Christians coexist peacefully. I was with Ojo Madeko who went to McGill University to give a lecture. I made a point. He said Nigeria is the only country that has the best example of religious coexistence. In one family, Muslim, Christian, no fight, husband, wife. But In the workplace, it doesn't work. Why? Because we have not deliberately created the level of institutional framework that we have in the homes that enable it to work. In the home, everybody knows that decisions will not be based on Muslim, Christian. It will be based on the stability of the home. The fact that children need that stability to grow. In the business place, decisions will be made based on Muslim, Christian. And so we just sit and say, oh, because we marry among ourselves, we're going to necessarily have a stable political order. No. And that's why John Ross says you have to deliberately construct a basic structure of justice. That is the argument of restructuring. Not to, I'm against geopolitical restructuring. It doesn't really matter. I support a restructuring based on three things. One, the principle of subsidiarity. Let lower people solve their problems. Whether it is county, whether it is district, take problems to where people live, where they have resources and competencies to manage it as much as possible. Subsidiarity. And that's the base of EU framework. The second I support is reconceive the Nigerian state to be a state that does not care so much about where you come from, but cares that once you're a citizen, follow the citizen. The third and most important and the last is what I call democratic citizenship. Deliberately structure economic, social activities to see people as citizens and address their needs as citizens. That's the idea of socio-economic well-being, a state that uses every resources to cater for its citizens. And that explains why you shouldn't have a massive urban area and a slum lying beside it that needs just 20 million to free the roads. But the skyscrapers in the other side receive all the allocation. So we can be a free society, a united society, equal society, if we accept to look deeper into a crisis and have the courage to solve it. So help us God.
Thank you so much. I think Dr. Sam set it up right when he said it was going to be a critical approach to his recommendations. Definitely want to listen to again. Definitely want to listen to again. We have two final speakers who I'm sure we're excited to welcome. The first of which is Mr. Leke Alder. Yes. Leke Alder is the founder and principal of Alder Consulting, Nigeria's leading creative intelligence firm with offices in Lagos and London. He is credited with introducing branding as a discipline to Nigeria and has consulted on policy, politics, and business at the highest levels, locally and internationally. He has also consulted on political strategy and communication campaigns at national and subnational levels. Leke Alder wrote the blueprint for Nigeria's image management program, the Heart of Africa project, and was chief consultant to the federal government on the project. He was a member of the steering committee for the World Economic Forum on Africa, which held in Nigeria, and the chairman of the subcommittee on media, host, broadcasting, and advertising. He has served as a panelist on the annual Africa Business Conferences of Harvard Business School, Wharton Business School, and Kellogg School of Management. Leke Alder is a celebrated author, lawyer, polymath, and philanthropist whose photographs and furniture designs have raised millions of naira for 9 orphanages supported by his foundation. He's a patriot and a Nigerian, married to Morenike, and they're blessed with 2 children, Olamide and Toluwani. Please welcome warmly Mr. Leke Alder once again to the platform, Nigeria.
Please be seated. It's good to be back here. Let me begin by first acknowledging the speakers that have spoken before me. I was in an intellectual heaven listening to Dr. Amadi. And I listened to the other speakers in the waiting room. And it just tells you the quality of the platform. I also want to thank 2 people who came with me, my daughter, Olamide, She's come to give moral support. And Mr. Akinfere is with the technical people. Is the head of strategy at Alder Consulting. And I want to thank him for coming. I want to begin by thanking Pastor Poju Amadi and the citizens of Covenant Nation for inviting me once more to speak at the platform. There are two remarkable things about the platform. The first is the fact that the platform is organized by a religious institution. Religion in human understanding does not tolerate thinking, but the platform is about thinking. In the platform, therefore, we see the juxtaposition of faith and reason, the creation of a hybridization called thinking faith. To the extent that the Bible says that, come now, let's reason together, platform is Bible compliant. The second notable thing about the platform is that it has become a formidable rostrum for the free exchange of ideas. People underestimate the power of ideas. Some time ago, I read a disparage about the platform on social media. The gentleman said that the platform is nothing but a talk shop. And I realized that that gentleman had no knowledge of human history. Human history is the history of talk shops and ideas. What that gentleman did not know was that the preamble to the Nigerian Constitution borrowed ideas from the preamble to the American Declaration of Independence, which in turn borrowed ideas from the great thinkers of the Age of Enlightenment or the Age of Reason in Europe. Thinkers like John Locke, Rousseau, Bacon, Hobbes, Descartes. And so the very idea of Nigeria, its 28th century conception, is borrowed from 18th century thinking. And to the extent that the platform allows for free intellectual intercourse, it becomes a formidable instrumentality in the propagation of the concept of Nigerianism, the very logic of our agglutinated federalism, the very definition of who we are as a people, the formalization of our identities as citizens of a sovereign state, without which we raise the challenge of Lucifer, a being without a state, without a nationality, and without a passport, is therefore condemned to terrorism. May ideas continue to fructify at the platform. The theme for this year's platform is rather interesting. It tasks us to identify what the next leadership of the country should do, what we should look out for. It is asking a very critical question: how do we create a better Nigeria? Clearly, this question is pointing to the next election. And so I'm going to do two things that have never been done at the platform. First, I'm going to do a poll. No, I'm not going to poll your choice of candidate to postulate the outcome of the election. The reason we can't do that is because our sample size is not representative. It will produce a skewed result. Besides, the parties may seek to influence the result by directing people to favor their candidate and vote for their candidate. So we're not going to do that. But I can probe your motivation. Motivation determines voting pattern. I've been consulting in politics now for almost 20 years, and I can tell you that motivation matters. Thousands more, that about 2,000 people seated in this auditorium, thousands more are watching online and on TV. We therefore have more than enough sample size to probe the motivation of not urban youth in a quasi-secular setting, urban youth in a quasi-secular setting. Second, I'm going to do level 1 analysis of the presidential candidates for you. That means I'm not going to do anything fancy. I'm going to discipline what is out there and put them together for you. I will restrict my analysis to the assumed 3 front runners: Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Atiku Abubakar, and Peter Obi. Now, in order to do our poll, I've created 7 typologies, 7 voter identities that we technically call voter typology in my profession. These are likely the 7 types of voters in the upcoming election, likely. And as I read them out and I identify them, I hope you can identify yourself as well. Number 1 voter is the ethnic voter. Is going to vote for a candidate solely based on tribe and ethnicity. Ethnicity will determine his choice. He's going to vote for Tinubu because both he and Tinubu are Yoruba. he will vote for Atiku because both he and Atiku are Hausa Fulani, and he will vote for Peter Obi because both he and Peter Obi are Igbo. It is not as if he has no other basis to vote, but his ethnicity is the strongest identity that he has. It is his primary motivation. So the first voter that we have is the ethnic voter. Are you an ethnic voter? You don't need to reply me. Now the second type of voter is the religious voter. He's going to vote based on the religion of the candidates, either for or against. He will vote for either Tinubu and Atiku, or vote against them because they are Muslim. He will vote for or against Obi because Obi is a Christian. I want you to note one thing, however. The religious voter can't vote from morbid persuasion. He may vote for a presidential candidate from the other religion, believing the candidate will die and his religionists will take over. Now he's prone to this. He's prone to this because of the principles of prophecy and fatalism that is embedded in religion. The third type of voter is the party man. He will vote for either of two reasons. One is a member of a party of a particular, is a member of the party of a particular candidate, or second, because his state, local government area, his people traditionally vote for a particular party. The reason for this can go all the way back to Nigeria's independence, the politics of the First Republic, and even the Civil War. It is all about the party, not the individual candidate. It will vote whoever the party presents. So are you a party man or woman? The fourth type of voter is the stomach infrastructure voter. Please identify Shegun. Okay? He's going to vote for whoever gives him money or food. He doesn't care about programs, ideology, party, religion, or personality. He's going to vote for whoever allocates money to him or gives him food on election day. If he's a member of a union or an informal organization, he will vote based on allocation through the union boss or organizational head. He knows that after the election, no one will pay attention to him or remember him. And so he doesn't care about promises. His philosophy is simple. A bread in hand is worth two in the bakery. Now, the fifth type of voter is a manifesto voter. It will not consider ethnicity, party, or religion. It's going to vote entirely based on the program presented. Is focused on merit and nothing else. Is looking for the right savior for the country. The sixth type of voter is the businessman. He will put his business interest first. He's going to vote for the candidate he considers business friendly, one whose policies will create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. He may personally know the candidate and so expect a benefit from the post-election equation, or he may feel he can do business with the government of a particular candidate. The seventh type of voter is the sentimental voter. He or she is going to vote based on sentiments. He or she may vote for a number of reasons. The candidate is handsome like me. The candidate is eloquent. The candidate is cultured. The candidate is intelligent. The candidate is generous. The candidate is charismatic. It doesn't matter. He or she will vote for any sentimental reason. Now, most of these reasons cannot be shared in public. And so the voter is the mirror in conversations and misleads pollsters, because if the poll is taken in an open society, it can't voice its reason for voting a particular way. Now, so here's what I want you to do. I'm going to display a link on the screen right now. Can you see? alderconsulting.com/vote. Now, notice that it's resident on the server of Alder Consulting and not PDP or APC or Labour. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to go to that place and answer just 4 questions. Very quick. We made it very easy. It's not going to take you a second. It won't take a minute. It's an anonymous poll. Your name is not required. Tick your age range. You find something about age range. You find something about gender, about your location, whether you're in the southwest, southeast, south, north, central, northeast, or northwest, or abroad. and then tell us your motivation for voting. Are you voting on the tribal basis, or religious basis, or party basis, by objective standards, based on the need or your need in the interest of your business, or for reasons you can't divulge in public? Note that what we are looking for is your primary motivation. In other words, you may have the option of voting as a party man, as a religious man, or as a meritorious man. What is going to motivate you to vote in this election is what we're looking for. So quickly do that, and then at the end of my presentation, I'll publish a report for you. I'll be INEC. Oh, it's there. The bread. Please, can somebody arrest this man? Okay. Have we voted? Please do quickly vote so that I can go on. I'll give you a minute to vote. It's not going to take time. It's just very easy. Just press some buttons. How many people have voted? Okay. There are a lot of you logging on to the server, so it's going to be a bit slow. Okay. So let's go on while you vote. Let me do what you call base candidate analysis for you. Now, this is what I do for politicians and for political parties. You do analysis. Because if you want to devise strategy, you've got to do analysis first. Okay? Now, again, let me repeat that I'm restricting myself to the general accepted 3 front runners. Do you know that there are actually 36 presidential candidates in all? And the source is INEC. Okay, I used to think it was 14 until we did our research and discovered that there were 36. Now, we don't have time to analyze all 36 candidates. So I'm only going to focus on the pros, and I'm only going to focus on the pros of the candidates. Now, the reason I'm focusing only on the pros is so that I don't want a situation in which I'm accused, of trying to persuade people to go a particular way. And I don't want you to say that the badness of my candidate is better than yours. By the time I do this, I'll give you a mind map. You can use the same mind map to do your own cons. So I'm going to do only pros, you do cons, okay? And let that determine, that's what's going to determine your election anyway. So let's go. Now for each candidate, in order to even out scores, I'm going to focus on, I'm not going to give each candidate 12 factors, just 12 factors. You're only going to see 12, 12, 12. Equal number of points per candidate, okay? Now let's start with Alhaji Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, APC, male, 70. Number 1, is a consummate, experienced, and very astute politician. You underrate him at your own expense. Number 2, he has executive experience. He's a 2-term governor of Lagos State, a state with an economy larger than Senegal. It's not the 5th largest economy in Africa, as has been touted, but it's a state larger, it's the economy of Lagos is larger than Senegal. He has the advantage of party incumbency. He has access to resources to propagate the election because elections cost money. He has a formidable party and campaign structure. Number 6, he's surrounded by intelligent people and they are loyal to him, some of whom have been with him for upwards of 25 years. He has built a vast political network across the spectrum of Nigeria. He has a behemoth of a media structure behind him, print, TV, and social media. Coming from the Southwest, he has a huge advantage in the Southwest, and he has the backing of the 11 northern governors who voted for him and supported him during the primaries. He has grassroots mobilization capacity, and he has a good grasp of economic policy. He is the ultimate and celebrated kingmaker, hence Emiloko. Second candidate, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, PDP, male, 75 years old. Is a very experienced and astute politician, a deal maker, and a smart businessman. He has an impressive network of friends and associates across the length and breadth of Nigeria. He inherited the Shehu Yaradua legacy and structure, the SDP structure. He is very exposed and intelligent, and is surrounded by intelligent people. He knows how to attract talent. He commands the loyalty of his associates, some of whom have been with him for decades. He has a good media and PR structure, including social media. He has remained in the news Think about it. He has remained in the news since 1999. He is well-resourced to propagate the election. He is perceived as non-tribalistic. He has a good grasp of economic policy and has a very good team of economists and analysts working for the campaign. He also has a constitutional team working through the difficult concepts called Nigeria for Day One presentation. He has executive experience, was elected governor and nominated vice president. He is known as a philanthropist who gives a lot of scholarship. And being from the North Central, he has a huge advantage in North Central Nigeria. He did social investment through the establishment of a university. So those are the 12 factors for Atiku Abubakar. For Peter Obi, Labour Party, male, 60 years old. He is articulate, intelligent, and exposed. He has an evangelistic fervor and he quotes statistics. It is therefore stupid to underrate him. He has executive experience, was governor of Anambra State for 8 years. He has managed to galvanize the youths, especially urban youths. He has managed to create an urban youth movement so far. Being from the Southeast, he has formidable leverage in the Southeast and is known for prudent management of resources. He doesn't give shishi. He has only one pair of shoes and one wristwatch. He has a good grasp of economics. Number 7, he's attended executive programs at Harvard, Kellogg, Oxford, and Cambridge. He has access to resources to propagate the election. Number 9, he has good media coverage. He's very strong on social media. Number 10, he's very successful in business and has corporate experience in the financial sector. Number 11, he's resilient. He's a resilient contestant. He did 3 years fighting, he did 3 years of litigation to claim his gubernatorial ticket, which was stolen, successfully challenged his impeachment as governor, and convinced the Supreme Court that his tenure had to be changed for his term as governor. Number 12, he has a plethora of awards of leadership and excellence in and out of the country, including Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation Award for Best Performing Governor on Humanization in Southeast Nigeria. So those are your 3 candidates. Okay? Now, this is something that you're going to note. You will notice that all 3 candidates are almost at par when it comes to pros. So what is going to matter is the cons. Now, I will leave that to you because you have enough pros for you to determine your cons. In fact, you can play the cons against each other. Okay? Now, what are the issues that the next government has to tackle? Well, there are only 2 categories of issues, actually. The first one is the immediate and apparent issues. The second one is the fundamentals. So you have immediate and apparent, and then you have the fundamentals. In other words, our issues are not hidden. The 2 immediacies are the economy and the security. The 2 are intricately linked. They form a circular argument, as lawyers are wont to say. If there's no security, the economy suffers. And if the economy suffers, there will be no security. Youths become amenable to the offer of terror evangelists and entrepreneurs. These are the things that we need to do to tackle these immediacies. And I'm going to say some things which may sound radical. Well, give a thought to the things I'm saying and you'll understand what I'm saying. I've been involved in writing policy for the country for some time now, and I know what I'm talking about. Number 1, cut down waste in government, even if it's only symbolically. Number 2, do more social investment. Make schools and healthcare priorities. Every child must go to school. It must be a crime not to send a child to school. Workers must be healthy or they can't produce. Solve malaria. What the UK did was to genetically modify the Anopheles mosquito such that it cannot produce malaria. We can genetically modify our mosquitoes. In fact, we can make them to be singing hallelujahs. There are also items of sickness and health that are beyond the reach of the average Nigerian. May an average Nigerian not have cancer? It's a death sentence because the cost of treating cancer is so high that it's virtually impossible for a poor man not to die from cancer. Number 3, fight corruption. Apart from the economic cost, it encourages mediocrity and discourages excellence. Number 4, sort out unemployment, but not by absorbing more and more people into the civil service. That's a lazy way of creating jobs, and you're not really creating jobs, you're creating a bureaucracy. Bureaucracies create what you call artificial bottlenecks. This invariably leads to corruption. As it is, our recurrent expenditure is too high. We are practically borrowing to pay salaries. We need to create job creators. So it's not enough to create jobs, you have to create job creators. Number 5, revamp education. Link education to the private sector, because the private sector accounts for 80% of GDP. The private sector must have input into the design of syllabi of universities and schools. Give the universities full administrative autonomy. Scrap JAMB. Give the universities grants to manage the transition to full administrative autonomy. Create a better scheme for student loans so that students who can't afford to go to those universities can at least take loans, which they pay over a period of time, 20 years, 25 years, you know, and we have something like that in the country, but it's hardly functional. It should give, and the loans, you know, segment should be private sector managed. It shouldn't be government managed. Convert polytechnics into creative enterprise schools for fashion design, blogging, filmmaking, script writing, culinary courses, special effects, coding, online trading, social media marketing, tour management, hairstyling, interior design, events management, catering, wardrobe styling, songwriting, digital art, car mechanics, music production, talent management, stock trading, photography, club management, artist management, DJing, social media marketing, etc. Now, why am I specifying these particular enterprises? It's because the generation that we're dealing with now is a creative generation. And the best way to create jobs for them is just to put them in the way. Now, the polytechnics are trying to reconfigure what the universities are doing, and that's not practical. That doesn't make sense. So let them be practical places where no theoretician is going to teach in those places. It has to be people in the practice. Do you understand? Now, at Lutz, you don't send in theoreticians to teach medicine. You send those who treat people to teach medicine. So in the same way, if you're going to teach DJing, go and call DJ Copy or anybody who wants to copy anything. Now, these courses will be taught by professionals, not theoreticians. The Creative Arts Institute should be linked to business and incubation hubs and the venture capital industry. We need to democratize internet connectivity in these schools. It should be free. Treat it as a social investment. The youths need it to create value. About 70% of Nigeria's population is under 30. Number 6, fight inflation and the runaway exchange rate with productivity. We have to produce and export. We must support export-oriented enterprises. We need to reorient our customs system, our customs agency, from a policing and seizure mentality to an export support service agency. Or at least let them have a department devoted to export support. Number 7, we need to start up power one way or the other. Abolish the one-cap-fits-all scheme for all regions. It is manifestly illogical. The North should be on solar power. That is just commonsensical. They have the land for the solar panels, they have the heat and the sun for everything. So why are you piping energy from the south to the north? It just doesn't make sense. They should be driving Teslas. Their roofs should be solar powered. Then if you take off their load from what the country is receiving in general, then you create more load for the south to use. Our problems, sometimes Nigeria not going to kill me. Okay, number 8, viciously fight 419. Less than 500,000 people have badly sullied the image of the country, making business very expensive and scaring off credit and investors. 419 is worse than armed robbery. And that's because armed robbery is localized. When thieves come, they are localized to a place, to a region. 419 on the other time has the ability to baptize all of us as criminals. And I'm tired of people examining my green passport and assuming that I'm what I'm not. So we need to viciously fight for 419 because it's an image program. Number 10, reduce regulation and business encumbrances. Reform the business registry in Abuja. The insistence that you have to have a certificate to go into an enterprise is wrong. I am a lawyer and I do brand strategy. The criteria for rejecting certain names are also wrong. In Nigeria, Yahoo will never have been registered. Yahoo simply means you're just yet another hierarchical official oracle. It's just whimsical. Other names are leaping lizard. Such names will not be registered under this present regime. And therefore, you are disenfranchising the youths. And we need the youths. A creative generation must be free to choose the creative names of the enterprises. We can go on and on, but our problems are not intractable. They're just creative challenges. Our real problem is with the fundamentals. There is no conceptual vision for the country, and the logic of our federation is wonky. We're a federated illogicality. We've been struggling with nationhood for years. At some point in that struggle, the struggle became violent, and we prosecuted the 3-year civil war. We have since learned that violence is not the answer. Unfortunately, we resorted to facile schemes like unity schools, JAMB, a new national anthem, a national pledge. We put 2 extra words on our coat of arms, peace and progress. National Youth Service Corps, relocation of the seat of government to Abuja, federal character principle, land use decree, turn-by-turn democracy, rotational presidency, creation of additional states, a new constitution. These schemes were soon turned into instruments of oppression and inequitable distribution of opportunities. We forgot that the most important factors in the federating entity is equity and justice. You can't have a nation if hegemonic mentalism dominates. Great nations are not built by schemes. They're built on powerful vision. I struggle to discern the vision for my country. What exactly do we want to become as a nation? Where is our place in the world? If we can't create a vision, we can at least borrow one. We can borrow from Dubai, for example. It's an overused vision, but we can borrow from those who are successful or are succeeding. Dubai wants to be the economic hub for Africa and the Middle East. That vision is not exactly new. It was borrowed from King Solomon. Between 970 BC and 931 BC, a space of about 40 years, so you can understand the Dubai timeline, King Solomon turned Jerusalem into the trade and commercial hub for Africa and the Middle East. The scope of that vision extended all the way to East Africa and beyond, some say up to Sri Lanka. The key component of the Dubai vision is logistics. The establishment of Emirates Airline was thus a necessity. It was not a sentimental whim. Without it, people can't pass through Dubai. And if people can't pass through Dubai, Dubai can't be a hub. Emirates Airline does not exist because Dubai wants a national carrier. It exists because it serves the Dubai vision. The simple question I ask myself is, we've been talking about the establishment of a national carrier, or the re-establishment of a national carrier. We've even expended a considerable amount of money designing a logo for the carrier. But what vision is this national carrier going to serve? That is the question. Truth is, we don't have a sensible concept as a nation. In our insufferable arrogance, we keep referring to ourselves as the giant of Africa. We forget that Goliath was killed. He was a prideful buffoon who felt he could win a war by turning into a gladiatorial Olympic contest and making empty declarations and strutting all over the place like a model on a catwalk. To stabilize the country, the government must use the 4 words on our coat of arms. They are mostly decorative right now. Perhaps we can use them to sieve government policies. Before government announces any policy, 4 questions need to be asked. Think of the rotary 4-way test kind of thing. Number one, will this unite the country? Number two, will this help our youths develop faith in our nation? Number three, will this bring peace to Nigeria? And number four, will this engender progress? Any policy that fails this acid test must be reconsidered. Now, I don't know if you filled the forms and everything. I need to just give you the results. Do you have the results? Okay, my able assistant. Okay. So I have the results here, and I'm going to read it to you. Location. 77.1% of the people that voted online are from the Southwest. 11.9% of the people are from abroad, abroad. Then you have slices of other things that are not very clear. But you have locations from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 locations. I can't access that information now, but I'll give you. But that's as per those who voted, okay? Number two, gender. 69.7% male, 30.3% female. Age, 50.5%. 50.5% are 26 to 35. 28.6% are 36 to 45 years old. 13.8% are 46 to 55 years old. 7.4% is above 55. And I think above 55 is, no, I think, you know, a nonsensical figure, you know. It doesn't matter. But 7.4% are 18 to 25 years old. How will you vote in the upcoming election? This is interesting. 86 or 87%, because the vote is still refreshing, is live. 87% of the people are going to vote based on manifesto. Every other figure is insignificant. Now, please note something. Note something. Note something. Please note something, okay? I know it's exciting, but note something. Now, we're talking about, these are the votes, listen to me, these are the votes of urban youths in a quasi-religious consent or in a quasi-secular context. We don't know how those who don't have access to the internet will vote. We don't know how those who are in the villages will vote. But if I'm a strategist for any of the parties, it's time to throttle out what I'm going to do for the youths in particular and stop talking about religion and party and race and ethnicity and all the things that divide us. The youths are saying something that is what you are going to do in office that matters. Not ethnicity, not religion, and maybe today we just found out that Nigeria has made progress forward from the bastions of ethnicity and religion. Maybe. But I again emphasize that this is the voting result for urban youths in a quasi-secular context. I want to thank you for listening to me. May God bless Nigeria.
Thank you for that very, very insightful session. Our last speaker for today is the Ruckus himself. Kunle Shoriyan is called so, the Ruckus, by industry, colleagues, and stakeholders. He works globally with leaders and high-impact individuals to reach deeper dimensions of meaning, purpose, global influence, and continued relevance. His skills have served individuals, families, organizations, and governments across the globe, including Fortune 500 companies such as Coca-Cola, Microsoft, Total, and Shell. Mr. Kunle does work through his thought-led consultancy and strategy sessions, his one-on-one clarity and growth sessions, as well as the Global Republic community of doers. He's happily married to his beautiful and gifted wife, Tiwa, and they are blessed with a son, and they live in the United States. Please welcome once again to the platform.
Okay, please, you may be seated. God bless you. It's been very interesting listening to all the speakers, very instructive. I've been really blessed, empowered on many levels, directed, instructed. So I should actually thank Pastor Poju for going out of his way every year, 15 years now, driving this conversation, pulling it together, and helping us to see, vistas that are necessary for how we think, how we govern behavior. Is working, I have the privilege of journeying around the world and meeting with thought leaders and strategists at different levels. And, platform continues to be one of those environments that spark, ideas for a lot of people across the world, thinking about our country, thinking about our continent, and making decisions based on flashes of ideas that come from this platform. I really want to appreciate everyone in here, Pastor Poju, Pastor Mrs. Toyin Oyemade, thank you so much for all that you represent. Covenant Nation, thank you all for your support for this vision and making it work. God bless you real good. If you have time, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. If you have time after the session, please, I will ask you to visit my stand. I have some products there that are useful for you. I always go with my products anywhere because my products are more important than me. They travel where I cannot go. They stay more with people more than I can stay with them. They are more transferable and usable than I can ever be, and they will definitely outlive me. So I'm not committed to my products, and I'm committed to myself. So find time to go there and see what you have. They are very expensive, I'm not sorry. It's not for everyone, but you will find something there. I also have a program that I'm driving, Big Swings, The Rise of Underdogs. Go there and see. I co-authored a great book that has been #1 on every platform in the United States, from Wall Street Journal to Amazon to Barnes & Noble to USA Today bestseller. #1 on day one of release, incredible book published by Forbes Books. I'm going to ask that you check it out. For a very long time, nobody could access it in Nigeria, and people have been screaming, but finally we got a breakthrough. So if you visit kuramo.com, I just thought I should put that out here. Kuramo being Quramo, kuramo.com. You can now have the book in Nigeria, right? So do that. God bless you as you do so. Again, I really want to thank Pastor Poju and Pastor Toyin for their love, for asking me to do this again. I really felt really blessed and, encouraged. The last time I was here on the platform and I'm here again, I find it very, very accepting, and I say that humbly. Thank you very much, right? So the assumption is that when it's darkest, it's about to get better, but under certain assumptions and dynamics that are flawed on many levels, that will be true most times, not all the times. At some times, depending on some assumptions, when it's darkest, then everything's about to come to nothing, right? That's pretty much like saying when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. It will be true most of the time, but that is assuming that the tough knows his way. Because when the going gets tough, depending on the conditions, the turf cannot just keep going because it can get lost. So the turf must seek collaboration. And I can't almost have any thought of any kind without thinking about collaborations. I know exactly what it means for today's people. There are so many ideas in the world today that people are not paying attention to. One of them is the death of death. I was speaking to a pastor the other day who had big plans for a healing crusade in the next 10 years. And the healing crusade is going to be based on some things. And I told him, there is no healing in the future. Just in case you don't know. There's no healing in the future. Now, when I say there's no healing in the future, I don't mean people will not be healed. People will not be sick. Just like when we left the Stone Age, stone did not finish in the world. There are still so many stones. We just found better ways of doing things. So, there is a book that you may want to check. It's called The Death of Death. That is, and the book is a very bold assertion. First of all, the author believes he's not going to die, and I accept his sentiments because it makes sense. But part of it is that by 2045, death will be optional in the world. Somebody I know is sick of a particular disease. I told him to hang in there because in another 7 years, tops 10 years, the part of your body you having a problem with will be 3D printed. So if you can just hang in there and fight for another 7 years, you will live. You know, this does not require anybody praying for you. If you have prayer points, pray for the scientists working on it. Scientists working on it. Because that will make a lot of difference. And if God meets you there today and heal you, fantastic. Jesus did not heal one disease in the Bible that doctors could heal. There was not one. Go check it. Every healing in the Bible were things that defy the logic, the intelligence, and the science of medicine and the protocols that define it. And common sense is the gift of God to the human condition. The idea that God does not make a demand where he has not invested. And that the human brain is God's creative art to invest in man for his own automated behavior. That is, he can now begin to curate his own experiences at the speed of preference. It has changed the world, guys. Gave us merchant banking, built the pyramid, did incredible things in the world, gave us the internet, flew the plane in the sky. Do you know how heavy a plane is? It's not plugged to any wires. It's not connected, it's not held down by, just human beings arresting gravity, jailing matter, and putting things at a level that pretty much give us power to prove that of all human species, the gift of reasoning is the most superior that actually separates city from jungle. That's the question. If a lion can ask himself why he has a lot of hair, he will shave. The reason why the lion has not shaved is because he really cannot pause and say, why do I have so much hair? Is this my design? That the lion is like that, honestly, is not necessarily design. It's because of the absence of a deeper quality, which is the ability to self-question, to question himself, to question his environment. There's so many things religion has done to this world that will take us a long time to recover from. The good news is that religion as we know it has a lifespan of another 50 years. Tops. You will argue with me, you can punch me. Don't punch me, just wait and hope you live long enough to see it. But religion is not in the future. Don't get me wrong, faith will expand. Spirituality will grow. But religion as you know it will crack. It can't survive the freedom of Gen Z and Gen Alpha. They are actually going to question everything and puncture every lie out of everything we have put together in an attempt to arrest God, not to offer freedom. Because that's what religion does. Am I speaking to you? The next level of colonization will be voluntary. Nations are by themselves going to surrender to other nations and say, colonize us. We really cannot handle our reality again. It happened in the Bible, and then before you punish me for the Bible, it happened in 1965. The nation of Malaysia was a bigger nation. The nation of Singapore was a smaller country struggling And Singapore went to Malaysia to say, absorb us as a state in Malaysia. We can no longer handle our realities. Stretch your map to include our own. Maybe our prime minister will become a governor. And our governor will become a local government chairman or a mayor of some sort. But we can no longer define our realities. And the merger happened. I'm going somewhere. And when that merger happened, Singapore began to struggle as much as his helper was struggling, Malaysia. Malaysia felt absorbing a poor Singapore was only going to make them poorer. So what did they do? They broke the merger and then abandoned Singapore. Then a young man came into the picture. His name was Lee Kuan Yew. And Lee Kuan Yew did only 3 things. Fought communism to death, invested in the mass education of his people, and then invested heavily in enterprise education. 30 years after, Singapore became a first world country with a per capita income higher than that of its colonial masters, Britain. Till today, probably the only country in the world that is attracting naturalization from Americans. And not just from any American, but from billionaire Americans, including the co-founder of Facebook. The idea is that the human mind has the freedom and the right to paint pictures of its own preference, to deliberately talk his own prejudice in and create that picture at the speed of choice, at the speed of preference, even with the power to clock in time on it. People have done it. They've done it without the privilege of church or mosque. Some of the richest people in the world don't go to church. In fact, Bill Gates, of the allocation of resources, religion is a waste of time. You can't judge him. The richest man in the world for how many years? If you have more money, question what he's saying. If you don't have more money, you shut up. It's as simple as that. So there is another way that I've considered that we have to be thinking. There's just another way we have to begin to look at things. And I think that 2 things that is needed in the world at any point in time, in any environment, for development to really occur, will be wisdom and courage. Wisdom is not intelligence. Intelligence can rob a bank. In fact, it takes a lot of intelligence to rob a bank successfully. Intelligence can plan to rape your wife. Intelligence can steal your money. Wisdom only multiplies good. So you can have very intelligent people who are very foolish. And foolishness is not an insult. It's a state of existence. It means that there is a set of behavior and thinking that conforms to a definition. So you can't call a carpenter a surgeon. I will say this thing every time I have the privilege of a microphone. Because they are handsome fools. They are 6 foot tall, broad-chested, empty minds. They are very pretty, wig-wearing drifters. There has to be another way we define people beyond container and recognize that before container, there's a stronger force called content. But content has no color. What's the address of wisdom? What kind of car does understanding drive? Where kind of shoes does prudence wear? You don't see these things. But these things govern our entire existence on a daily, every day. So, Nigeria needs wisdom. Nigeria needs courage. But I'm not very big on worrying about politicians and political parties. I've done my research. I've not found or transformed by its politicians. I've not found one. I've not found one country that was solely transformed by its government. I've realized that at the end of the day, the government and its politicians are at the mercy of a few rebels. And when I say rebels, I don't mean people carrying guns. Because violence is the deepest appreciation of weakness. And so you have to be bigger, right? And I'm talking about people who pay attention to mental weaponry, thought revolution, right? A type of strength that is not commonplace. You don't go to school. You know, somebody told me something has to be done, and people have to be coached at a particular level, and people have to qualify for something, and people have to go to a particular school to be able to do this, and then they have to qualify. And then I said, calm down. The first person that certified people, who certified him? The first person that said this is what is called a accounting degree. Who taught him that? Or the first person that said you are now certified to be this type of person. Who certified that person? Knowledge doesn't have to be received horizontal to horizontal. Knowledge, first of all, is vertical. That is, we can move from 0 to 1. Defining knowledge by 1 to infinity is oppressive. That is paying attention to the privileges of some people as the only way to grow knowledge and to grow power. We can change that. The moment you begin to understand that, a new type of strength comes into you. To accept that you can question everything. The Americans did it. Have you ever wondered that the Americans play American football? They play the basketball. But when they are playing those things, they call it World Series. And when they win the World Series, they say they've won the World Cup. Except that there's no nation playing with them. It's just them. It doesn't make sense logically. But nobody is questioning it. That is the boldness of a people to say, this is who we are, this is what we do, and this is how we serve it, and you have no choice but to accept it or to leave us to play our world. It's as simple as that. And so one of the greatest things we've lost as a people is that the white man came here. And I don't mean the white man of 2022. I don't mean the white man of the 2000s at all. I don't even mean the white man of the 21st century. But a white man in our history, the white man of slave trade, the white man of colonialism, came here, took away our education, and gave us the classroom. And the classroom has become a major deal. All kinds of enterprises are happening because of the classroom. I have less than 10 minutes more. God help me. So you then have people defining meaning, preferences, outcomes, all kinds of qualifications by the limits of the classroom. And it has not helped, because academics is what you are taught at best. Education is what you teach yourself. To education we must turn. Superior to education is revelation, because that's what you are given. And that is not curated within the human space. But education is enough to transform societies. It has happened again and again, right? So what is education? The right of the human spirit to do 4 things. Number 1, to experience his world freely. Number 2, to question it deep enough. Number 3, to find the options that exist in it. And number 4, to know which of those options to embrace as a matter of supreme importance and urgency. I'll say it again. Education is the freedom, the right of the human spirit to experience his world, to question it deep enough to find the options that exist in it, and to know the ones to embrace as a matter of supreme urgency. By that definition, so many people in school with PhDs are not educated. They have passed the test of the technicality of academics, but they fail that of essence, which is education, because they cannot experience their world, even with a PhD. And when they can experience their world, they can question the world they are experiencing. And when they can question that world, they cannot birth options through that. And when they can birth options, they don't know they want to choose as a matter of supreme importance and urgency, because confusion is not a psychological state. It's the inability or refusal of someone to take a decision in the face of options. So when you have options and you don't know the one to choose, then you are confused. It's not ignorance, right? So we need to prioritize education. We need to emphasize education above academics. And this education has to be informal, right? And there must be another way we have to begin to look at it, to teach our people to essentially understand how to birth options. Their courage is to legislate that. For example, to take a second look at lingua franca, this English I am speaking, very few of us in this country, when you aggregate the value, can do it as good as I'm doing it. And I'm not the best doer of these things. There are a vast majority of people who cannot do to any degree of what I'm doing right now. And those people are going to work with you or work for you at different levels, right? They are the ones that are going to listen to you, right? Listen to your politicians, and they are going to make the vote, not your vote. How many of us are educated on social media, really? Of all the Nigerians, how many of us are on social media? So the guys who are going to listen to the campaigns, to politicians, they didn't have the privilege of your level of awareness. They are not ignorant, because ignorance is a privilege. For you to be ignorant is a cluelessness in spite of training. That's ignorance. There's nations. That is a state of complete you are not even aware of what's going on. That is, you see, when you have been trained to shoot a gun as a police officer, and then you cannot shoot the gun, you are ignorant. Because you are clueless in spite of training. There's something deeper than that. That is what the people are dealing with. So, what is GDP in Igbo? What's per capita income in Yoruba? What's downsizing in Hausa? So when you come and say growth, what does that mean? Jobs, multiplier effect. What does that mean? What does it even mean in Pidgin? So the courage to actually sit down and say, must we learn this way? Africans by history don't learn in classroom. We learn two true ways. Key, apprenticeship and observation. It has helped us to do so many things in our history that I don't have time to articulate. And shame on everybody who manages our education for their refusal to sit down and say, it is not a problem for we to lose a war that forces us into slavery. But that the day we find independence, we must have the courage to ask ourselves who we are and how do we start again from where we stopped. We don't have to bow to the reality of the assumptions of your colonial masters or your oppressors who define how you are going to think about your life. Everything is on the table. The Americans even changed the way they use their switches. The Americans changed everything. They made sure that their colonial master... Are you aware that the British government was also the colonial master of America? And that America had to sit down, not just to articulate their freedom, but to say, how do we ensure that from now we live only by our own identity and what we permit? Because only fools will complain about what they permit. Only fools. So, but in appreciating education and giving empowerment to people, I thought about a young friend of mine who could not pass English language and so could not study law, but passed economics, government, and literature with English language. But the English language that he used to pass those three subjects, he couldn't pass it. So I said, so what is the goal of... Because it means that no matter what he writes in his exam, if you cannot tell the difference between pronoun and clause, or between a phrase and a clause, or adjective and a pronoun, it's not going to pass the exam. No matter how clear he is, no matter how well he can speak the language. So what is the goal of the examiner? So the examiner is not testing the use of English. It's testing the technicality of English. So the next question is, what is the goal of lingua franca then? Is it sophistication or communication? Because if I tell all of you now that I'm going to Lagos, you get what I mean. You get it. I don't need to say I'm going to Lagos. Now, when you define communication only by the idea of sophistication that identify elites for you and those who have some type of exposure or some privilege of background and training, you become the oppressor. Because you then deny a vast majority of people who were taught English language in Yoruba, who will never have the privilege of saying church. Once you say shush, you cannot even marry the girl of your dreams. Because once you say shush, the girl assumes that you are not a thinker. The girl assumes that you have no sophistication, you have no character. Meanwhile, I have Nigerians in America, I live there, who say Chicago. Chicago. It's not called Chicago. It's Chicago. But where they are coming from, to say she is Raz. And to say she is an embarrassment. So they change it again from Chicago to Chicago. To prove that they are sophisticated. That is what is called confident ignorance. That is, you don't know anything, but you are not aware. So you are defeated by your history and use your context as determinant of your clarity universally wherever you find yourself. Pidgin language is not an embarrassment. It's a proof of a people's struggle with an original language. So there's Pidgin French, Pidgin. All the best soccer coaches in the world speak the worst English language, but they win all the championships. Westerhoff was Nigerian's coach. Tomorrow we win, Yekini score. That's how he talks. But we win and we score and we get the job done. You see? Because if I say, I love you, man, and it doesn't change the quality of my thinking. It doesn't touch the size of my character. It doesn't in any way touch my ability to love or to pace you, or my emotional stability and fortitude to hold your destiny in my hands and to offer you direction and help. It doesn't touch anything like that. But you will judge me for all of that just because I have the defect of birth, if there's anything like that. That doesn't allow my tongue to go shh and go sha. So, and that's the problem right there. So we must turn. My fellow speakers have done an intelligent job in addressing everything about the government. I don't understand government without people. So I'm going to begin to close, but I'm going to take about 5 minutes more. Pastor Paul is not here. I appeal. I'm going to try and rush. I'm really struggling. So there's something called the parable. There's something I call the parable of the raw eggs. A story that I invented that a basket existed and raw eggs were in the basket. And every 4 years, we go to that basket to pick 4 eggs randomly. And when they break them into the fry pan, they are all rotten eggs. 4 years after, we are very angry about the first 4 eggs. We go to the basket again. We picked 4 raw eggs, put them in the fry pan, rotten eggs. We were mad this time around, went to the basket again, chose 4 eggs again, put them in the fry pan, rotten eggs. And for over 60 years, we have continued to go to this basket to pick eggs and break the egg in the fry pan, and all the eggs have been rotten eggs. They say insanity is to do the same things the same way and get a different result. 60 years is long enough to ask ourselves that maybe this basket itself is a basket of rotten eggs. Nigerian leadership is not outsourced. It's chosen from this basket. Your leadership is not imported. There's nothing, you have no moral authority to hate your leadership and not hate yourself. Because everything begins with you. And if we have you in charge, thinking and accepting responsibility at a level, we will change this country. Now let me quickly move that to 3 basic ideas, and I'm going to do that in 5 minutes. The first one is stewardship of private property. The reason people make mistakes in public office is because these are people who for 25 years of their life or 40 years have mastered ownership. They've mastered how to own things of private property, and it makes sense. So when somebody has mastered ownership of private property, he gets into government, and you want him to supply stewardship of public property. The common denominator there is ownership or stewardship. Forget about the property. Whether it is public property or private property, the character he has mastered will overwhelm that property. So for 40 years, this guy is a master of ownership, and justifiably so. He has created his entire life, his business, everything, mastering ownership. Nobody has questioned him or held him accountable based on stewardship. I know somebody who is very rich, who pays his house help 35,000 naira. Any income you pay anybody that cannot do 3 things is slavery. If the income cannot help that person to meet his basic needs in life, eating, clothing, going out. If the income cannot help him to put something away, otherwise called savings, if that income cannot help him to help somebody around him to find meaning, that is slavery. If income cannot do that, it's either you appeal to that person to support you on that job by working for you with the little you can pay, not to harass that person for paying money that is only for slaves, assuming there is legitimacy to slavery. So the idea is ownership of private property will never deliver any society. What will deliver societies is stewardship of private property, not public property first. When you learn to be stewardship of what you seemingly own, to be a steward of what you seemingly own, then to supply stewardship of what is not yours is the easiest thing that will ever happen. And so we have to find a way to hold people accountable to how they use their personal resources. The things that they own by themselves. For example, how do you pay your staff? For example, how do you pay people around you? Critical things. Let me move because I see her, she's already climbing. Before she gets here, I'll finish. So the next thought for me will be something that Dr. It's in the rush. Don't forgive me. It's this time that is causing this. So Dr. Sam Amadi had emphasized. There's something we have to kill in Nigeria, and this is my last thought. If we don't kill it, we joke. And that is the concept of indigenization. Two brothers in America, one from Texas, both of them from Texas, but one was governor of Texas, another one was governor of Florida. From the same family, same mother, same father. Two brothers, governor of two different states. It can never happen in Nigeria. The reason why it happened in America is because there's nothing called indigenization there. What they have in America is citizenship. Above any, it doesn't matter where you are born, if you meet the rules that define citizenship, then you can be governor. You see, the average Yoruba man like me, before I am a Yoruba man, I'm first of all from Remo. You'll be surprised how I will defend Remo affairs above any other thing. Then, when you can minister to me as a Remo person, then I can consider that I'm from Ogun State. Before I am from Ogun State, I'm first of all from Remo. That's the average person I'm talking about, not me. And then, before that person is a Yoruba person, is first of all from Ogun State. So how do you define that man who has sentiments and prejudices that transcend the limits of the identification you want him to live to, or you want him to rise to? So before he's a Nigerian, he's first of all a Yoruba man. Before he's a Yoruba man, he's first of all an Igbo man. Sorry, first of all, an Ogun State man. Before he's from Ogun State, first of all from Remo. You see what I'm saying? The same thing applies in the East. The same thing applies in Lagos, anywhere. So the idea is, how do we legislate this? That is courage. Now, the courage to actually come out boldly and say that we are going to actually legislate indigenization out of our reality. It will take a tough thing. It will take a lot of persecution. But let me tell you something about persecution. Persecution strengthens resolve, builds regimentation, and grows community. Whether it's the gay movement, or it's Christianity, or it's Islam, anything you persecute will grow. So the innovators of thought and those who campaign must be bold enough to create ideas, really, that will endure persecution. And one more minute, I'm getting out of your face, one more minute. I've said it before at the last platform. We need three people in any society, three groups of people. Entrepreneurs above politicians, innovators above politicians, non-profits above politicians. And that is where I want to challenge all of you. Everybody in this room, you have a personal social responsibility. It's called PSR. Forget about CSR. There's a lot of bureaucracy that defines that. PSR is tied to your will, and integrity is an act of will. Start from there and say to yourself, before you complain about what the government is doing, what do you want to do? I believe there should be about 25 different non-profits agitating for the rights of the police force. I believe there should be about 25% agitating for the rights or the welfare of veterans in the military, or the military itself. I believe there should be another rights of people fighting for the rights of children, or for the sanity of families. There just have to be a way on many levels that we can identify all the problems in society, and we can build non-profits that actually challenge all of these things. Now that takes personal freedom, but that takes more than freedom, personal sacrifice. The right to say I will not be bribed is critical, but the sacrifice to say I'm willing to die for that commitment is even deeper. And so that is where sacrifice begins from. As I close, I want you all to reflect into your own personal journey and begin to ask yourself only one question as you move towards 2023. Nigeria will change based on some existential factors. By 2030, whether we like it or not, and by 2050 by extension, three things will happen in Nigeria, whether we like it or not. I've told everyone that has come to meet me to fight for the rights of young people and to lead some campaigns that I'm not interested, because nature is doing a job. Because nature is doing that job, nobody should pursue things as you should position for things. What is happening is that whether we like it or not, there is the fading of voices and powers as you know it. It's ongoing. There is the rise of voices and powers as you are yet to know. It's ongoing. Nature is taking care of that. In 30 years' time, Nigeria will be new. It's whether we'll be ready or not. If you are 1 in 30 years, you'll be 31. If you are 20 in 30 years, you'll be 50. If you are 30, you'll be 60. If you are 50, you'll be 80. If you are 60, you'll be 90. If you are 70, you'll be dead. In 30 years' time, the truth of the matter is that there is a natural flavor coming. And whether we like it or not, everybody you hate in government is going in 30 years, and most of them will take a position of weakness in society. It will be your turn to take a stand. The question should be whether you'll be ready or not. And that comes from only one thing: positioning. God bless you.
Wow. On that note, I'd like to say a big thank you to all of our speakers. Thank you so much. And as we mentioned earlier on the platform, we have a special highlight today, and that is the National Youth Debate. So very quickly, I will call on Osaghae Akenzwa, who is the program manager for Leap Africa, to coordinate the debate. Please, Osaghae Akenzwa. Please approach.
In the south, from the lush green hills in the east to the sprawling coastlands of the west, a nation blessed with abundant human and material resources. With over 600 languages spoken by 250 ethnic groups, ours is a nation brimming with diversity, yet united by destiny. The Covenant's Nation Abuja invites you to join us on Sunday, 2nd of October for our Heritage Thanksgiving Sunday.
You are welcome back to the Platform Studios, and we've just had 5 back-to-back power sessions, starting from Dr. Victor Oladokun and ending with Mr. Kunle Shoriyan. And quickly, whilst the debate is being set up, because we don't want you to miss the debate, I'll just speak to my, I was going to say co-panelists, co-debaters right here in the studio. From the 5 sessions we've had, what are your highlights and takeaway points?
I think, firstly, it's the power of vision. Yeah, so you need leadership that has a vision. Yeah. Vision is not saying I'm going to build roads, I'm going to provide healthcare. Vision is a destination. But more importantly, you have to be able to hold them accountable. Now, that accountability, I think Dr. Amadi spoke very well about it. If I give an example, if you work in a publicly listed company, today is October 1st, the quarter has ended, you know you have to go back to your shareholders or stakeholders and account for what you've done every quarter. No one needs to tell you what to do. You're going to publicly account for it. And I think that's what's lacking. So when we collect the vision from people, this is what they want to do, we also need to hold them accountable. And I think that's where you have the legislative arm has to be stronger. And then let's not build this whole political structure around personalities, because people will fail if the structures to hold them accountable are not there.
Thank you, Tola.
I think mine is also vision, but then what informs that vision? So, for example, what the last speaker, Mr. Sorian, was talking about in terms of just upending and having a fresh new ideas. So what informs the vision? We're saying our leaders have to have vision. But who informed the vision? What mentality? What experience? Right? What are they trying to do in Nigeria? It even goes right down to the poll done by Mr. Leke Alder. And you now see, I mean, it was a very small poll, but then what people actually want to see is the manifesto, right? And that goes to, they want to see what the leader or what the next president of Nigeria, what is his vision for Nigeria, what's in it? And, you know, how are we then going to push forward, you know, that vision to create the Nigeria that we want, right? And who has put together that vision, right? The structure of Nigeria, who does it benefit? Who are the people who are left empty-handed with the short end of the stick, right? And that's what we have to see now in the next leaders. And hopefully when the manifestos start coming out, we'll read it and then we'll all decide whose vision it is that we love the most.
Certainly, and I thought that was an interesting poll as well. Though I know that if we take a poll here, you both say what would your answer be? In the 7 categories you gave, whether you were the manifesto voter, you were the religious voter, the ethnic voter, the structural infrastructure, stomach infrastructure. Which one would you be, sir?
No, see, I'll take the manifesto, but I think there's a bit missing. Yeah, anybody can produce a manifesto. The question is, how do I hold you accountable for that manifesto? That bit today is missing. And that's why people produce the manifesto, and then the next time you see them is the next 4 years.
Absolutely. So there's also still the work of accountability to be done, even afterwards. One thing that has also rang through all of the 9 speakers today is unity of purpose. And I think that was something Mrs. Aida, if I'm correct, also hampered on, that it's one thing to say, what is this Nigeria that we carry and that we're so passionate about, what is even the purpose that unites each and every one of us? And I think that's the question that we want to leave with us as well. We need to get back into the hall now to watch the debate. But she also left a question, which we always leave when we end the platform. What are you going to do with all of the information that you've taken away from here today? What are your action points? What are your steps? What are you going to change personally first, like Mr. Shirino ended on? So your own personal changes first before we even begin to see national change and family change and all of that. But thank you for watching the platform. It is not over yet. This debate will be a most interesting time indeed, and we'll go right back to the main session where we continue with the debate.
Its 15th anniversary on the 1st of October 2022. The platform Nigeria will celebrate its 15th anniversary on the 1st of October 2022. The platform Nigeria will celebrate its 15th anniversary on the 1st of October 2022. The platform Nigeria will celebrate its 15th anniversary on the 1st of October 2022.
From the lush green hills in the east to the sprawling coastlands of the west, a nation blessed with abundant human and material resources. With over 600 languages spoken by 250 ethnic groups, ours is a nation brimming with diversity, yet united by destiny. The Covenant's Nation Abuja invites you to join us on Sunday, 2nd of October for our Heritage Thanksgiving Sunday. It's a day where we will lavishly celebrate God's blessings on us as a people, our strengths in diversity, the beauty in our colors, the formidable spirit of the Nigerian, and indeed, our collective journey as a people. We will have a special praise and worship sessions to our Maker, presentation by children, drama, talk shows, the undiluted word of God, intercessory prayers for the nation, and so much more. You do not want to miss this. Come elegantly dressed in your native attires to rep your tribe as we celebrate our diversity and honor the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, who has blessed us in unique ways. Service starts at 8:45 a.m. Sunday, 2nd October 2022 at the Ladikwali Conference Center, Sheraton Hotels, Abuja. Come along with your friends, family, and loved ones as we lift up our nation to God Almighty. You will be glad you did. God bless you and God bless our great nation, Nigeria.
Thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here. And my name is Usalme Akenzwa, Program Manager, LEAP Africa. We are a youth leadership development organization, and we've worked with young people over the last 20 years, trying to make sure that we're raising young leaders that will transform Africa. And it's a pleasure to be here on the platform today, live in Lagos. We're just going to be standing on existing protocol. Thanks. And we have the debates competition funded by the MacArthur Foundation and Ford Foundation on the third of our young undergraduates who sat at home because the schools were not in session anymore, and the strike was not going to keep them sitting at home. These young people, after a call for application was made, applied to lend their voices for change in Nigeria. It's a privilege, it's an honor to introduce to you today those students who have keenly contested over the last 6 to 8 weeks on the Youth Leadership Debate competition under the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund, which is supported by MacArthur Foundation and Ford Foundation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me in giving a round of applause to these young students from across Nigeria who have emerged the finalists on this very incredible competition. So I won't waste much of your time, but before we go ahead, we also have some very special judges who are joining us to decide who the winner that would emerge today from this keenly contested competition. And with us today, we have who is the Executive Director of Yaga Africa of the Not Too Young to Run campaign. Thank you for joining us. Also with us today is our second judge, Yemi Adamolekun, and she is the Executive Director of Enough is Enough Nigeria. Please join us in welcoming. And then we also have representation from one of the sponsors of this particular program, Onye Mobi. She is the Program Associate for West Africa at Ford Foundation. Please join me in welcoming her. Thank you. The Nigeria Youth Futures Fund is created so that young people across Nigeria can begin to lend their voices for change. They can begin to imagine a new Nigeria, a new nation. Hence the hashtag on this competition, the Nigeria we want. Can I hear a chant in the room? The Nigeria we want. Nigeria we want. And these young people are going to be speaking up today and telling us what type of Nigeria they would like to see. The topic today was very deliberately put together so that there's alignment with the theme of this year's 15th anniversary of the platform Nigeria. And the topic goes thus: transformative leadership will come from the government, not the citizenry. At Leap Africa, we are proponents of transformative leadership because we believe that once we get leadership right, everything falls into place. But today, we're going to have the two teams supporting and then opposing the motion. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce from the Ahmadu Bello University, all the way from the Ahmadu Bello University, Jafaru Amina. And we also have Ibrahim Usman Abubakar. And then we have Mukhtar Sadia, all from the Ahmadu Bello University. And then we move to Uniben, who's also in the final. And we have from the University of Benin, we have Oko Emmanuel. And then we also have Omera Victory Ochoa. All right, these young people are going to be speaking. Every team has 4 minutes for their opening argument, and then followed by a rebuttal from the second speaker. You have 2 minutes. And then the closing argument will last for exactly 1 minute. Debaters, You have the timer right in front of you. A bell will go off, and that would indicate that your time is up. If you are speaking at the time the bell goes off, you have the opportunity to complete your statement, and you would have to leave the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Nigerians, it's time for the Youth Leadership Debate Grand Finale. Supporting the motion, I would like to call the first speaker of Amadi and bring forward the opening argument. You have 4 minutes. Please, a round of applause for our first speaker from Ahmadu Bello University.
Leadership is the capacity to turn vision into reality. And vision is not about today, but tomorrow. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Amina Jafar from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, and I stand to present the case. Transformative leadership comes from the government and not the citizenry. James McGregor Burns in 1978 defined transformative leadership to be the association of a leader and a follower to assist each other and evolve to a degree of success. Today, transformative leadership has many definitions, but one thing stands, that transformative leadership is the ability of a leader to cause a lasting change. The government is what is capable to cause lasting change, and I will tell you why. Active citizenship is the active participation of a citizen under the law. Let me take you a little back in time. After World War II, 51 countries came together in 1945. What happened? The United Nations was formed. The United Nations Transformative Leadership Framework is transformational at all levels, and the mission is to support and achieve lasting change. Now, in June 2012, the United Nations did something very incredible. They came together in turn and formed the Sustainable Development Goals. This says a lot about what the government can do in creating a lasting change. Today is the Independence Day in Nigeria. And I'm sure we know that citizens fought to achieve independence. But one thing was clear with these citizens. They knew that for them to be able to fight for the freedom of their people, they had to form a government. And the government was formed, and today we enjoy 62 years of independence. I'd like to tell a story about the situation that happened some years ago in Zamfara State, precisely in Anka local government. They were suffering from lead poisoning and people were dying. Hamzat Lawal, a Nigerian like myself, decided to use his voice to amplify the problem, and the government immediately responded. Hamzat knew he could make change in the system, but he knew that transforming change that would last longer could only be done by the government. In conclusion, I would like to make it clear that I do not disregard the fact that a citizen can make change, but it is important to know the resources needed to make change. And to make change, you need power, and the government has this power. Long-lasting change is the core of transformative leadership. Anyone can create change, but long-lasting change needs to come from a place where you can get every resource you need to get what needs to be done. The government is going to bring transformative leadership. Thank you.
All right. There you have it. Thank you very much from Ahmadu Bello. To make change, you need power, and the government has the power. So says the Ahmadu Bello University. Let's move on to the side who will be opposing that argument today. And let's invite the University of Benin to come forward. Please, a round of applause. You have 4 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, a few moments ago, we all stood up in solidarity and we made a loud declaration. We said, "Arise, O compatriots, Nigerians call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith." Now, who are these compatriots? Is it one person? Is it a group of people? Or is it everyone who has the privilege of calling themselves Nigerians? It will be of interest to note that the highest office in a land is the position of its citizens, and these were the words of an elected leader, former President Barack Obama. Just as an employer is to an employee, so are citizens to the government. The citizens elect the government to serve them, and they are actually answerable to the citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, change will only come when we as citizens own our position and power to drive the change that we desire. I am Victory Ochua Omwera from the University of Benin, and I will be arguing against the resolve that states that transformative leadership will come from the government, not the citizens. In the course of this debate, or in the course of my argument rather, I'll be taking you on a journey to see reasons with me why citizens are the ones to drive transformative change. First of all elected leaders were first citizens. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Muhammad Buhari, was first a citizen before he was elected as a leader. So citizenship or transformative leadership starts from the citizens. We have to use a bottom-up approach to start bringing in good citizens who are educated and know their rights to then become good leaders who also can drive transformative change. Secondly, we live in a democratic environment, and democracy by definition is the government of the people, for the people, and by the people. That means there is no democracy without the people. It means that active citizenship is the goal. Third, transformative leadership is engaging others in an ethical manner to generate positive and lasting change. Ladies and gentlemen, where in this definition did I mention the government, or where in this definition did I mention a position? Leadership is not a position, it is an action. Look at the case of Martin Luther King Jr. He never held a political position, yet he was the youngest Nobel Peace Prize winner because of his civil rights movement, and he is the model of active citizenship, not only in America, but in the world today. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, my opponent argues that transformative leadership comes from the government, but what happens when this government tenure elapses? Does transformative leadership end there? No, transformative leadership is a journey and not a destination. So we must begin to educate citizens to know their rights, and then we educate them to keep government accountable, and also educate them to be good leaders themselves. And lastly, educate them on how to elect good leaders themselves. That is where the journey of transformation leadership begins. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay. All right, so leadership doesn't end after the tenure of a political office holder. Those were the words of the University of Benin today. Okay, seems like it's getting pretty interesting in the room. And I see that those of us in the room are engaging with the arguments put forward by our debaters. We'd like to remind that the hashtag for this is the Nigeria we want. We'd like you to also tweet and put in the comments or whatever social media platform you're part of, and begin to write the Nigeria you want based on some of the arguments here or other arguments that you may have. We'll be proceeding further in this keenly contested debate. I don't envy the judges right now. Does anybody in the room envy them? All right, and it's just the first speaker. So we move on to the second. It's my pleasure to invite to the podium the second speaker of Ahmadu Bello University.
the first speaker from the opposing side argued that asked the question, what happens when the tenure of the government ends? Governments usually carry out their tasks using policies. These policies don't stop when the tenure of a particular government ends. The policies continue. So there is nothing about discontinuity in governance. The opposition also argued that the citizens elect the government, so they are the ones carrying out the transformative leadership. But the opposition also forgot that the government are eventually the ones who eventually carry out this transformative leadership. It's just that the fact that the citizens elect them into office, and now they are in office, they are carrying out this argument. They are carrying out this, they are executing the policies and carrying out works. So the opposition also argued that they are first citizens, that President Buhari is actually first citizen before he is a leader. However, when they are in office, when they are carrying out this transformative change, they are leaders. They are leaders at that point when they are carrying out. The opposition also argued that democracy, that this is, so I'm here to tell us that this is not just about democracy, because there are countries in the world that don't practice democracy. There are countries in the world that practice monarchy. So are they to be done away with? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Usman Abubakar from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, and I am on the proposing side of this argument. Let us remember that the government is not a body of one person, but rather a body guided by policies directed to direct every sector for transformative leadership. We can all agree that major transformations that have happened in the world have been more through people in government than out of it. Examples include events of the 20th to 21st century, such as the ending of the World War II in 1945, launching of the first artificial satellite in 1957, and the first landing on the moon in 1969, among many others. These are transformative changes, and they definitely need all the resources they can get from the government to be able to execute these transformative changes. Transformative leadership is more conveniently and effectively executed by the government than by citizens. The current security challenges that is currently bedeviling this nation can only be addressed by the government, which has resources such as the military at its disposal. While there are citizens that have made attempts to cause changes in their various communities, governments have the biggest capacity and resources to make transformative change at scale. In conclusion, there is no doubt that citizens have their role to play in the development of their nation, but transformative leadership, which is for change and major reforms, will come from the government and not the citizenry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we encourage the second speaker there? It's never easy to stand in front of the entire nation on a day such as the occasion of the celebration of the 62nd independence and speak and address the nation. One more time, can we appreciate and encourage the second speaker? I did have to interject because the timing for the second speakers was actually 2 minutes. But because of that hitch along the way, it was only fair that we extend the time so that the gentleman can recover. I hope that that's okay. So we will do and extend the same favor and generosity to the second speaker. I now will be inviting to hear from the other side, the second speaker, reporting from the University of Benin. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please welcome the second speaker?
Ladies and gentlemen, while my opponent was speaking, he said that there are other countries in the world that do not operate a democratic system of government but have transformative leadership. I will, however, point to a fact that is taking us away from the topic of this debate. The debate clearly states transformative leadership is the way Transformative leadership will only come from the government and not the people, and not necessarily bringing up democracy. Thank you. I am Emmanuel Oko from the University of Benin, and I'm here to argue further against the resolve that transformative leadership can come from the government and not the citizenry. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you that while there is no leader, without a follower. What then happens when leadership turns sour? Who has the right to change these leaders, if not the followers? And in this case, it is the citizens. How long must we sit and wait as citizens while we wait for our leaders to change? Do we just stand by the sidelines and fold our arms while our infrastructure is depleting, our educational sector is in problem, our health sector is in problem, or do we take up actions as active citizens to ensure that these issues are properly addressed by our government? Secondly, let us consider the registration of permanent voters' cards this year. A report by Channels TV states clearly that INEC said, and I quote, that there was a record of an unprecedented surge in the registration of the permanent voters' card this year. What led to this surge, let me ask, ladies and gentlemen? Was it the influence of the government or the people? Let us consider the following examples. The examples I am listing are examples of everyday Nigerians, not Nigerians with political offices. For example, the likes of Reverend Father Kelus Godwin, who stopped members of his congregation from worshiping without their permanent voters card. Secondly, we have the likes of Mr. Femi Falana, a human rights activist who urged professional bodies to urge their members to go for permanent voters card registration. And thirdly, even our very own artists stood in solidarity and organized free parties and fan meetings, with the entry point being only the permanent voters card. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I ask again, what led to this upsurge? Going to my last point, my opponent is arguing that transformative leadership comes from the government and not the citizenry. That is just like imagining one hand clapping. Can you imagine the sound of one hand clapping? We as a nation cannot focus and hope on one man or a group of people we call leaders to enact change. Instead, we should as a collective focus on active citizenship and transformative leadership to change our country by causing positive and lasting change in an ethical manner in Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are at a point which I believe will be perhaps a deciding moment in this debate competition. And I appeal to us. I know that some points or some comments are resonating, but I appeal to us just to support the debaters, to please help with the side comments so that they're not too distracted. So I appeal to our audience. Thank you. I think this is very pivotal because we now have the closing statements from both schools. The first speaker has gone and been able to open the argument from the Ahmadu Bello University. The second speaker also has been able to rebut claims or suggestions made by the University of Benin, and vice versa. I will now be calling on the speaker from the Ahmadu Bello University. It's the closing argument. Nigeria, a closing argument from one of our university students on this topic. A transformative leadership will only come from the government and not the citizenry. Supporting that is the speaker from Ahmadu Bello. You have 1 minute for your closing argument. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the speaker that will be closing the argument from Ahmadu Bello University. Thank you.
The opposition stated that involving the monarchy is removing us from the premise of this debate. But if I am correct, we're talking about government and the systems of government. And what is the monarchy? Is it not a system of government? The opposition also said that, can you imagine the hands of one hand, or can you imagine the sound of one hand clapping? Meaning, and he equally went further to say that we cannot focus on one man to enact change. And that is a fallacy, because the government is not made up of one man, but a body of people and governed by a policy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be here. But I didn't come here to disregard the power of a citizen. I didn't, and never did I say that the citizen does not hold power. I, in fact, gave an example with Hamzat Lawa, but the opposition clearly disregarded the power of the government. Thank you.
Okay, it's getting pretty exciting in here. Very exciting. It's contagious. All right, so that we keep and maintain that momentum, I will move to the University of Benin to have their own closing argument in 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the speaker from the University of Benin.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, it takes 2 hands to clap, but it takes even more to make a loud ovation. I will not be standing here today to debate on this topic, if not for several reasons. I mean, I've been away from school for 7 months. It can almost make you apathetic towards the government. But I'm here for 3 reasons. Number 1, the kind of people I've surrounded myself with who inspired me to be patriotic. Number 2, the kinds of trainings I've received from patriotic citizens. And number 3, the good citizens who gave me this platform to state this case. Among these reasons, ladies and gentlemen, among these reasons, did I ever mention the government? No. Ladies and gentlemen, all I'm saying is that active citizens, we should own our power and hold our government accountable.
If I ever wanted to be a judge, not today. No, not today. Never today. And so our judges have quite a Herculean task today. Do you agree? To be able to decide the winner of this keenly contested debate on this occasion of Nigeria's 62nd celebration of independence. So, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Nigerians watching, can we please, if you're watching virtually, and you can put your clap icons in the comments, and for those of us, to these university students who have gone through such a grueling process, debating, lending their voices to issues that affect the future and the development of Nigeria. Who says that the youth don't have a voice? Do the youth have a voice? Do they have a voice? So we will be going to our judges to give comments. They will share their comments, and then we will go on a short break and return for the final verdict. But without wasting any time, I will proceed and ask our judges to share their comments. And in that process, they would also give some feedback to the debating schools. Each judge has 2 minutes so that we can proceed. Thank you very much, judges. I will begin with Onyinye because I see you've dropped your pen and you're ready for some feedback. So please would hear comments from our judges, and we'll start with Onyinye. Over to you, 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. But I think it's a very difficult task, like you noted. But I would say that the 2 groups, they were actually very clear on what the topic is. So beginning with the University of Benin, I found that they understand what transformative leadership meant. They were also clear about contextualizing the issues. There was a good balance of what the citizens need to do while not ignoring the role of the government, which I found very interesting. I think that their opening was also very clear, and the perspectives were good. I must commend the composure, the poise, the confidence of the speakers, and they did a good analysis of the topic. So, but I guess what they could have done better was also to provide some examples of where, putting all the powers on leadership had failed, just also to balance their idea of the role of the citizens. I was telling Yemi that perhaps she groomed them because they sounded more like what she campaigns for. Anyway, so that's about University of Benin. And for ABU, I actually commend that they started from a global understanding of what transformative leadership should look like. And they cited good examples of where it has worked. I also like that they did a good research and they looked at what the SDG is supposed to do for national development. But I thought that they could have also brought in the contextualized meaning of that into what nation building required and then bring it into transformational leadership. But they did a fantastic job with the definitions. So also their topic is a bit, right, good. Yeah.
Please. You can do the final statement so that you can, please go ahead and land on that.
Oh, okay, so no,
statement.
I know that their topic was tricky from their side, but they did well also to provide examples of where citizens also played a role in supporting government. So that's what I would say.
Round of applause for our George. A good balance, isn't it? Thank you. All right, Yemi, comments?
I'd really like to start by commending Amina and Victoria as young women who were extremely confident. Carried themselves with great poise in communicating and articulating their thoughts and responding as necessary. Really very proud of you guys. Very well done. I also want to commend Usman, who started a bit flustered, but bounced back and was able to continue with the arguments that he had prepared as opposition. Well done. And to the gentleman from the University of Benin, sorry I didn't get your name, but I love the fact that your rebuttal was, you focused on just one point, went straight to it, and then continued with your argument. Well done. The larger issue of the argument, I think both teams did extremely well, and the focus of government was challenging as you guys started, but I love the fact that your point really was that government has resources and government has power to get things done, and you made that the crux of your argument. And for citizens, I love your narrative around the fact that anybody in positional leadership starts first as a citizen, and then you built your argument on that and the power thereof. I will leave the rest as we vote, but I really want to just commend both of you, both teams, for coming to it very confident, having done your research very clear. And I love the way you ended, Victoria, around if you were going to argue against government or for government as a student who had been at home. Very well done, and we'll see how it goes.
Thank you very much. And not the least, finally, we're hearing from Samson.
Thank you very much for telling Nigerians and for demonstrating why the government needs to ensure ASU goes back to the classroom. I think Yemi and Onyinye just said it all, but my prayer for you both teams is that some of you will make it to the National Assembly, some of you will make it to the State House of Assembly, because the quality of debates that I have seen and the rhetoric is quite inspiring. There are people who sit in positions of power who don't inspire us. And I tell you, you guys have inspired me. and inspired us. So thank you. Thank you very much. The only thing I will add is the essence of evidence. Some of you shared your lived experiences, and your stories resonate with the stories of Nigerians who are out there. But I think the strongest point out of this debate is that for government to succeed, it needs the people. And there's no government anywhere across the world that has succeeded without trust. Trust from the citizens and trust from the leaders that occupy those offices. So as you go back, whoever emerges, please note that the key message here is that the responsibility of demonstrating transformative leadership rests both on those who are elected to serve and those who are electing to serve.
Very much. Can we please a round of applause for our judges? Very insightful feedback. And I'm sure that our debaters have taken that feedback and it would leave with them as they journey from here. The grand prize is actually a sum of 1.5 million naira. Courtesy the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund. And so we won't be announcing the winner just yet. Go on a short break, and I believe we'll join the live studios while we allow our judges make that very, very difficult decision of who the winner of the debate, Youth Leadership Debate Finals on the 1st of October, 2022 will be. All right, so we will carry on. Okay, we will go ahead and just get the final scores from our judges. So whilst our judges are putting their scores together, I'm sure you would imagine that it's not a walk in the park for them this afternoon here in Lagos. Would like to ask that and remind you, if you are watching, or those of us in the room, to keep the hashtag, the Nigeria we want, and to tag the platform NG as well, the platform NG, for giving the platform for these young undergraduates. How many of us agree that young people actually have a voice? They have ideas. They have a strong message to convey if given the opportunity. Do we agree? Do we agree? And it's so interesting because we've had, I think, some transgenerational transfer of wisdom here in this room today from the lineup of speakers who are well accomplished in their fields, in their industry, coming in and teaching us about what next and what the new Nigerian leader that will take Nigeria to where we need to be should have or should do. All right. So, judges, are we ready, judges? Okay, a little more time. All right. A little more time. Ready? Ready to go. Okay? So I will walk towards the judges and I will peep just to get the name of the winning team. All right. The verdict is out. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. And I feel the sheer pressure myself, even having to announce it in front of such an engaging audience in the room this afternoon. And I'm hoping that I will be safe, even after announcing the winner. But I'm sure that we all in the room have listened, have heard, and have weighed the strengths of the arguments presented here today by both schools. And I think one important point mentioned by our judges is that both teams have been able to create a good balance and have been able to put forward very strong arguments today. If you will permit me to ask for another round of applause for our speakers and our judges. All right. Okay, so by unanimous decision from our 3 judges today at the platform Nigeria on the 1st of October 2022, I will be announcing the runner-up for this debate. Started on the 3rd of August, and here we are on the 1st of October. The runner-up that will be going home with a prize of 1 million naira is okay. The second place. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, fellow Nigerians, runner-up going home with a prize of 1 million naira is the Amadi Bello University. All right, well done, well done. I think we can invite the third members of the team also up. Please, this is the third member of the team. All the teams were made up of 3 to 4 students representing the university. And I think that they have done well. They have done well. Well done to the Amadi Bello University. Okay. This is the point where I would call on our winners for today. A debate that started many weeks ago, going home with 1.5 million naira, is the University of Benin. Our winners for the Youth Leadership Debate under the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund, supported by MacArthur Foundation, Ford Foundation. We have our winners today. So I'll predict presentation. All right, thank you. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We'll have the check, dummy checks now that will be presented to them. And interestingly, at Leap Africa, when we had the lineup of speakers today, one of the speakers somehow happens to be a board member. And it's my honor to welcome Dr. Joe Abba to support in the presentation of the dummy checks to the winners today. So we'll start with the runner-up. Please, can we appreciate Dr. Joe Abba? I would also invite our Acting Executive Director at Leap Africa, Ms. Kehinde Ayeni, to come up stage also and join in the presentation. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you very much. This had been put together by the team at Leap Africa. Thank you. All right, so we'll be presenting the check to the first runner-up. The first runners-up over here, Amadi Bello University. I also welcome our Director of Programs, Ms. Amabel Wakama. Thank you very much. Okay, so please, can we have the presentation to the finalists? So maybe just here. So just here. Please step forward. All right. Please, once again. All right. For second place on the youth leadership debates. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Well done, Ahmadu Bello University. Well done. Well done. Well done. All right. Nigeria, there you have it. I would also like to invite our second runner-up. They will be going home with a prize of 600,000, and they are the University of Ilorin. Please invite the University of Ilorin. Can we have you? Debate speakers from the University of Ilorin. Can we have you step forward? Please appreciate them. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You're welcome. Well done, young Nigerians, undergraduates, doing so much with their time at home and refusing to just sit back. So well done, well done, well done. Nigeria, second runner-up. Thank you, well done. Well done, thank you. Thank you, well done. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, thank you. And then I will just invite also to join, and I think the judges would also join this presentation and maybe just a photograph as well. And I would invite the project lead, Mr. Okpeyemi Oriniowo of the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund to make the presentation to our winners for today, all the way from the University of Benin. Congratulations, congratulations. The University of Benin, please step forward. Please step forward for the presentation of your prize. They're going home with 1.5 million naira. But more than that, they're going home having been able to present their argument, their strong convictions to Nigeria today. I would like to appreciate the judges. Yemi Adamolekun, thank you so much. Thank you, Onye from Ford Foundation, also supporting the project. Thank you, Samson Itodo. Thank you to our debaters. Thank you to the platform for the opportunity to have our young people speak to the nation
television.
on
You've
such
been watching
an
a
incredible
live coverage of the 2022 Independence Day edition of the platform, which focused on the Nigeria we want. This year also marks 15 years since the platform series began. Please stay tuned as we return to our other programming for the day.